Neon, which gives you so many choices on that attacking side. You can go into fast execute plays, you can slow things down a little bit, and the performance he's having this tournament is all the more impressive because Gen.G is not playing much Breach, they're not playing much Teo, they're not playing the meta that leans into fully dumping util to enable your duelist. But despite that, off of just one dart, any small piece of util, Texture is so good playing off of that and finding success. And I think that's the biggest skill you need not only as a duelist player, but with your initiators now in this like double smokes meta.
Yeah, it really does feel like this Gen.G lineup is just one brain, and they're like finding ways to, when they execute, when they do anything, they're really all on the same page at all times. That is scary to have to contend with. A lot of pressure for their opponents on the other side of the stage here. Yinsu did get an opportunity to catch up with Gen.G's rookie sensation, Ash, as a matter of fact. Let's actually hear what he has to say earlier on today.
I am now joined by the prodigy of this tournament, Gen.G's Ash. We have seen a lot of great Korean players on this stage before. What makes you different? How are you going to establish a legacy here?
I am him.
They've taught him well.
Yo, that's crazy.
They're just hiding behind the pillar ready to hype him up. That's awesome.
Oh, you not love this team, man. Ash says he is him, and we'll see if he can continue that here in Toronto. But so far, I mean, it has been great, Mimi, to see Ash take the stage and really just play a great supportive role for this team and just slot in so well.
Watching him play in Pacific, I thought Ash is fine. Watching him play here, I have been thoroughly impressed with this rookie player. His util usage has been on point. He's winning clutches for this team. He looks super confident on the stage. And for a team like Gen.G, having those kind of like second, third in players be on point is so important when they're playing these kind of neon comps. And he is risen to that occasion.
Yeah, and also thinking he was the first Tejo that we had in the competition.
Yeah.
Also, you were speaking earlier about the Sunset and how Gen.G runs the deadlock. To me, in the first encounter, yeah, that make a huge difference. And do not get me wrong, Fox and I is always going to make a difference with that agent. But especially against Fnatic, one of the bigger stopping forces was Ash. His ultimates were super,
everyone doing?
effective. All the information that he
We're
was
doing
gathering
okay.
from the
Welcome,
team,
welcome.
He measured the distances very, very well against Fnatic.
Yeah, and look, guys, here's the reality, right? We know that this is going to be, we know that this is going to be a tough match, stuff on my cable, for Gen.G and for Wolves, but most definitely for Wolves, because they're going up against a team that looks like world beaters
rainy,
right now. Let's
chat.
actually get a quick word from Lysor about how he's feeling about the competition, how
Very
he's feeling
humid.
about his team's chances in this player moment.
Looks like someone played a bit too much PoE before sleeping. What? Why do you say that? If you think I just got up, you are mistaken. But I did just shower.
Just swings the right, but Sufat unaware. Trying to recon to light this one up. Sufat!
You never played too much PoE before sleeping.
战术很好，然后战术也很多，但我觉得我们战术布局也很多。
We had some cereal,
枪法很准，比他
my
比他们
banana.
然后对这场是有信心的，都挺好，就他们都挺好，但我觉得我对自己更有信心了。这里的粉丝都很热情啊，也很有意思，然后这个舞台吧很享受吧，然后
We got a Pacific shirt on.
感谢一路走
We're
来
gonna cheer on VCT
我
Pacific.
会继续努力的。
Chat, I was this close. I was
Now,
so
of course,
close
here, no one thought that we were going
to
be
predicting
seeing
SEN
Tejo after the nerfs, but it does seem like we're getting a little bit
for
here and there
the
because
PRX
Gen.G
match, but
decided to bust out the tail, and even though it ended up in a loss, we
I
were still
decided
seeing
to
the difference
stick with
of how you have to play Tejo now versus how
stick
Tejo
with
was played
PRX.
Yeah, I think that for Gen.G, they knew exactly that if they were to keep the Tejo in this composition, how they would have to change things a little bit and change the post plan especially. Because I think that for the initial rounds of their
No, I'm not
attack
on
and
the
how
train.
they were structuring things, it was more about those, the moment that the salvos come out, we know that there's an
I just think they're
execute
gonna win
moment and
this
just going
match.
up on the utility as if you can only use it one time.
Yeah, I wasn't big on this comp. I think the tail was really telegraphed because they were only using double missiles on execute.
Yeah.
And with no recharge, you can't really default or condition with the Teo utility the way you can with other agents. Say you're playing a Fade on that map where you're going to have an eye every 40 or so seconds to be able to come back on.
I think it's going to be close.
And where
I
it
think
really
there's
struggled
I
was
think
in the
SEN can
second
win.
half, where Teo is their only initiator, and their one tool for gathering info is the drone, which you can only use once.
Yeah.
Truly,
I
would you say it's one
think
of the reasons
Sentinels
why
can
probably
win.
They ended up losing
Yes,
that map?
I might
because
change
they
my
ended up
mind right
having to
before the
fight
match.
into extremities with players to get that information. Fnatic realized that, waited, punished those players, and then came back to win the map. So I think Teo can be viable, kind of, but I think there are better choices.
Yeah, and it does feel like the other teams agree. That's why we haven't really been seeing.
PRX seems to be in top
lately.
form.
Well, of course, we'll see whether or not that comes to fruition today, because Gen G were the team that ran it last time.
I don't
If there's
actually
room to play it, I would actually
think
kinda like
so.
it
I
on
think it's just
Icebox.
good
I
old
think
old
I think
PRX.
his
If you
biggest value
start
on that
hot,
was
they'll stay
always
hot.
the drone,
If you don't,
and
you don't.
the,
You know.
The missile nerfs are big, are a little less big on that map, but still.
I mean, you know, if we're comparing to last year, sure,
Yeah,
they look a lot better.
just
Like they look
don't
like
do
they're
it,
in
and
good
maybe,
form, but
I don't know. We still
Just
have
don't.
not seen the map Vita, but maybe Gen G learned from that experience.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll earlier. We
yeah, I
asked
think
you all
SEN will
which
be
team
tested, but
was gonna
like
be making
they'll
that
have had
clean run to the
a
grand
big
finals,
build-up.
and the results are in, and y'all say PRX.
I'm on the
Okay.
Pacific train. I'm with them.
Wow.
PaperX,
A
both those
PaperX
teams are looking on
to the
point
grand
right
finals?
now. I probably would.
I don't think so.
I felt like Gen G was probably the more likely one, but Kukuka, do you agree with
You
the
have
results
to
of our
be a
community?
PaperX fan. I think that everybody has to be on this train, especially the first day, right? We had this conversation, like, can they beat G2 with the form that we had seen from them in,
But I do think,
in Americas? But PaperX, I mean, you kind of
I mean, I
have to
think
the individuals, the story, finally, this might be their chance. I know that we've seen
I think
we've
Mini
set that sentence for
Knock
PaperX
on
and
wood, knock on
Mind
wood.
Freak,
Knock on wood.
along with
It's
Alex,
too
is
soon.
like,
Okay, I'll shut up then.
We can't, because enough. I made a bold prediction today. I was like, I think if PaperX wins out,
I think the
might
feedback
have a
they get
chance
will
to
be
move
very
forward.
good.
Hot take,
Okay, that's
so.
not a hot
But
take to say they might have a chance.
I
You
do
said-
think
I said
PaperX will
they
continue to
will.
look good.
They will,
It's just a
but
question
it's
of
a
how
very
much
hot
better
take.
will
I gotta
Sentinels
stick with
look.
my chest next time. I'm so sorry about that, everyone. But of course, let's take a
That's
look
the
at our
power of population.
predictions.
That's
And here from
true.
our
Well,
broadcast team,
yeah.
and the freaking Achilleos.
PaperX is just
And also
globally
Jen.
popular.
Let's not forget about Jen with the 13-3. Shout out to her. And
Kuka,
Kuka,
are you
wanna-
still going for
I'm going
0-10?
for the 0-10.
14-2,
Yes, I'm going for the 0-10.
damn.
So when you
Yeah.
see Wolves, I'm voting for Gen G. And
So
when you
you're
say
a
PaperX,
Gen
I'm
G
going with
fan.
And when did
Kuka's going for the
Sideshow have a
0-10.
doppelganger? I didn't know he had a twin. That's
Oh,
that's
yeah.
great. Yeah.
Interesting. He's still here.
Why is
Still
Rob
here.
Moore still in the prediction graphic? This is
Yeah.
too funny. Yeah.
I
Kuka, we got to talk about this though.
No, why? Like, Achilles wanted to go for a 100% win rate. I want to go for a 100% loss rate.
Okay, so okay. I kind of see where it is. So like what you're saying
Yeah, but
is
the problem is
Mini
like,
called Fnatic
this
frauds
reminds
for
me of, like, a
yesterday's
lot of
games. He
card
wanted to flame
games
them, but
where
he couldn't
if you
because
go for
PaperX
full
might play
negative,
them.
You win the game,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. But if
I
now
will
get
say,
one ride,
I
then
totally
everything
get where he's
just-
coming from
If
because
I get
like
one ride, then
It's done.
everything is done.
I was
Like,
thinking about what
yeah.
content
I'll
to
just
make
stop predicting
during
because
stage
that's the
1
point.
of
Oh, man,
Pacific,
guys,
and
I'm
it's like,
excited for today. We got a
wow,
long
if
day
I
ahead of us here because we
like
have
point
four
out the weak
phenomenal
spots
teams
of
that are gonna be clashing
a
against
potential
one another.
opponent, they
And
might
this is the
fix
moment,
it. But if I
really.
point
If
out the
Wolves
weak spots
chance to
of
make
Notion,
top
like
three,
they might
it would
get
be the
taken advantage of.
first
And
CN
it's
team
tough.
Besides EDG
It's tough.
to go that deep in
So
a
I feel him.
tournament. But for Gen G, they want another trophy. They want to make another.
As
final
much
three.
as I
It could be
was
such
rooting
a
for
good
Fnatic
day
yesterday,
for Pacific. Yes,
I
we
mean, I
have
don't
seen
think
Seth singing their praises, but today
if
could
they
be the
play like
difference.
that, I don't think
Very
they're
well.
gonna
All right,
win
folks, let's
the
go ahead
tournament.
and do this, Toronto. You got Wolves facing off against Gen G. PaperX taking on the Sentinels. Make some noise as we get ready. Day 9 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
If are Nongshim having any roster changes? Yeah. I don't know if you've noticed that I've been practicing a lot of Waylay, but that's all I'll say. Hello, Miranda. What's up, YouTube? But he was not happy with their ascent. I can see why. I mean, I think it's the same reason why I think some viewers yesterday were saying that, well, that feels like they only win if like both Kayak and Alfie are pop off. It was very dual reliant. And that comp is dual reliant, but they were, I mean, also RQ wasn't punishing it a lot, so it goes both ways, I think.
Facing Sentinels is a dream come true. I'm also a Sentinels fan before, and now they have second who has Filipino blood, and I'm really excited to face him. I want to show everyone who are doubting us what we are capable of.
PRX are crazy aggressive, and they're just very, very fun.
Chad, I have a feeling. Should I change my prediction?
They've been playing really, really well this tournament. They're just flowing and shooting at their own pace.
I want to show the world like how talented Filipinos are, and I need to show I really deserve this spot. That's why I'm here. Second,
I feel like Sentinels
which
can
one
win.
of us is better.
Tatman, mahal kita. I hope that I'm the strongest Filipino in this match.
Damn, they leaned into the Filipino matchup. That's great. I love it. The greatest gamers in the world.
第一次那个世界赛的时候，那个时候我跟 Four 现在认识了，然后那个时候他也是第一次打，然后现在又遇见了，然后真的是缘分很奇妙吧。
Dude, Lysor and Foxy9 was not a storyline I was expecting. Like they were tweeting it to these quotes, but
같이 스크림에서도 만나고 랭크에서 만나다 보니까 서로 엄청 친했었어요. 왜냐하면 공감대가
Yeah.
너무 비슷하다 보니까 이야기 엄청 많이 했었는데
apparently they became real tight.
이제 그때도 라이서가 제가 팀을 찾을 수 있게 도와준다고도 말해주고 해줬는데 뭐 결국엔 전 젠지에 들어갔죠.
Genji 战术很好，然后战术也很多，但我觉得我们战术布局也很多，而且我觉得我们枪法很准，我觉得比他们准。
Our shots are crisper against Gen.G. That's bold. I mean, they're looking good, but
이제 뭔가 저도 이제 저 자신을 믿을 수 있고 내가 뭘 하면 되는
that is bold.
그런 걸 잘 알다 보니까 형들도 날 믿어주고.
There is no doubt now that this team is the favorite to win this tournament.
我觉得我对我们队伍很有信心，我队员能力还有我自己的能力。
I do think it can be a banger match. I do think Wolves can keep up, but
만나서 반갑긴 한데 금방 헤어져야 될 것 같네.
我觉得感觉我对此很有信心。
if Wolves win this, they take it all. Here's my hot take. If Wolves win this, they lose in the grand final.
Gen.G versus WOL.
Because you haven't had a chance to learn on the international stage. I think that counts for so much. I think that counts for so much.
And here we go. It is the last stand for VCT China, going up against the juggernaut from the Pacific in Gen.G.
Just imagine if it's Wolves versus SEN in the grand final.
That could very well go all
That'd
the
be
way,
hype.
but it's all about who wants it more right now.
Living like Chobra.
To a trophy for Wolves, looking for their first opportunity, already the deepest run of any Chinese team, but EDG.
All right.
And trying to keep that miracle going.
And they said it themselves. The story for them from now on is just everything is a gift.
Oh, they're picking the split. I like it from Wolves. I think the split's punishable. Gen.G will have cleaned up, but I think it's punishable.
That maybe for Gen.G was not the call. Maybe what took them that brink into losing to Fnatic.
Curious if Gen.G
Maybe
plays
some
the same
changes,
comp, though.
bringing in the fade, but Wolves definitely spotted something that made them want to go into this match.
I think Sunset is
For all of the
totally
matches
reasonable.
that I think in this tournament, the split has been an option, which has been one they've picked and decided to go there. So it should not come as a surprise for Gen.G in the slightest.
Yeah, Sunset is map 2 is gonna
Yeah, I
be
think there's a good
interesting.
chance Gen.G
I've
changes their
not seen
comp.
Wolves play that map yet, so it's going to be a surprise no matter what they pick into there.
See the fans, everyone's all ready to
Her
go for
fat
this one.
BB,
The energy
what?
in this arena is unbelievable. The electricity
Yes.
is just
Fnatic
truly
won.
off the charts as the fans are getting ready. They want to see who's going to come out on top with this one. Both teams, fan favorites here. We talk about Wolves being the main characters, but it does feel like Gen.G might just be the antagonist that ends their run here today. Question is, though, whether or not Wolves can actually stand tall here, and you see Texture as he gets ready to go, Kukuka. This is going to be the guy on the server that I'm looking out for through and through. How
Dude, if Texture can keep it up today as well, like he is going to be the strongest looking player at this tournament, though.
Be above Texture, otherwise he will be the king of this tournament. For Juicy, one of the biggest opportunities. If he
Literally
keep up
what
the
Kukuka
performance that
said.
We've seen so far, the chance could be his.
So much of what
Hello,
I'm looking
chat,
at
stay
on this
hydrated.
game, across all of
Rock
the maps,
your addresses
is
to
how
the mosquito
Gen.G
gang.
can flush the lurks from Spring.
Damn,
Wolves is
pragmatic.
almost
Don't
always
worry,
gonna
we'll
play
drink.
Slow attack side defaults with double smoke
How you doing?
bombs, focusing
Is
on
this an
keeping
elim match?
Spring
No,
into
this is
those
the
positions
upper
on
semis.
that Viper. I think the win condition against this team. Is not giving first picks to that guy, denying him space, and clearing that back.
Hey Froster, I'm feeling a lot better. My nose like gets stuffy literally like 30 minutes before I turn on the stream. Today, like I got up and I was like, oh, it's like all gone. And now it's stuffy, but overall a lot better. Gen G Sunset, dude, look at that packet. Gen G Sunset.
Another stellar performance for the side of Scream. I'm looking at YU. I think that he was very good in the last match, and I think that he could also be the difference. Looking at this split, expecting, sorry.
Sushan, thank you. Everybody start with a stretch. Let's get in tip-top condition. They are going to stick with the Teo. Okay, I think that's... I mean, I was wondering if they might change it, but Gen G also isn't... They're not a team that's prone to, like...
Yeah, this is a weird one. Gen G
changes.
on defense. This is where they faltered against Fnatic. Their biggest problem was struggling to re-clear with a lack of information utility. They had to push into Fnatic a lot. Fnatic held for that aggression and punished them and got to play those man advantages on their attack side mid-round. I think Wolves is going to try and go for a very similar thing. So it's a question of what Gen G changes up.
Yeah, I see if that's just playing the crowd here with the Teo.
Being a team that has experienced what that deadlock, and of course we're peeking this map and knowing that possibility of Foxy being in it was very, very real.
Did you check out Esports Coach of the Decade nomination? No. I'm like so disinterested in the Esports Awards. Obviously, you know, I'll pay attention to who wins just because that will be what makes the news, but why? Who's the cinema?
Let's get this show on the road and send it over to your casters, and I hope Pansy's got a gift because it's
I have nice. Hi, Pox here.
Happy birthday. Hopefully, this is going to be a bit of a treat because we also have.
Oh.
I was going to say if we did anything on the show today, but thank you, it's not even lit. So no fire zone, I guess. But thank you very much.
No
fire.
fire.
Gift hopefully today with this matchup. I mean, there's many a talking point here.
Potter. I mean, I think that's.
I
think that's legit.
Gatekeepers of greatness here, right?
Potter's the GOAT.
The fun stops for Wolves. This could be Dream Run.
I have Gen G in this matchup. I have PRX for now in the next matchup, but like I am torn between PRX and SEN.
With potentially a lifeline, no elimination, still a chance to make it work, but Gen G.
This one I have Gen G, but I don't think it's going to be like a complete wash. I do think Wolves are going to have split well prepared, but the bigger question is how much does Gen G change?
Preparation coming into it's almost a benefit actually to come to split and see the same
Gen G, what I was saying in the last match is at some point Gen G needs to take space, right? They need to take space so they don't have to use like the walls on a timing. In the pistol it's fine because it takes so long to break, but having to use it at 120 is still rough. If Texture gets a free kill, then that helps.
Absolutely.
Off to a belting start.
Certainly slow things down here in the pistol.
Why do you hate canines? Wow, that is a crazy take.
Wolves probably happy to sit behind this, wait for anything further if Gen G do show anything. So the Viper util goes back up, now stacked up reinforcements here in mid.
These deadlocks look good, Mike. I've liked seeing it here.
Trap gets tripped, but Wolves are clearing everything before the 40-second mark, so that's good. So Gen G, once again, is in a bad spot. That net has to go big. It doesn't catch anybody. Spring is waiting for a big two. Texture has his eyes on Spring, but Foxy9 had to not die. Oh, shoot. Spikes up top. You have to go back up.
13 seconds. This guy is just out of his mind.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Dude, and he gets the 4K. And he dies.
Spring. A little too late to this one. Looking more like
holy.
At this point. It's done.
Oh, my God.
Round one.
That's so funny.
Texture to kick things off here. Certainly
That's so funny.
An MVP level performance already so far here in Toronto. Only really the reload.
Dude, he used to start slow in a lot of matches, but he has definitely leveled up. Texture has definitely leveled up.
Happy to sit back, dig his heels in, and deliver here for Gen G. well, just coming back to that discussion on the deadlock.
Looking like summer and autumn in this
You don't really want to say all in on this first wave of utility with Teo, but certainly.
But again, I mean, pistol like deadlock is so king. It's not even the deadlock that won in the run. It's just texture with the sheriff, but.
The risk, I guess, of lack of utility. Wolves kicking off slowly here.
Wolves will. I am curious what they'll do once texture gets his op, because now that.
It's been the case. So.
The numbers show that for sure.
Yeah, so this,
Now that they won, Genji won the pistol. The op will come online quicker.
Wolves, they need to build back in now, though. This round, obviously, just with the classics, not going to find too much. Obviously, the extremity dealt with by Texture and Caron. I mean, not going to leave it all to Texture. He's a name in the mix here. Obviously, Genji, it's a bit of a highlight reel.
The Wolves strat almost guaranteed their win. Unfortunately, Texture ran out of bullets, but give him the ace.
Himself, the one that's won kind of hard.
They're like, no, he ran out of bullets.
Outstanding for this squad, but slow starts here, and Genji clean as anything.
Yeah, that's going to be the op in round 4, I think.
Need to find a way to deal with this utility in mid. Genji's ability to really.
Yeah, but chat, you have to imagine that they had to get a Valorant player in there. Esports Awards is not, I mean, just like almost any award, but don't get drawn in by their graphics design. It's not like, oh, dude, he's mimicking Lysor. That's great. It's not a. It's not a valid thing. It's just lobbying, etc., etc. I'm not saying that none of it is valid, right? Like, generally, you know, I would say like 70% of all of its candidates, I think, are pretty valid, but.
Not afraid to make moves, and even on towards that A side as well, pushing up a little bit deeper. You saw only in that second round, Texture willing to take that fight.
But if we did it through Reddit, 70% of the candidates would probably be valid anyway. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make it. Like memeing about, to me, it's like memeing about it and giving it all the attention. It's just like, it makes it worse, in my opinion. Obviously, you do you, but it's like, what are they doing? It's like, oh, they know what they're doing. Let me tell you. They're catering to Riot Games. I'll tell you exactly what they're doing. Genji is playing more contact. They're saving their wall past the minute mark.
Starting to worry me when we're looking at the time, 35 seconds.
Wolves, I think Wolves is expecting the early wall to come out, and then they can work around it. But also, they're trying to punish mid a lot. But Genji, they're because it used to be, you know, on a timer, wall here, trips, and then you can punish mid a lot. But
hold on to these rifles here. You see on the minimap, Spike not committed anywhere. Not even going to look for a kill here. So a big win for Genji with the bonus. Apply further pressure here onto Wolves.
That's rough. This is rough for Wolves.
Like I said, really, I mean, the big positive would be even to go even in this trade for mid in this first buy round for them. Whether or not Genji got any further layers here to apply. Be able to get something back. Two players that did struggle financially, but
I mean, they're
between them. Perfect timing here for Cowan as well to pick up that kill.
They're also just he's laughing at Foxy.
No, I mean, coming into this, we were talking about
Wolves is kind of giving up a lot of the aim duels.
Right? You know,
So yeah, that calls for early timeout. Make a quick adjustment.
I mean, the real concern here with the Teo, as Mimi was touching on the desk, is obviously that second wave, right? Or some of the other things that we saw Tejo do very effectively. Here, it's not even really an issue. Wolves aren't getting over the first hurdle almost.
Yeah, I need to see them come up with.
What do you have winning MSI?
Here because we know the potential
Who's at
is
MSI?
There, but, off the start, Spring and Lysor are the only ones who've been able to get even a kill thus far. It's been quiet. The map feels like it's not even a 50-50. A lot of, you know, the extremities are under Genji's control.
Yeah, and you don't want to see Wolves coin flipping on something.
Yeah, I guess it's not Worlds and not LCK, so yeah.
Reinforced and kind of
Chovy sounds like a safe bet.
Kind of pressure points for Gen G, but they
Sounds
haven't
like a
really
safe
figured
bet.
out where they are just yet.
No, it feels like they couldn't quite get that grip on how they want to approach middle.
Dude, is Gen G gonna sweep the mid-year again?
Go in there almost solo through the smoke and gets dealt with, and that felt like it fizzled the round. So then does this become almost indicative of a very direct approach from Wolves? That's kind of how you're going to imagine it, right? These kind of slower defaults, working through middle and those extremities quite passively, didn't really reward them much. And now they're going to go for a direct side.
Yeah, I did see that scoreline of HLE geting absolutely stomped. I was like, wait, I thought they were cruising through the first half of the year. What happened?
See whether or not actually
훈이님 안녕하세요.
we'll find something to exploit here towards A. Still 2 members for Gen G, Munchkin and Karen. Will be contact found here.
Let's see what they do with this, though. Do they... Okay, so right now Gen G are re-clearing middle as well.
I was going to say, right on the back of this is a re-clearance through mid.
So yeah, so Wolves is going away from mid. Gen G clears mid off of the timeout. But look at this. Taking early contact now with the op. So Gen G's made some adjustments too. Oh my god.
Boy, 5 HP and he's still
But
breathing.
Wolves are getting shoehorned, right? So this wall is brutal. They have to break it. You have to break it.
Drawn the rotation now.
I was going to say, if Texture hadn't taken damage, actually they could almost, with this trip up
Texture
towards B
still
heaven.
take, but this is so important. If Texture backs out here because he took damage, this ruins the entire setup for Gen G. They basically have to kind of play retake on A, but
there is a chance that that vent player
he
could be
takes
a
this, you
problem.
have the
It's
Sonic
already
Sensor here,
launched, and with
and so you all in because they're trying to break the wall. It is a good adjustment from Gen G, but Wolves are winning the... Never mind.
Gen G simply have a numbers spring, still fighting forward. Wolves in the 2v2, rotation on the
Karen
way, but it's Karen
playing time. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And Gen G
It's over.
Wolves like a book.
You can even see here the general idea of numbers of where Wolves are. A couple of players.
Yeah, Hypox
For the
back.
second swing through the smoke. Absolute perfection from heaven. Karen in particular stands his ground here.
Dude, that first kill is what did it.
For Gen G.
You had to take him out on that first kill. He was still paranoid.
Not able to sync up. Get a unified swing onto site here. Fantastic play.
Yeah, but Karen was doing Karen things, but overall, it's the adjustment, right? Texture takes a hit, he still peeks out super aggressive on B. You have a Sonic Sensor here. They're still shooting the wall at 50 seconds, so everybody goes for a 4-man stack. Because Texture is like, well, they're not re-clearing the op.
Okay, we've left vents open, that's fine. We'll kind of catch that from heaven. Again,
And Gen G, like on a timing, they are now pushing out, and especially with the op, they can set him up aggressively. Like even here, they're fighting for main instead of just like waiting for it and trying to get trap plays and, you know, relying on timings on the deadlock wall. They're saving deadlock wall. Like past the minute mark. He used to put it down before the minute passed. Now he puts it down after he gets contact. Gen G have made some very core changes that is ruining the pacing that Wolves kind of has planned. Because that was the weakness that Gen G had last map. Now you have to take contact on the op. Dude, he repositions forward. No shot. No, dude, Texture, calm down. Jeez.
And Wolves down to 2 now. Still a chance, but 20 seconds. Someone's got to go above and beyond for their side if they want a chance in this one. Spike's knocked down in this slow.
Oh, this is rough.
The judge is coming in from Munchkin. You got 10 seconds. They have to make their move. Munchkin now knows the player nearby. That judge is lethal. Spike planted.
Well.
Spring. Got to try and clutch up. It ain't happening. Gen G. Mike, these guys look so controlled.
Yeah. So drilled today. You've got Texture and Karen delivering on opposite sides of the map here. Not much for Wolves to do. A lack of inventory in this round.
Yeah, no, Texture has really leveled up in that sense.
I mean, he's just happy to stand
Like
his ground
he basically makes it so that you have to trade him.
A well-placed headshot by Spring,
but like you can't.
Positives for Wolves to build upon here.
TMV released the Wolves vid at the perfect time. Snuck it in.
To step up the pace a little bit. They've got to find some sort of victory in the early round in terms of util drawn out or a trade.
Yeah.
Somewhere across the map because Gen G are just winning.
That's Foxy9, not Ash.
Feels like Gen G
they're good friends, Foxy9 and Lysor.
solution
So
so
he's
far. They know their strength.
taking a little jab.
Maybe learning from that game up against Fnatic, but a big opportunity here for Wolves to try and put together all of the pieces they've learned thus far. But as it stands, the big man himself, Texture, is over here. This guy, again.
And now they've repositioned.
Miraculous performance. Gen.G
They go for a dead. So they're going for a deadlock Teo combo, so they can try to take aggressive angles. Texture was going to peek aggressively, but they realized Ramp's already been taken, so he backs off. But they already took down one.
How many times we've seen Juicy go down and not have support?
Spring, he needs to win more of these fights.
So hesitant to swing onto that.
But dude, look at this. He saves the wall. It's so good. That used to be the biggest problem. Waits further, takes a safer spot, still sees nothing, so he puts down the wall. That means Texture can take a free kill as long as the wall's not broken. They don't know where the spike is, so Gen.G, that's why they're going to reposition.
They still need to get this spike through.
Bold to have the op re-clear heaven. That's crazy. I think it's just so he can try to rotate earlier.
It's going to be this B hit, but look who's waiting here, Karen. No slacks by any means. Hello. No. What? Oh dear, we need another timeout. We need to get this one right because that should never have happened. Caron just given the gifts of the kingdom. Look at this guy, just the keys left out on the table.
Oh god.
8 seconds. And
oh god.
From Texture. He's playing with him. He's toying with him. And maybe you should respect him. But look at the HP. It's long. And actually, a gift. A chance.
Dude, that's almost more demoralizing.
But this slate remains clean. Gen.G unfazed so far.
And I saw TP leads towards maybe being a little rattled near the nerves, getting to Wolves. Obviously, we're talking about elimination, but the stakes much higher versus Gen.G here.
Yeah.
For Lysor. Again, the difference being
come on, yeah.
She's happy to swing onto this to try and bail Karen out. Second timeout pulled here before round 7. Like I said, is feeling a little rattled here. Maybe looking.
Are you still sick? I mean, it's like the remnants. I usually, like, even if I get a light cold, usually goes for like a week for me minimum. So, but like, you know, like if I was working off, so I could go, no problem. I could get everything done.
That's fine. Yeah, as long as, you know, if it's serving a purpose. Basically, yeah. But right now there isn't that next layer to it. It feels like there's hesitance here from Wolves, which is
the ramp situation here. We could see on X-Ray two players ready, stacked up, ready to re-swing onto that, but nobody wanted to commit. I'm curious what the comms are.
I mean, it's bad assumptions is what it is, right?
Not stepping up to the plate, but again, it's across the board right now for a team that has come to Toronto and almost become a fan favorite off the rip.
And rightly so. The way they were playing, it's hard to not enjoy watching them, right? You started to believe
I
in
wonder.
like, okay, we've got another great team coming out of this region. Cool. Let's see how far they can go. And
I wonder if he clicked in the corner.
Right? And now it feels like they've met one.
And he got moved because Karen was there, and he just didn't realize.
Looking at these guys, honestly, throughout Swiss, they were one of the best.
Yeah, especially with the form we're talking about.
Yep. But a timeout, Mike. Maybe it'll help.
Well, I mean, it's still a mistake because you can see your geography, but.
Round 7. Let's talk about both timeouts being done in one half.
I mean,
just who's behind that?
What's the layering?
Yeah, like they're
of this peak.
Basically, Wolves is trying to punish the Gen.G match from 2 days ago, where you can get away with taking early contact because Gen.G is not taking aggressive fights, that they're not trying to fight the early spaces, and then you punish their util being dumped like too early. But you have to use your util now, which sucks. Like, you don't want to because you feel like you're gonna have to clear the sites a lot, but.
Sleeping at will. Lysor wants this one.
Oh, little bold from Foxy9.
And maybe given a chance here. Hope reignited down at Ash and Karen. And Karen's been really dangerous though. Ash could be in trouble here.
No, they know there's cover, but it's Seufat that has to go big. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Karen falls. There we go. Finally breaking the curse.
Thank God for that. A little more proactive, but Gen.G caught sleeping on 3 separate occasions in this round.
Your Logitech mouse died today. That is sad.
Hold, but that started with Juicy falling for free in mid. A bold maneuver from Lysor. That's reflected in Munchkin's reaction to the situation, or lack thereof.
Enemy remaining.
The Wolves.
Is the verdict out on Teo? We were talking about 2 days ago when we saw this comp. I think it's workable on Split and Ascent, maybe. I actually think it's, and I think it's workable because of the deadlock as well. It is still weaker, but it's workable.
There we go. Yep.
The logic for me being, if you have a deadlock on attack, the deadlock can fulfill the post plant, right? So the Teo is free to either use util early or for site execute, like to use it to get in or in post plant, like depending on how the round goes.
Do they clear it with the Prowler? I think that might be in.
And you know, if you have the deadlock, then like you can always use it for execute to make the execute easier, and then you delay with deadlock. Obviously, Mimi was talking about it on the desk, where it's like, well, now you don't have any good mental conditioning through one of your initiators, and that's true. But I think you can try to do that with the GravNet. Oh shoot. Okay.
Gen.G still holding numbers, still looking unfazed. 35 seconds, the time's gonna start running low.
But they're, oh.
How many times
Foxy wants it.
Gonna be doing this? One after the other. We've seen
Foxy wants it.
We've seen Texture. Now Foxy9 puts his name up in lights. There's just Spring. Has to take the walk. It's 15 seconds. The spike is in Narnia. Another
and I think on defense
here for Gen.G.
10 seconds left.
On defense, it is weaker, but I think if you have a good opper, that remedies a lot of the problems.
Wolves figure out where the operator is in this round, and just the obstacle course laid out by Gen.G.
He wants it. He knows he can get it. He's not Texture.
Yeah, you can stand up for that one. Yeah, that one's good. That's solid. I mean, this does feel like we've got kind of the two fronts of Gen.G working here. Individually, yeah, they're
Yisel with the Korean cast redeem. All right, we got one in the next round.
I mean, yeah, that's the first time to actually see someone in a position, stacked up, ready to try and deal with somebody. It's got to be frustrating.
Well, you feel like you're hitting a literal brick wall.
Yeah.
Rough.
You're like, okay, cool, we're going to try and trade and get that spacing right up.
자, 폭구가 거의 에이스를 한 라운드 바로 이후에 지금 울브즈가 지금 바이 설명해 드리려고 하는 순간에 주씨가 또 죽었거든요. 근데 오늘 울브즈가 젠지가 지난번에는 전방에서 잘 안 싸웠다 보니까 우리가 일단은 좀 영역을 먹을 수 있지 않을까 하면서 주씨가 좀 일찍 죽는 경향이 오늘 많아요. 근데 벌써 사실 전반전이 많이 지나긴 했는데, 자 폭구, 이번에는 멀티킬은 아닙니다. 근데 카론의 백업, 피해망상까지, 그리고 지금 스파이크랑 시우팟이랑 지금 완전 거리가 멀거든요. 이거 울브즈가 갈 거면 A로 가야 돼요. 그러니까 갈 거면 같이 가야 되는데 이거 타이밍이, 와, 이거 먼치킨 1대1 주면 먼치킨 이길 것 같은데요. 국제전의 먼치킨. 자, 일단은 잘 확인했습니다. 자, 사이트 안에 있는지 확인하려다가 자 다시 램프 쪽에 자 밀어내주고 스프링 확인하면서 2대1 일단은 같이 영역 먹었어요. 자, 먼치킨도 그럼 기다려야죠. 먼치킨도 이제는 카론이 올 때까지 그냥 기다리면 됩니다. 근데 문제는 구덩이랑 황혼이랑 같이 있다는 거죠. 황혼까지? 구덩이 타이밍에 들어올까봐? 근데 이거는 땡큐예요. 젠지한테는 자 이러면 둘 다 구덩이 안에 있구나. 자 자리 알고 스프링이 먼저, 와 스프링이 다시 살아납니다. 이번 마스터즈 폼 돌아와요. 자 근데 센스 있게 잘 나와주고 이제는 2대1. 이제는 트레이드 하면 된다. 스프링? 아니 스프링 잠깐만요. 트레이드 하면 되는데 왜 먼저 혼자 들어오죠? 자 카론 시간은 없거든요. 시간은 없는데 시우팟은 기다리면 돼요. 찍든 말든 기다리면 됩니다. 자 시우팟 비비가 그래도 잘 살려내네요. 울브즈 드디어 2점 가져갑니다. It's Spring almost blew that.
Another example here where the trades come through quick enough. Like I said,
I mean, I wouldn't say so much Karon panicked. He just didn't have time. That first tap, he had to either tap and get the kill or like just hold half.
7-2.
And he, because Spring peaked, I think, and there was no further peak, I think he thought Siufat has to peak, and he did. It's just he didn't immediately land the kill.
Kept the buy humble. Look at Munchkin. Look at Ash. Bulldog, Stingers. They've given themselves. They've carved out a little bit of room here for Wolves. Gonna have the ult ready for Juicy. One away from YU.
Bring them down.
Couple of options now.
To slow down the early rounds, much like the start of Split. 4 over towards B main.
You're gonna use util to help Juicy out here. They're trying to still take direct contact. There's no op here, so they kind of want to go. Good bait and switch, but oh man. Wait, what?
I don't understand what happened there. I hope we catch it on a replay, but oh god, no. This
Do I want to know?
How?
I'm actually left back from the oh, not again. 59 swings in, gets 2, and Ash is there. What's happened there to Wolves, Mike?
Well, the showstopper's gone.
No, but where did he shoot it?
The intended placement, I'd hope.
I'm watching for this replay. I just don't understand how it happened.
Karon dealt with here.
Huh?
I mean, that's rough.
But what does it hit?
Because of decay taking effect.
Well, there's the decay, but dude, that blast is not that big.
Like and these
I don't think it hit the close wall.
They weigh really heavy on a duelist player who's used to be able to take in that space.
Did it hit the deadlock? I almost want to go back on YouTube. I feel like it hit this corner, and somehow he was like just on the edge, plus orb and snakebite.
Judge could be lethal in the middle. Munchkin.
We can see on the
Deadlock wall doesn't block it though. And deadlock wall wasn't there. I don't think there was a deadlock wall there. Deadlock wall doesn't block projectiles anyway. You would have to hit the orb in the ground for that to happen. Yeah, I think it's either it hit this corner and just on the edge of the blast radius, or like he's flicking it and it somehow hits the close corner.
And looks to overwhelm the operator. Obviously with an Eon, it's tough to really pin him down after that first shot, regardless if he hits or not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Another Nor. Oh, jeez. I thought it might have somehow hit the deadlock ult, but I don't think that happens either.
Down any progress towards A side.
YouTube, why are you so mid?
Down any progress towards A side. Even further
We'll try to
down.
catch up after this round shot.
Causing lots of problems for Wolves.
Wide eye field texture might be on for one here. Here they come, that's the first.
30 seconds left.
Foxy9 gets the second. Foxy9 is just cruising through this game. Sadly, the purchase obviously in this round was far from perfect for Wolves. Trying to make it work with what they had, just Sheriffs, maybe a little bit of hope. But Texture still just controlling the site, making it difficult.
He's just playing time. I mean,
10 seconds, they're gonna work for a block. This fight gets strong.
the rounds are so in their favor.
Easy for Texture.
Maintaining the op is crucial.
Anyone stop him?
Texture again delivering for Genji. Foxy9 as well.
I mean, this is. I mean, I think Wolves adjusted too late though.
Pressure away from Texture on site with the operator. Staring down the barrel. At least a purchase here in round 12 for Wolves. But potentially looking at the best scenario being a 9-3.
Not an impossible.
Seems like the rocket instantly split. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. Yeah, maybe it hit the ground. Maybe it hit. I don't know.
No.
I don't know if we can hit deadlock ult. That's.
That would definitely be a positive, all things considered. So starting what, 6-0 in this half. Both timeouts used. A long road back ahead of them in the second half.
I want to try and clear ramp control again. We've seen that kind of different tempo from Texture, aggressive, now sitting very, very passive.
Almost now playing with the idea of where is the operator, right?
Yep. They're making
testing,
it hard.
yeah, testing this default. Now they know. Juicy again, another first death for him.
Feels sacrificial at this point, but there's no benefit for it. Spring trying to ahead here. It's actually done really well. Completely unexpected. Spring finds a bit of timing. Munchkin now a little bit worried. He's got pressure.
What did I miss? Sorry, my AC is making weird noises.
You get a plant here as well. You do have mid being controlled by YU. This is good. Plants in play.
30 seconds
and
left.
player advantage.
That's it, make that an even further advantage now. Just a 1v4 for Ash. Revealed. Not even getting that first.
Considering how things started, you get 3.
3-3 here for Gen G. You could argue a slight recovery towards the end for Wolves, but like I said, a tall order here in the second half.
You can't hit the knock ult with the raise ult. Okay, so it's not. That's what I figured, because otherwise, like, there'd be many more weird interactions. Yeah, he must have, like, flicked too fast or something. All right, let's see if we can catch up a bit. All right, there we go.
Oh, I feel there's a little bit of Wolves
Time
here.
to take your
If you
vitamins,
are a fan of
chat.
Wolves, I want to hear you howl with me on a count of 3. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh! One more time. If you want Gen G to win, let me hear you. And for the Wolves. Oh! And one more.
That is a good howl.
For Masters Toronto.
So you know what's funny is that was supposed to be what they had me doing at Champs.
9-3 half, but let's kind of look at how we
That's
got
why I
it.
was there.
It
But
felt
like
Wolves found a couple of ways
their
forward,
internal
but it
teams
was
just
too
messed
late
up
in the
communication.
They did. I mean, a couple of
Like
opportunities
real
outside
bad,
B, for example, that B main
where
almost for Gen G. Caught
they
off
just
guard
like
a little bit.
didn't have
Obviously see here with the
like the
Econ
proper
report,
audio setup
Coinbase,
to like route it and then like
with a scoreline
figure it
like
out
this,
with
tough to really
commercials.
take away many positives
It was
from.
weird.
I think
I mean, you know, I still got paid for that instead of whatever else I was doing, but
He's had a really brutal first half.
Certainly the anomaly that stands out here for the negative reasons, but again, not
I think what happened was he hit the
riding on
corner.
his shoulders. Like I said, there's.
I mean, that's what I that's I think the most probable. But
If he's dying on site and you're following through, absolutely fine by that. That's not the case.
no, not the howling chat, like interacting with the crowd and
But those
stuff.
3 rounds give a couple of opportunities. The issues begin though with the pistol, Mike, because we've talked about this. I mean, everyone knows it. Gen G statistically are nuts at pistol rounds.
And also when you can take into consideration.
My howl is not good.
Then 3 rounds behind that in the first half.
But good thing there was no howling needed at Champs last year.
That Wolves able to find success here if there's any hope of recovering split.
Just making it harder for him.
6-man for Wolves right now. Slowing down that progress towards site.
But again, it's an early test.
Well, yeah, I had to run a lot more because of that, because it was supposed to be mostly like through the mic and just hyping people up. But
Drawn an extra body, but still mid firmly in control of Wolves, and it's almost actually the.
I mean, it was pretty frustrating, but you know, after the first, it was like whatever, it's not gonna happen. And like the team that was in charge of my section at Champs, like the live audience stuff, they were pretty pissed too, because it's like we had talked about this, like why is this not set up? But oh well.
Lovely, and that's so indicative. Finding texture there feels like there's got to be more.
The guys I was working with were great, but the internal communication over the entire crew was not so good.
But down to 30 seconds now, you'd almost hope that even though texture falls there,
30 seconds left.
You'd want to see Gen G take advantage of that.
And Juicy still able to play into this, and the cross is being launched. That's fantastic from Wolves. A 2v3 though. Numbers
I mean, you can just chill. Just get rid of the small node.
Through heaven, but still, Plant's gonna be in for Gen G.
Do we want to get rid of the small node so you can at least like put the pressure that it might be a pinch?
And maybe a trade out here. Yeah, it is. Lysor going to send him back. Foxy9 wanted to get him
Oh,
Lysor takes
double
him
guessed
down.
himself.
Maybe a chance here to build this game back. Karen can't do it all. Wolves giving themselves exactly what they needed.
First tick in the box.
Production is hard. It is, but the reason I always feel okay calling out production whenever I do is because I've worked production. I've worked IEMs. I've run IEMs. I get it. It's not easy, but it can be done. And quite frankly, IEMs aren't always good. They're much better nowadays, I think. But
the fact it's texture, they know to try and get ahead of this hit.
so I tend to hold production to higher standards.
One of the few examples where actually, even though it's a 1-for-1, a 2-for-2 as well, Juicy and YU able to kind of stop that from developing into any further threat.
Texture's got armor and a stinger as well. He's given away his
Dude,
gear.
the
With
armor
Paranoia,
stinger,
they want to try and
Raid
pressure
Boss
this
Neon,
problem
Force
early,
Spy.
straight up towards heaven.
Yeah, not looking
Bold.
Texture's down.
Bold.
Brilliant hold from him. No support there though. Could maybe make the most of this. See if that BB is in a really good position though. Yeah, lovely catch. Easy. Now he's kind of left in a bit of trouble here. Karen gonna pick up the stinger. Wait! Munchkin just brought out the classic on Juicy. It's a 2v2. We're still at
What is going on?
Fast and furious, the plant.
Why is there a bulldog in Munchkin's hand?
Side. And Munchkin, careful. These corners contain problems. Spring trying to pick up the pieces.
Oh.
Spring lands it. And Wolves stay in this.
Gen.G looking to get a little fruity here. Catch Wolves off guard. Almost did, to be honest with you. Lysor, again, you can't ask for much more when you go for commitment there to the stinger, but
God, it was this that played nervous. That 2v2 at the end of my my days.
There's also the fact that BB doesn't actually swing against the Bulldog. It's a little awkward there to commit to that peak down into hell.
Yep.
Damn, Spring getting up too.
That could have been a disaster. The fact that he kind of waited a little deeper on the rafters. The second on the board, regardless here for Wolves.
Who keeps redeeming the stand command?
Beaten, battered, and bruised here in terms of the purchase.
It's still alive.
What don't you understand?
Scoreline can't stop.
Why he wasn't so good?
Give Gen.G a window to walk it. Juicy, brilliant, brilliant. The confidence being quelled now. Munchkin
Yeah, Juicy getting that kill is huge. Juicy has had a rough game. I mean, he's down to 5 HP, but
certainly
he's here now.
Happy to stand his ground here in the second half, and actually a very active clearance towards mid here.
There.
Take a risk.
Time to smoke.
I have the spike.
This is fabulous timing. This could free up the additional player to hit the rotate. Depends on Ash.
and they have the forward trip too. Thanks to that kill.
Becomes everything. Still about a minute to play.
This is easy map setup for Wolves on the bonus.
To drop and actually then sends the drone through. And I guess,
ooh, Viper gets tagged. Yeah, so you know there's 1-on-1. So they do have the right call.
TP taken. They're already through. This is going to be a plant. Unless.
Yeah, but okay. They make sure they're safe on Heaven.
Side, but this is still a bonus for Wolves.
But it is still a 5v4. That Wolves were still concerned, knowing Gen.G, that there might be another lurk. They'll rotate now. They are going to be a little late. Yeah, they check mid too, dude. I mean, they've done their homework. It's just funny to watch.
Here if he does decide to commit.
But if the util goes right, Mike, they've got Pain Shell, they've got Haunts, they've got Paranoias. They just they need to disrupt the back.
Yeah, the skull is back, Paradox. Welcome, welcome.
It's back-to-back damage. Gen.G making it look almost too easy. Lysor
wow.
can't even make it through CT. There's so much utility in his
I mean, I think that's a result of rotating so late.
Stop the tracks.
And that's he will keep 4 alive here. So much cleaner in their victory in the second half. Sorry, again the purchase not quite there for Wolves. You have to come back in now, and ultimately it's going to burn up pretty much everything in the bank. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Don't need to see him.
I mean, what do you do again? See kills come through like that, and it's really
yeah. That's a frustrating one. That's a frustrating round because you played it so well up to that point.
That was a bonus round, right? If you're looking at it traditionally, that's not the worst thing in the world to lose out on.
Like, he's not flashy, but he's so solid. I mean, yeah, I think he's just gotten comfy with it enough that now he can take duels again, like, really well. but he wasn't good, objectively speaking, in the swap to controller.
Gonna get it in this round, but a chance maybe to build towards it for the next if the purchase is lacking. Gen G firmly in control of mid this time. Maybe want to actually dip their toes to see what was going on early on in the previous round.
This kind of rolls back to that discussion on the desk as well. There's none of that real cyclable utility, and Juicy dominating over towards
Damn, dude, they are wrecking Munchkin.
Maybe showing a lack of respect, but
this could be huge. See if that baby, if he's read this right, if they've got this right, he's in trouble though.
He's trying to get every. Oh, he trades it.
Shot, he's still been taken, but he takes one down with him from the grave near on.
Why, so you gonna stick around for this?
Good position. Commits, catches.
He is. Oh. No, you don't need to. You don't need to.
The rest of the team now in support.
Everyone's
Karen
here.
has no opportunity to play in from here.
Holy.
30 seconds
1v4
left.
Spike over towards Hell. No chance of him having a say in this round, and you touched on that from the desk as well. Almost feels like, yes, the concern being there's no second wave almost. I think Wolves maybe reading into that perfectly in this scenario. But Gen G had to almost commit behind
10
that.
seconds left.
The PRX smoke.
Gen G decide on a timeout.
I mean, I can see. I don't like it.
Because so
You're
far,
talking
I
about
feel
this
like
one, right? Where
Wolves
he has it not flush.
I don't say a grip on this half.
I
They've had a
think
good
they
course
do it
correction
so they
here.
can
Yes, they've got a very good
have
read
certain
so far. We're
angles
seeing
against
them
vents.
approaches perfectly. We've
Because
seen
at
Juicy
first I thought it was a
winning out his
mistake,
fight.
but he's done it
How much more
consistently
is he
enough
doing
that I think it's intentional.
Decide to maybe try and feed into that a little bit.
It also allows you to try to sneak into it for like a earlier angle. It basically pressures that you might have snuck into it, right? Because you have the earlier entry into the smoke.
Starting to see a bit more decisive, confident plays. You're not leaving Munchkin out there on his own again, are you?
Well, don't
I
expect
think
to
it's
keep
because
going
it creates
this time
passive
around.
pressure.
Oh, pace. Okay, pace.
Well, I think it's primarily also to combat the mid smoke. Like that way you basically pressure that like we might have gone into the smoke as well. Because otherwise I think this smoke right now is like this already is just passive pressure, right? That like, hey, we might like push vents, etc. But also I think that gives you a specific angle to look into vents as well.
But once that's gone, you gotta
And then you can like sneak into the corner without being seen from vents if they don't check it. So I think it's just the multiple things. I don't know if I like it, to be honest, because they got punished by it because the defenders just entered it one of the times. I think if you're gonna do that, you actually have to use it more actively a couple more times. But
because it feels like this is the right read from Gen G.
Paranoia. Potential here to send it through. Actually, the root clearance here to be made perfectly timed.
okay.
Really nice. The Paranoia just gonna skim past.
The Paranoia hasn't gotten much value. The grab net has. Ooh, Spring kind of needed to win that.
And now you're gonna see Texture trying to take towards the side. Karen's managed to find light source. See that baby.
Yeah, he was just ooh.
Still holding on. Buying time.
How does he get two?
3v2, and look at Texture's HP. It's low, but the plants coming in. The paint shell gets thrown through. Denies that quick springboard in. And now let's look at the post plant. Where do they decide to hold?
Cage triggered.
One backside, two towards pillar. Why you?
I mean, Gen G they just need to hold. They've got the right angles. They've got all the angles.
Nice from YU. Prying out Ash from the corner. But a complimentary
doable. Doable. Ooh. The calm onto the weak Texture. You pinged it. He wasn't wrapping around you. Why?
Rough turn of events here because
I know what YU was doing though. I know we see the minimap. YU was thinking he's gonna swing right before the ping. So he wants to get ahead of it. I get it. I get it. It is probably objectively the better chance play. But that is unfortunate. Right? Because he ults, and usually the thing to do would, if you're ulted by Cypher, would be to swing out right before the ping. Or right after. Either or. So, I get it. It's unfortunate.
If you're looking at Juicy, you're hoping he's not going over their peak, but you can see where they're approaching. That's the
Yeah, Juicy's had a rough game. He got shut down. a lot, taking dry peaks early on in the first half.
Try and actually react on the back of this trip in mid. To wait for that re-clearance from Wolves and know that there's potentially 1 or 2 bodies invested over there.
This is a really nice approach from Gen G. I like what they're doing here. And it's going to have to pick up the pace a bit now that they've broken this. But they've been given the red carpet.
They haven't fully cleared it. Oh, he needed to, and he gets to. And that's the spike.
Oh, that could be done for. Foxy9 and Ash. How are they going to get back to it? Ram's guarded, it's controlled.
And they walled off themselves too because they thought they were on site. Okay, Spring.
Foxy9 powers forward. Juicy and Lightsaw holding off the dear life.
Uh-oh.
Gen G are a little quick to get to site here.
Uh-oh.
Finding 2 is an absolute miracle here. Texture looking to break the crosshair placement.
Down A.
I think the prep is coming in on this half, right? With the Cypher, the way you're setting up, you're not getting hit by you're not playing in the safe spots that would get salvoed. You just take these more aggressive angles where you're out in the open a bit, but you know, they make the wrong assumptions off of their salvos and you punish that.
They really are. Considering the amount of rounds they had to come in with, they had to go against the
the Benji spot, yeah.
Pistol against Gen G. And now they've built on this. We're starting to see Juicy starting to fire up a bit. We're starting to see the Wolves players looking a bit more confident, getting a good
Stop standing up every round. What? Why are you hating on standing up? Gets the blood flowing?
This utility side
Get your stretches in?
Yeah, I mean, you made that comparison.
You see a better look at your opponents? What you got against it?
Isn't the lurker, right? The one to kind of sell something elsewhere. Wolves know to expect something behind that utility.
I love it. I love it. I love that that's Lysor's trademark, and I love that Foxy9 is giving it back to him as a friend.
Can get a little dicey there with 3, potentially 4 members.
Because they're losing the next round after they stand up. Chat, this isn't... Even Alfair is not losing the round after he stands up anymore.
Any value up against Juicy. See if that does... Yes.
I'm going to say it. All of your superstitions, it's cope. I'm just going to tell you right now. It's actually not... It can't actually hurt you. It's just cope.
All-in piece here with pistols.
1-1-3, maybe looking to try and catch or punish any of those information plays down middle.
They need standing desks. Yeah, who said that?
Yet, really. At least not early.
I think Uber was saying it.
Play off the back of the utility investment, and this is quick though from Ash. Already the drone going to come through. That's going to instantaneously spot the player up towards vents. That being Spring. Foxy9's got to be a bit careful there. Yeah, does manage to back away towards sewers, but gives away position. Now there's a lot of additional support here.
Once again, trying to go contact, so Gen G is trying to fish for all the Cypher stuff and then just execute onto site. This time, obviously, it's Sheriffs, but same thing last time as well.
Still has full kit here, keep in mind.
Trying to find something, but Wolves not really
Sarah, thank you for the hydrate.
Just yet. Rightfully so against this purchase.
Everybody, nothing's going to happen for another 10 seconds. Drink some water.
So 40 seconds now, and Gen G will re-explore mid.
It's still being shouldered by Juicy, who's got his ult. If it's panic stations, right, he can invest that. Still got one over towards site as well. There's the player.
Whoa. Shit, how does Munchkin get away with that?
Juicy now being rewarded. That's probably going to be a 1, but it's done. Juicy doing well.
I'm okay with the showstopper. I'm okay with it. Yeah, he needed this.
Finding steps forward, faltering almost on the way. Looking to thread the needle and find those timings. Having to make the rotations and support towards that A side, but it's not.
I do think it's going to be a B hit next round. I agree, Cold Brew. Because you're doing the same contact play on A on an eco after the previous round.
This could be the key steps to this game now. Actually,
what ults do they have?
Back in on the purchase here for Gen G, so was what they've discussed here. Said the Snake White just catching. Was the paint shell to good use as well. Gets the reset actually. Slow down, maybe separate the remaining members of Gen G.
Dude, I love it from Sufat. Get Juicy going. We got Viper and Omen. Ah, they have Tail. So they are thinking about B.
Got what, players playing middle. You've got the switch up of the Cypher util too over towards that B site, leaving.
But Wolves has the read on it. They've got the Cypher util specifically for the Neon.
Into maybe how Gen.G want to approach this.
I think Wolves almost
It's a big read from Wolves, actually. Lysor's just literally on an island on A site with no cover on Heaven. It's actually insane. But they push out mid for it. It's huge. What a good read.
Gen.G, they're going to be on the ropes.
Going to be kicking themselves because they've been allowed to sit behind these smokes time and time again. Then
what a big read.
It's been Spring tucked back into vents, and this time around, the grand reveal, heartbreak for Gen.G. Left to hold on to these two rifles. And
so the only thing I think Wolves really need to worry about the next round is just like a super fast ult dump.
On the half, what was it, 9-3? It felt like it. I don't want to say impossible, it's just improbable, right?
It's like a Teo ult, salvos, just good old Tejo site execute onto B. And then Foxy9 will get his ult. And so will Munchkin. So
bloody hell, that went what? OT, Fnatic, got across the line.
A bitter dream repeating itself here.
So I think Gen.G will look to do that. It'd be very Gen.G to guarantee the map point.
The scoreline, I said, suddenly becomes such a different looking beast.
How do you feel about Wolves so far this tournament? Oh, I think they're super impressive this tournament. I don't think that, I mean, you know, maybe I'd have to go back and watch, but in my recollection, they didn't play like this during China, but they've improved a lot. And I think a big thing is they look a lot more comfortable. Like each person in their own positions, the calls, etc. But I think the prep has also been really good.
The situation, but it's on the back of, I don't want to say a gamble, but almost a guess to what Gen.G are doing early on here. It's only really been the drone that's been shown. There's no set piece.
Ash and Munchkin are both at 5. That's rough. Okay, they're going to do it on A.
Look at the ults, though.
Yeah, looking towards a
really
here, and Lysol going to have his hands full.
So what, salvo here and here and just ult the site? Just clear it out, push it out, and then Texture follows through? No, they're going to check the cubbies first. Oh, they're going to ult onto the corner to push out anybody. There is no Cypher. Wolves thought it was going to be another B hit. Nightfall doesn't hit. Pit to already block it off. You haven't planted it, though. You haven't planted it. Why would you pit without clearing? Just put up the deadlock wall, Gen.G.
Still alive. 15 HP. Still breathing. Finally goes down. Munchkin giving him a
deadlock the ult. And then pit safely.
Karen now has to back away.
Where's the tail ult? Like what?
Wolves with just one player.
Dude, Gen.G.
Held that down.
Their whole thing used to be we ult dump for map point. What happened? I think they are crumbling.
What are Gen.G doing there?
I think Munchkin is tilted a bit. I think he thinks they can get away with it. I think he thinks they can try to get away with it. I think he can. He thinks he can just out call the round, but I don't think. I mean, it's too late now, but.
These are frustrating rounds as well.
I do think Munchkin just getting shut down on the lurk multiple times has really ruined his mental a bit. And I mean, it ruins, you know, how much you can call as well, right? Because if you're not ever getting, you didn't get the mental conditioning on A with the lurks, you're missing a huge part of the flexibility you have on your calls.
Something very similar of Gen.G here in the second.
One away now. Look at that scoreline, 11-10. Wolves are at the door now. How is Lysol allowed to live that long? As you said.
But this is, I mean, it's like tilt and hubris, I think. There's the timeout.
Really, really tough position to try and potentially pass the spike off, but Karen's so disconnected.
Well, no, it's a good Viper ult for post plant. It's just that they just
doesn't happen. It almost looks like
they knew there was someone on site because it got cleared. The Omen ult got cleared.
It's getting tense now. The second
but they didn't clear it before ulting. But it's because they wanted to prevent a flood, which is fine. But like, you had deadlock wall to help supplement.
Igniting it here, as said, winning hearts and minds throughout this. The underdogs. The whole way through Swiss, they look lethal. Here, they've kept that up. Now, It's one thing to have a close
I mean,
game
I don't
against
think,
Gen.G.
no, I don't think the plan was to ult dump, which is why I'm confused, because I think you should have, and I think Gen.G traditionally is very good at choosing when to dump their ults. The plan wasn't to ult dump. I think literally the plan was get the site, and then we pit, and then we use ults for post plant. But it's like, you had Deadlock ult on top of Deadlock wall, on top of pit. If you can't hold the post plant with that, then...
Actually going to put YU.
And now they think it's coming B, and I don't know if this corner is going to get cleared with the salvos. I think they're going to clear here and close.
And Ash is using that in middle.
They're gonna tail ult here probably. Again, no.
So Ash pressuring towards Heaven early.
He's not going to get, and there's no way. He's going to get played in here perfectly.
That is rough. Yep, there's the tail ult. This is a hard read from Wolves. Giga read from Wolves.
Look at the time. 1 minute 13. The outcome is
Giga just absolutely outread and outcalled.
For what, 4 rounds now?
Back to spawn we go. Again, this composition falling short. The drone invested towards middle. Nothing else to reveal that.
They had to do both. Gen.G either had to do the ult dump on B or A last round.
If the drone's not well invested,
but now with the timeout, with all these ults at 11:10, you know the ult dump's coming. Of course it's coming. You'd be an idiot to not do that.
Today, haven't they, Wolves? Figuring it out. They had recent tape. They looked into it. They found ways to make it hurt. And these 2 final plays for Gen.G, I mean, you got to imagine the comms can't be feeling good right now. It's got to be tense as hell. You just had your timeouts burnt. It is all down to that IGL. The boys on the stage itself.
I mean, they still have one more chance because they have Neon ult and Deadlock ult. Really good ults against in an eco.
Other tables have turned as well. Ash and Munchkin having a similar struggle that Juicy did in the first half. Unable to really have a say, have any input, to be honest with you. As Wolves now will tie things up. 11-11 here on Split.
Oh my God, as if they could take the lead in almost the final hour, right? In the final round near on. Now we're down to the
Why aren't they hunting? I mean, I think it's just, you know, you had to get a right timing on the hunt, because if you hunted too early, maybe A site gets opened up. I think it's just respect.
It was perfect.
I mean, you can see on the replay,
Instead of like trying to get early kills and slowly breaking down one by one.
Gen.G can't really do anything, but because they're so invested, the casualty's too great to recover.
Have they learned their lesson? How do they approach it now?
It's a doable round with Neon ult.
Being explored on towards B main with the util going in, but Gen.G, a test of their mettle here. Wolves' confidence will be sky high. Can they quell it? Can they break their hearts in the final moments?
Not terrible for Gen.G. But Wolves are keeping them at bay, so
it's all been scary.
Wolves still takes the advantage in mid so far. You've already taken care of the one drone, so there's no info. So Gen.G just kind of have to hope, right? No passive pressure on A. That's failed too many times. And Wolves kind of have that assumption. I mean, they're still playing safe 2-on-2, but they're hanging far back. They're not very eager for this information.
Clean sweep behind this smoke.
And now they ditch mid. So even if it's like a ramp through toxic screen to mid, they're like, they don't care. They'll hold here. They've got an extra trip here. It's up on rafters.
At least this time Tex is not going to be sliding into the
you can stop there, and then Juicy's just making sure that he's ready for a fight on Heaven. It's a good setup from Wolves. I think this is going to be tough. The Deadlock ult has to hit, but this trip, I think, is going to mess him up. Oh, he just drops. That's the spike. It's over.
It's on Munchkin and Caron with 10 seconds really.
It is over. There's no shot.
It's up in Heaven. 8 seconds.
They're gonna go for the save. Holy.
Taking the lead in the final hour.
Yeah, see, this time they go hunting because they know they can't lose the round.
The crowd around their seat with him.
And they clean up the round. Nothing for Gen.G to take away from round 23.
Womp womp.
Ults were burnt as well. They've got nothing left to bank on.
No, it's just Spring. Spring is definitely like most pleasant surprise.
How many heroes does this team have? Spring there with those two up in heaven felt like it was a gift.
But several great rounds red in a row. Sufat's calling is back. The timeout helps Wolves as well.
Hold on. It could still be OT. They have not got across the line yet.
Oh, but they used all their ults. It has to be a pure aim duel. And Juicy's got his op now. Same setup, by the way.
Genji just looks so shook right now from how the second half has panned out.
The spike is so late because they don't have an info comp. They have to dump, but that's been shut down because it's been studied. That is going to be the problem with this comp. It's fairly one-dimensional. And the only way you can make it not one-dimensional is by utilizing a lurk with the Viper screen. But that got shut down so many times early that Munchkin, he's not winning his duels today, so he can't do that.
Almost now becoming Genji's downfall in terms
This is the same Juicy that was on Bleed, yes.
What their intentions are. Haven't really
Cypher's a good counter because it's like, now you have to pick and choose if you're going to try to guess where his traps are and try to break it with the salvo, right? He's spotted. Okay, they've kept him at bay. They have to go through while he's stunned.
Can he hold on to this?
Yeah, it's been cleared. They're waiting to draw it all the use. So this is so good from Genji. But Wolves are quick on it. They know what Genji's trying to do. They just flood in. Huge. Massive win from Wolves. Damn. Damn, Sufat's energy, man. Charon did panic that time for sure. Huge win, huge win. I mean, very... Oh, he was saying Juicy, it doesn't matter. Damn, dude. He was taking care of Juicy's mental the whole time. Well played by Wolves. I thought with the way they were getting demolished on the supposed weaker side, but the prep was there for the second half. I told you Wolves and SEN to Toronto finals. In chat, it is one map, but also that would imply that one of Wolves or SEN has to make a lower bracket run at some point, and that's pretty bold. But we'll see. I don't think the thing is, chat, I always say Genji is pretty good. It's almost shockingly so. Pretty good at not tilting after a tough loss. So we'll see. I always think they will, and then they always come back and they're like not tilted at all. So we shall see. We're gonna run some ads, and we'll be right back. No, I did see that, Yusla. No, the filter's kind of loose.
Kick off our
That's
day
why
here,
it's
Master
making so
Marauder.
much
I'm now
noise,
joined by
but
the coach
I'll
of
fix
WOL
it after
stage.
the stream.
Now, so much of this tournament has been defined by the double controller players. How much credit do you give to Spring and Lysor to be the ones to give you that chance to make a comeback in the second half?
I think they did a really, really good job on the second half. Like the timing we had against their comp, like how we choked them, denying them from entering the bomb site, and how we tried to stall on site a lot of the rounds. So I think they get most of the credit for this comeback.
Thank you very much, Fade, and best of luck in map 2.
Folks, the plot armor is strong with the pack as they manage to come back and pick up a massive win on Split. The Wolves are up 1-0.
Donk might have shot himself in the foot. Oh, is he trash talking Simple? Dude, I saw his Donk, Simple, and Zaiwu are all still contending in the playoffs for a CS. That's sick. It's a sick storyline. Yeah, that's a vertical AC, chat. It's a window-mounted AC, but it's vertical. Because a lot of the windows in apartments in Korea are vertical.
Let's start with the first half because that's going to bring us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And Mimi, you're going to break this down because Karen, we pulled off some incredible plays.
Yeah, I want to talk about Gen.G's improvements on defense from the first time they played this map to this time. And the solution is Operator on your Neon plus Deadlock equals you win on defense. Let's take a look at the map and how they play the macro here. They're set up early on with both the Neon, who has the Operator this round, and the Deadlock over towards B. But look where Foxy9's util
I mean, the thing is
Sonic Sensor on A, Sonic Sensor in mid.
This didn't even work the one time. I just think this is. I just think it's they didn't.
Helping all over the map. As I let this one start to play now, you see how early on, despite not having a ton of initiator utility, they're using that grab net to
I just think it's a weak map for Gen.G is all. They don't have a different comp prepped is all. I don't think they meant it to be like a one and done and people would respect it or anything.
To go back into mid, set up over there with his teammate on the Teo. And as you speed through this one, you see how aggressive Texture is. Wolves is putting a lot of pressure over towards A. They're defaulting to take A ramp. And now you see this first engagement coming through. Texture on the op, stays around, gets knocked down to 1 HP, but he does not leave. And that's what's crucial. Because Wolves thinks we saw this op. There is going to be players behind him. We do not want to go into that. So they are now committed to the idea.
Oh, they're talking about the Wolves attack, the one where Texture pushes back out.
There's a ton of util here. A wall goes down. That's in about a minute. So they're forced to shoot
This is the big thing. This is the big thing.
Still, he's posted in B main.
Yeah.
And Wolves, they have no
not even
choice
just
but
posted
to
in.
get
He
into
takes
the
a more
site,
aggressive angle
execute
to
out.
absolutely clear it and get first contact. That's the real big thing.
At the beginning of the round, Foxy9 did not have to be on site to help his teammates win this one out. And credit to Wolves, they had some incredible trades. I'll just let the rest of this play because they almost won this round, but it was this 4K from Caron to close it out.
All right.
And it was all about that great macro game on the first
While
half
we're
for
waiting,
which is why, GB,
let's use our brains, chat.
flabbergasted that Wolves have won this map.
Yeah, because then if we take a look at the second half of play, things change dramatically. I mean, even just look at the track there. You were seeing utter domination from Gen.G in that first half.
Wait, resolve flight tour freeze marionette
Started to see the Wolves little by little. Those
spirit
boys were howling and they were picking up those kills.
And the star player from that half, CU, FUD, and Spring, those pushes, the control that we were seeing over
Okay,
the side.
flight, hotel, car. These are all things you would need on a trip.
For the side
tour,
of
maybe.
Gen.G. Definitely, this Wolf roster has proved that they have what it takes. We also see it in the reactions on the first half.
Yeah, okay.
See if I just hitting the table, being like, I'm not enjoying this, and then standing up. Come for us. We know exactly how we want to play that defense. And yeah, actually,
Mouse, elephant, fawn.
I want to give so much credit in this win to Lysor. He had great moments
Fight,
individually,
freeze,
obviously.
freeze,
but
timeout.
His biggest piece of impact on that map was his anchor smokes across their defensive side. You look at the last
I love
round,
CFAT's
he's
energy.
smoking for his teammates to hold on B. The round he's anchoring A and gets a 3K. He's smoking for himself to play around it. He was doing that practically every round. So the anchor players on Wolf were always staying alive long enough for the rest of the team to rotate in and win those flood retakes that they just kept winning.
Yeah, it did feel as if Gen.G
Grit and resolve would go along.
to figure out how to get through, how to crack the egg on some of these sites here. There's a lot of problems that we're seeing on the Gen.G side, which is not something that you're used to hearing. Let's get a little bit more insight from Coach Solo, standing by with Yinsu.
We're heading to Genji's map pick here. I'm joined by their coach Solo and Jen Lee to do some translations. Now,
Sorry, Insu, you're gonna get covered up by connections.
So much about this game, so much of this game is about the mental. So who out of your players can you rely on to make sure to keep the boys calm on stage?
감독님 다음 맵 선셋인데 아직 울부즈가 공개하지 않은 맵이잖아요. 이럴 때 분위기를 다 잡는 게 무엇보다 중요할 텐데.
I guess spirit then, right? He's got that fight in him. He got the spirit.
일단은 저희가 지금
Metal. Yeah, there you go.
좀 분노가 많이 차 있는 상태고, 네, 그리고 뭐 저희 뭐 팀 리더인 먼치킨 선수가 잘 이끌면은 네, 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Well, we're pretty upset right now with the comeback happening on Split, so I think Munchkin has to take the lead, and I think he has to lead the team into feeling better and having the high energy.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see a map 3. Thank you very much.
Marionette.
Coach Solo, you're going to be looking for Munchkin to be the guy who kind of brings the team back together as the IGL for this
Marionette.
team. Sunset is going to be coming up next here. You got this.
Today's is easy. These two are easy, relatively speaking.
The crowd losing their mind round after round.
Threes, quick glitch timeout.
Yeah, how could you not, right? It was just so awesome to watch. But now you have
bad things for a website to do. Dude, he brought a headset too. That's sick. That dude brought a headset too.
I was saying, since that loss to Sentinels, ever since they managed to
I mean, I just figured they were very similar things that could happen, but what is this?
Against Genji, it was going to be no different. Now, thinking of Sunset of this next map that we're going to see, I love that
classic Disney film. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it has to be like some sort of fairy tale or something. Fawn, elephant, mouse, like it all goes together.
It has to be on the strategy because we still have not seen Wolves play this map in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll be getting the agent select here. Let's see what we end up getting. And
yeah, today's was pretty easy.
Okay, a double duelist comp with the Raze and
the YU Raze, really? You call Raze?
This is the first time Wolves have played this map, so this will be a surprise for Genji.
I mean, I did not expect this double.
I didn't see this coming, but
in the more supportive roles, of course, in the Strongholder as well as a Sentinel. But on the Race is something that I did not expect to see here. I wonder how much is going to affect Genji and how much pressure that now puts in Fox
what
and Maxine and
does marionette mean? Marionette is like a string puppet.
Cannot let Genji's deadlock get set up in a post. That's how Fnatic lost to them.
All right, well, Toronto, do you want a map 3?
Marionette is like a,
let's go ahead and send this one back over to
like
your
the puppets that are controlled from
Hi-Pop.
above with strings.
Thank you so much. And yeah, the desk leading us in perfectly to, I think, this one, Mike, because...
Why does everyone say YU? Well, I just started saying it because the casters were saying it, because they're given whatever the team submits.
Yeah, and I think as well you look at the pedigree of this Genji
But I think that is what, because if I think back, when I was casting in Korean, back when he was at an international, I don't think we said UICA. I think we said YU, so I think that's just what they submit. Pies of Lee. Oh, dude, I can't wait for Masters to be over so we can play Liza P. I can't wait to replay it and then play the DLC. So excited.
And if we are just tuning in, you missed a belting map 1, but
yeah, where were you?
Yeah, so the big thing for Gen G is, hey, look at Wolves punishing this B wall. Nice and early. Wow, this is going to be the crucial thing both on attack and defense. Gen G, they play B main and they kind of take it for free.
Showing of pressure. Certainly left wondering.
Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers for Liza P. Or the DLC. I mean, I've played the base game, but
walk through top mid.
And I like the reaction from Wolves though, kind of pushing YU.
Is there a fawn in Disney films? Bambi.
You also have CUFAT BB doing the same thing from the B side. But it does seem like this late pressure. But again,
yeah, but Monnier was also submitted by PRX at the time. I don't know who submitted it wrongly, but that's what Pansy said. They get the submissions from teams, which I know as well. But I do know there can be some bad breakdown because, like, for instance, the Korean cast, like the Korean office sometimes submits it on their own. Oof. And like it's not in line with what the global gets, but
seconds, it's late in the day. If one of these things goes wrong, one of these players lands a shot, it could have gone sideways. It doesn't. Genji
big pistol, very clean.
Wolves left wanting here. CUFAT BB can do very little from this. A 1v5, barely a touch of damage even achieved. This is exactly what Gen.G would have wanted. Controlled in approach, reading maybe these flanks are going to be coming in.
Didn't PRX tweet they didn't submit? I don't know, but I think I remember somebody on PRX saying they didn't. That's not what they submitted, but like somebody submitted it, right? It's not. Basically, what I'm saying is it's not the casters like reading it on their own. Like it was submitted somewhere. And
Yeah, and this is also, I don't want to say a negative impact, but you've got Gen.G who have experience in this. They're going to know to be able to feel out that tempo. Oh, Brennan and Josh are here early. Good to see them turning up.
Game 2.
Yep, getting ready. Getting their prep done. But again, this is something you're going to start seeing. This experience does come into these moments.
now they go fast.
As it stands, though, Texture
Triple Guardian. Gold with the neon.
Get one of those. But this is the start you want to see from Gen.G on this map, looking confident,
decisive.
Because Wolves refuse to kneel in map 1. Gen.G have to re-establish themselves now.
Right here.
They know he's still sticking around.
Gen.G, this is nice. It is so decisive. Yeah, this is no holding back. I feel like there was a big chat after that last map.
Yeah.
You even saw it in the coach interview, right?
And they're just going A two times in a row. I would like to see Gen.G go A again in round 3.
And they need that, but one half apparently means nothing. Wolves will happily take the distance, but for now, Gen.G, clean, concise, perfect.
And I guess as well, what you want to see is kind of Ash and Munchkin get themselves back online, because first half of the split, you can kind of write it off. Team's doing well, all good, but with the mistakes, we didn't even get the ping through, by the way. I thought there was maybe a ping, but yeah, I was like, oh, it's not there. But yeah, you certainly want to see Ash and Munchkin come online here early on Sunset.
Nice and clean.
You need him to be the emotional leader as well when you're looking at Texture too. Keep those spirits thigh, keep them.
They're not gonna do it.
It can shake you to your core, those sort of
But they aren't gonna work B main yet.
One of the highest pedigrees there is.
Right? You expect them to work B main, so you. But this is good. The aggressive trip is good. That way, Wolves after like a minute, they can move away from it if they want.
Texture up here.
There isn't a fast hit on A. That's why they're trying to refill B main, just to try to get ahead of the toxic screen.
Himself in mid now. GC.
I think you TP A though, and you trust the trip. Oh, dude, and then it's just a slow creep back.
Yeah, they are. They're back now.
And then the next round you work B, I think, because it should be the weaker buy. So the next round you work B, and now Wolves can't figure out what to do. Oof.
Setting up his own downfall at that point, and Gen.G once again, this is looking like they've had a mean old talking to.
Yeah, the whip certainly has been cracked. Perfect.
Yeah, it's another rough start for Wolves. They came back from it last time. We'll see.
Well, Gen.G gonna give away
I do think the double dive will be good against Deadlock.
To support it.
See if Foxy 9's got some good setups for it.
Version of the bonus. Aaron shows his hand. Getting a little weird.
I would be, but if I'm Wolves on attack, I wouldn't think that it's free just because it's double dive against Deadlock. Because like, Gen.G places their util very specifically in a way that allows Foxy 9 to just take fights that he wants, even if he gets swarmed, and that's when he shines, is taking these fights. So
was it round 3
I'd be curious.
It was early.
The second was by round 7, but I think the first one might have been after the bonus conversion.
No pressure on him yet, though. This is still early days. But again, if you're
I think
you do need to kind of keep.
I mean, I think you're relying on the fact that you have the read that you can punish the B main pretty easily. This is a nice timeout from Vade. It's going to make Gen.G kind of double think, but it is going to be an eco round anyway. So I think Gen.G is not going to be afraid of working B. They don't have to hit it. They don't have to rush it. But I think they will work B. The bigger question is not this round, but in the further rounds, what does Wolves do about B main? I think you just put the early trip, the aggressive trip again,
This is Wolves now kind of saying, look,
and then just rotate early.
Don't allow Gen.G to remain
and then play retake through a flank and then re-clear mid, because Gen.G doesn't have passive info on the flank.
For those feelings of map 1 to return. For now, though, Gen.G have done exactly what they needed, right? Kept the Wolves away from the door, kept them at bay here. They've not been able to even get really feeling out the game. Yeah, CFET maybe had a couple of kills in the exit, but that was about it.
Oh, I mean, I think Wolves will get B main control. What I'm saying is, if I'm Wolves, I would be cautious of like thinking that getting into B is free, because Gen G, same thing on Haven. They set up Foxy in a way where he can like just duel 1v2, 1v3 around his and teammates' util. So while the macro, you might win the macro, but if you can't win the fight, you know, that's.
Going wrong for Gen G.
And I do think that's something, you know, it's what I said about Fnatic as well. That's something that they have to punish for Gen G on C site. But until it happens, you don't know how good he is. Because he is very good at it. Like, I respect Foxy 9. I just think it should still be punished.
Certainly a fact finder for Wolves to.
So they still work A, which I think Wolves wasn't expecting, especially with the one-way. I mean, I thought it might be a B work as well.
This kind of steadies the ship after a very rough.
This is going to force Wolves to rotate over to A.
Keeps them feeling concise about everything, feeling
they do get the spot in mid though, so they will eventually double back to B.
As I said, confidence builders. You got to look at that last half of map.
But Gen G, they have numbers, they have weapons, so they want to, you know, let it be known that they are thinking about B site. Very reasonable. That'll buy some time.
Lysol desperate to try and get something behind that one way.
Texture creeping closer as well. Taking control of back.
They know he's somewhere in there. Yep. They're watching it double spring.
Gen G making up for the errors of map 1.
Flawless round 4 conversion here. Almost repeating, what was it, 6-0 maybe?
Yeah, no, they can't hear this. They can't hear this trip unless you like immediately walk in.
Potentially. Obviously, Wolves going to come back in with a purchase now, getting close to that first ult cycle here. Juicy Sue, Fat BB, the ones closest here, just one away from the Sova, the Euro Ultimate.
So Wolves, they go for the same trip again? They do. And then they look heavy towards A side. Mid's being pressured fast. Fake, dude, the fake TP to keep them all behind.
Fair amount of this early, and they do start their rotation towards this B side. They felt that pressure.
Or the fake ult, sorry.
Lysol didn't manage to find too much impact from this position back pillar, but
actually burned both of the cases already, so
this is a nice kind of check off the list.
But I think that Omen ult almost allows Wolves to try to reset onto B.
Foxy 9 does actually get his ultimate online with the
Juicy, make up your mind. Jeez.
Just cutting sound
and then they just cut noise. Wow. So you know that there's so much that Wolves has to re-clear if they bite the bait on the Omen ult, that they'd have to re-clear like everything. You just cut noise, force him to go back to default. You have Deadlock ult to push people away. Paranoia, that's huge. It actually hits. It's kind of big. You know Juicy's there. 2v1. Good fight from Gen G.
Try and control this, get that smoke back in towards market, make sure there's no threats from there, and a really good sight take from Gen G.
A body to the good as well. Man advantage here. 3v4 for Wolves. Currently still locked out.
Didn't get to clear the corner that Foxy 9's playing in as well. This is really, really tough to get back in. Wolves going to try and make something.
The angles aren't bad, it's just the wall is rough. Oh, shoot, Karon had to not die there.
How the hell did Wolves just walk into this site like it was nothing?
What?
Strolled back in. How? Disrespecting the smoke a little bit, and this felt so comfortable for Gen G.
Holy.
They had a great sight take, good uses of the ults.
How'd that first kill come through?
Oh,
I mean, this was just ahead of the execute, but...
Oh, boy. Oh, dude. Spring just styled on him.
Yeah, don't be like that.
What's the plan? Gen G.
Okay, damn,
that's
dude.
Gonna take the wind out of the sails a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not like Gen G to really show a lack of respect
that
to
is.
a team.
I mean, yeah, that was that was a little bit. I mean, Karon was Spring just styling on him, but and him missing, but
back to what was working, though. These A-takes
the other ones were kind of lackadaisical.
Texture going to give away some of the game by at least kind of highlighting. Yeah, that ult's coming in. Hunter's Fury now layered in on top to try and really add that stress towards Gen G. Texture's going to find Spring though. Why are you good trade with back and forth?
Gen G has to keep pushing. Yeah.
Their way in, brawling out towards A. They've won it. The plant next on the cards. This is a 2v4. This should be safe. there shouldn't be problems.
Please don't use the Euro ult. Please don't do it.
Start it. A lazy check on the top. Oh my God!
Not again.
A 1v2's doable.
They know that Genji's gonna take these fights. It's good from Wolves. They know how Genji plays. They know how Genji plays on contact.
Going to be rewarded. And Wolves tried to get again in their faces under the skin, but Genji in control.
Just before that, Wolves, you could see just almost the panic, the confusion as this hit comes through. Was pacey from Genji, back of Texture. But the Hunter's Fury just causing some real issues in terms of, tucking themselves into sight, forced out into the open.
And again, the scaling from Genji was so nice though, right? Like the trading there coming out from Foxy9, good spacing between the first pick from Texture. It felt like they were in such good positions just to, as
All right, back to Sheriffs for Wolves.
Every swing that was coming out from Wolves.
Juicy revealed here, trying to make his way out into mid. Texture
No, TG can get top 2 in playoffs. I mean, it seems impossible, but they can still do it. Anybody can still do it if they make top 2 in playoffs. They make the grand finals of stage 2.
Almost begging Wolves to sit inside it. See Spring and are you happy to do so for the time being? It's a bit of a question mark created towards, I guess, a backstab on B site. Lysor obviously a couple of checks here and now once the smokes deplete.
Pressure in mid, force the default.
Telling that nobody's progressed through.
This time they've taken B main control though.
But again, that's going to put CU Fat BB and
Cleared out the trap.
Pretty tricky position here with 3 members of Genji now making progress towards them.
And starting to see some of that versatility from Genji and some of their comfort in this map, it feels like, right? Able to work this map really well, cause these uncomfortable rotations.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not out. It's just it just seems impossible. They can miraculously get top 2 and then place better than G2 at champs.
Towards that CT side, not willing to fight out just yet. Trying to stall off the util.
It's not actually over. You have to be careful with your language, because
Near on mechanical at this point. 12 seconds. Yes, it's late, but faith in their scaling capability. What is going on here?
Okay, he'll still get it.
But this was in a round with Sheriffs, so not much more. I don't know if this was an intended approach, but Genji still.
Ooh, the sneak in. NT from Juicy.
Mistake made and a punish to be had. Genji making sure they know.
No, it's not copium, but you have to watch out how you say things online, because people will just be like, no, they're done. It's like, that's not a fact.
Wolves unfortunately not finding any sort of safety.
It's more or less. They are more or less
up close
out of main VCT, but it is not actually done. I'm not saying like we should hope that 2G can do it. I'm just saying like it's not a 0% statistically speaking, because people don't understand the rules. So if you just say that, people are going to be like, oh wow, I guess they're out.
A positive to have to rely on that, but already 6-1 the scoreline. Looking for something from Wolves to get them back on track, and a very.
I mean, we all said Wolves was the worst team at Masters. We all said T1 was the worst team at Masters. You know, I know the chances are even slimmer, but like, again, there's a difference between, I think it's more or less done versus like, no, they're actually out.
Yes, we still know Lysor is here, but he's got problems galore. Players everywhere.
Oh, but he gets one. He stays alive. The trip.
Spring to find Foxy9, but the site's still theirs. Juicy gonna try and get all that info he can here.
Ooh, they're gonna stick this.
Here come the next layers towards
Munchkin's here just in time, but that rushes them.
in unison doing well. 2v2.
Huge flash. But he knows the angle. Oh, Ash, that was so close.
Wolves out of their seat as Genji now feeling that pressure.
Second on the board, and
didn't you see Leo tweeting it wrongly too? Oh my god, Leo tweeted it wrongly.
Potential to try and recover. I was almost a little concerned there.
That can't be happening. This is why you have to be careful.
Behind this execute. Genji navigate their way in fairly comfortably. I mean, able to cut sight lines, kind of mitigate this risk of the one-way on main.
Ash could have won that. Ash could have won that.
Of this sight hold.
Probably should have won that after he got the first kill.
Quite stick the landing on a post plant on B. Cutting through.
But this time they've got to have noted maybe there was some aggression somewhere, information to be had.
Oh, Leo.
Gen G know about that.
I don't
Wolves
know
can
yet.
sit back and
Oh,
maybe
Leo.
make that the ace up their sleeve.
Autumn Buzz, thank you for the
remainder of
gifted
first
sub.
half. Not many rounds to play
Welcome, Rolly005. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you.
3 players this time towards A though for Wolves as Gen G start their build up again. We've been very complimentary on this, but this time playing a little bit more aggressive on towards this elbow side. Nice. Actually, you can already see that Sufat BB did back away, but there's that swing coming out from Foxy 9, but a good trade this time. The additional body might make
Yeah,
the
Wolves might start taking this part of the half if Gen G can't figure out a good B round.
3v4 they're through, but that's it. Juicy and Why you both find kills. Now putting Ash up against the ropes to try and recover here.
Oh, okay, Wolves. I feel like once they get that little bit of confidence, that ability to start getting that read into Gen G, they get so dangerous. But
Charon
trying to make
is
something out of this.
a little
Sufat
iffy
BB is
today.
just holding onto this corner, making him work for this one. 30 seconds. Oh, what?
Damn.
Even I'm turning around. I know he's out
What?
of his seat.
Show me that one. Just on the back of destroying the dart.
Jesus.
And that was what, maybe 2 or 3 bullets tapped through the box here.
Why does this make me a believer? I'm always such a cynic to this. But you're on board. It scares the life out of me because you're looking at Gen G, right, and we've been commenting their scaling, their ability to trade in well here. But Wolves probably...
What?
How can you not love this guy? He's top of the board as well for Wolves. He's not just the personality player. But Gen G want to get right back into it, looking aggressive, right up the guts, right up middle. But the paranoia is perfect, and Texture gets really put under test. But no, he's fine. Still wants more. Still exploring further. Texture right amongst the Wolves now, trying to separate, divide and conquer as they lean towards B. The rotation gets difficult.
Okay, Gen G kind of needs this round to be successful, because otherwise Wolves will have an easy time with the reads.
Gorgeous from him though, denying rotation.
Oh, dude, he knows.
Texture, absolutely
How does he still only get 4, man?
Just like that, a pace change.
The
Completely.
4K, the 4K King, Mike. Who cares about the ace? Just keep doing that.
That's so funny.
Haymaker thrown from Gen G.
That's so funny.
Able to convert as well. Foxy 9 did actually.
Dude, he saw the jump peak and he said,
I love this. You've got such great personalities here. Texture giving it right back. Sufat BB doing so well.
But that matters because now you've put pressure here and the B hit. Like, you're letting them know that the last 2 rounds you could still go B. And they go again. Because you think they'll go back A. It's a good read from Gen G. They needed a successful B hit.
Lysor is revealed. That's not the first time, but they don't know about Spring until now.
Ooh, that's huge from Spring. Huge from Spring. Bails out Lysor.
Synergy. Ash tries to do what he can. He's down to 1 man. And it's not happening.
Damn, Spring?
Just when Gen G feel like they can build upon that pace change, Wolves dig their heels in. With his headshot angle not suiting Gen G whatsoever.
But I feel like the Wolves, you think you might have got a beat maybe on towards Lysor,
Dude,
right?
what
Maybe
is
Lysor
that?
punish him. No, they fight together. It's so sick.
And where map 1 looked a little disjointed at times for Wolves, now you're seeing
That was...
players
Holy.
throwing their lives on the line to maintain these site holds. Again, though, Gen G.
They're trying to all in it. Oh, huge from Charon.
God, Charon, you mad
That is
man.
bold.
Takes
They threw the grav net to tie them up, and then they create a crossfire on site. That's a wacky execute.
In these moments. Bullet rattles through, doesn't find a thing.
Sound sensor up.
How are you meant to play back in? Look at that litter of utility.
Honestly, though, 8-4, it can be an interesting half because Wolves can still will have a couple chances to show what they've prepped against the weak B.
Grip hold of this one. Close, but not close enough. I mean, this is again the strength here. Gen G, a stark reminder. You don't let us get to those post plants. Keeping a firm lead at 8-4.
That's so funny. All right, halftime. I gotta be right back.
Gas left in the tank here for Wolves. See how that pans out in the second half.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
And at 8-4, we come back with the tantalizing prospect of what this second half is going to look like. It was competitive, Gen G knowing their strengths here, but Wolves certainly making them work for that lead.
Absolutely. Again, not really able to establish momentum on either side. You look at the timeline, a stark contrast to split, at least this halfway point.
We do start to see as well the viability of that double duelist coming into effect here on this attacking side.
I mean, certainly this is where we want to see it employed to its, I guess, best applications. We do have the econ report here from Coinbase. Not much.
Pretty even spread
here. To be honest.
All right, I'm back.
Again, nobody really establishing themselves and really stretching their legs.
No, I didn't keep it muted because I wasn't sure if I would miss the first round. But we always get demonetized anyway because of the walkout music and the timeout music and
the anomaly, really, the scoreboard. It's 8-4.5, but everybody kind of pulling their weight on both sides. So he did get the pistol in the first half, so looking for a chance here. Wolves maybe to get back online.
all right, there we go.
Still a comeback required.
Yeah, this
on
B
map
hit.
2.
This is what you got to be worried about.
They've already shown us unbreakable mental.
So Foxy 9 already different setup. You've got a Yoru setup
The prime candidate
on the second trip. The first part's the same.
Go with things once more.
Why is he using the G2 Classic?
Let's see how Wolves approach this again. We're somewhat
Why are
in
they
the
using the
dark here
G2
ourselves
Classic?
on a map that we've seen them often go towards. Gen G on the other side, opting for the three-play start towards the A side. Foxy 9.
I was going to say, just him here, but on the pistol round, he's able to basically
Yeah, but this is, I mean, this is so much time bought.
on the back of his utility, a trade-off for damage.
And then he has another grab net. Ancients will clear the first trip.
Quite a long rotation, so I think he needs to play safety here, Mike. Slip back towards CT.
I was going to say, with as many people chipping
So he
away,
actually just backs out because he can't fight off of the stun.
but Gen G will
Does still have that second grab net.
elsewhere on the map, looking for maybe a lurk behind this.
Or the first one, I guess.
That Cypher util in place, so they've got some security towards B main, but that will be threatened soon. The Sheriffs are on the way, but YU finds Foxy 9.
Oh.
Catching him sleeping towards CT. Oh,
Dude, what are these hops?
sensational from YU. And
Now they know.
All the pressure from the choke point. All eyes can turn towards this. Yes, the paranoia goes in, does very well. Great connection. Spring better. Wolves clawing back into this game, leaving just Ash locked behind that smoke.
Now almost looking like fools, really. See Fat BB to seal the deal here.
Oh,
Fifth for
boy.
Wolves and a pistol round to kick off the second half. Beautiful setup here, and Wolves absolutely making the right decision to dig a little deeper and continue exploring. Like I said, with a lack of contact on the back of Foxy 9 showing his hand. I think Wolves read the situation perfectly.
4 Bulldogs. Big buy.
It's going to be one Sheriff.
All right, one Guardian.
In the hands of Texture, on the side of Gen G. That's juicy. Really bringing a Sheriff to the party here for Wolves. The Guardian and 3
So they
Bulldogs
just want to
elsewhere.
prioritize ult orb. No reaction. So they're okay with the 3-man wait on A.
Outside B. Nobody from Wolves quite yet revealing themselves.
Gen G going to be the ones to have to be almost reactive to this at this point. Taking a gamble. I like the deeper search from Texture there. It's a little bit of a look. Could free up some of the players potentially, but hard to have faith in this still. Looks very similar to the first. Again, have to be very aware of Foxy9 and that utility.
I think the round is somewhat over, but
Here it is.
oh,
Work, but forced off the angle
yeah,
here.
but both of them get by.
They're looking for a punishment.
Oh, the paranoia keeps him alive, man.
To stave it off long
Dude,
enough.
any other gun, and they're both dead, but the paranoia. Oh, Ash, how did you get 2?
2 headshots are 2 headshots. Gives them back away into this round.
There's a Sheriff for Texture.
Trying to isolate. Munch going to get away from this side, but
Texture needs to swing. There it is. Holy.
Risky to go for that, and Gen G doing so well in that mark.
Holy.
I can't believe they got away with that. The desperation to close down on back of pillar.
Dude, that was.
so precarious on the way in.
I mean, this is sure, but this, dude, the fact that he gets the second kill. Oh.
Paranoia. Certainly landing here, paying dividends for Gen G. Like you said, converting this MasterCard thrifty.
Yeah, they needed to wait. After the initial pieces of util, the paranoia I thought was going to be good enough, but
they are a team that will take them every day of the week.
And they will always
they needed to wait.
to kind of toy with the rhythm of some of these rounds.
Dude,
where
early
guys
timeout.
were over. First step in that foot in the door.
But that's what Gen G did well a couple times on Split as well, right? Is that you get in and they just like keep waiting. They just keep waiting. They just keep waiting.
Hard-hitting Valorant's what they've shown us, and certainly the mid-round
That's something that Wolves need to do.
Macro overall, but in these sort of situations where you've got to take a breath, be able to react to some of the things that Gen G are, on the fly going to come up with.
Again, it's the diligence of Gen G. There's a reason they are seen as probably one of the teams to beat in this tournament. I think a lot of people have been, including me, thoroughly impressed with their capability. I think there was always that worry of how much does that Swiss stage take out of them.
This is really early, but I think
but they've come out and still looked exceptional, setting the standard.
I think it's okay.
Throughout this. That was only one round dropped, but it was enough for that timeout to come in there for Wolves.
I think almost maybe
I think basically you're talking about, okay, like everything's fine, but if you don't see as much util immediately, once the duelists get in, you wait for the flood util and then you strike back instead of dumping all of our util first.
Don't need to do anything too out of their normal wheelhouse here. Let's see what Wolves get up to.
Space conceded, but Gen G very aware of the fact, which is why we're seeing commitment towards holding this. Maybe mitigating some of this risk, but
oh, there's a sonic sensor, huge. Okay, they whoa. They kind of
weapon upgrades as well.
That was
paranoia early, but it knows now that there's also time to set into this post plant. The final 3 players coming back.
That was not clean from Gen G. Well, it was whiffy, but also like you were covering each other's line of fire. You had to just swing wider. One of you had to swing wider, but both of them wanted to take like the safe angle.
That's about it for now. Smoke in towards CT. The time starting to tick.
One of them had to swing wider, so both of them had room to work with.
Goes in towards main. Pressure starting to mount here. And Texture. Oh, he gets given a gift there. Spring with a trade, but a 1v2 now called upon.
Doable.
CFFB only has the classic. Oh my God.
You know he's back there.
This is doable. This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
But he's got
The drone. Oh my. How are neither of them ready to clear the recon? How are both of them getting pinged? And how is Ash not reacting after the dart?
They gave them this space.
Oh, it lands on texture. That's why. Okay, that's a bit more understandable.
Just ridiculous.
I've never seen this happen. These moments are rare for a reason,
that is a
but there something
tilter.
in the water with this team. Wolves never down, never out. And Gen G sent back to basics. Look at the buy they're left to work with. Still in the lead at 9-6. But Wolves fight tooth and nail to get back in this game.
That rock solid mental starting to rear its head.
The new
once
agent is
again.
controller, but that's later though, right? That's end of the
Still
year.
3 to find
I
to
had
time things
heard
up here
it
on
was a
Sunset.
controller by several people already.
Chance here with just a
I
Guardian
think
on
it's
the
just
board
like based
to
on the
both
pattern,
the
right?
Sheriffs, actually. Can they follow through?
Take flight.
Munchkin up close and personal here for the Guardian. Right, the snake bite pretty early on. We'll spot a second player as well. Big information. Big damage as well onto Munchkin.
God, Munchkin's lucky to be breathing. Forced away, has to respect it. Foxy9 going to take a touch
Hey, they
damage.
refill. They have aggressive angles on A, so the only thing you have to worry about is this, and Ash is watching that.
Big win.
Overall positions aren't terrible for Gen G.
The tools drawn out from Gen G's arsenal.
This is still dangerous though. A lot of players on
It's
this
just the
side of
weaponry.
Gen G. Yeah, maybe one's down a little low, but that's bodies. Spring starts to
Kind of
clear
needed
house, so
that needed
takes
to be a
away
one and done.
Munchkin.
You needed to get
The
one.
follow-ups, they get it. Wolves, step by step. You can see the adjustment, Mike. You noted it. It's a wild spray. Ready for it, but the prayers are answered. What's down
Dude.
next? Yes,
Wolves are looking good.
one back, but it's still a
But look at how
4v2.
that one timeout, and look at how patient they are,
Get
taking it
over
step
here.
by step,
He's gotta do something, but Ash
taking
is
out one
forward.
target at a
It's all on
time.
Texture, the 4K king has to keep that crown on his head here if he wants this one. Spring down low, but 3 players up against him. The timer ticking away. Trying to make something of this, make miracles happen, and
NT.
not today for him. Super BB once again, the closer in this. Mike, that tempo change there was tangible, right? That pause, that slow, that weight,
30
that
seconds
next layer to this. I feel like Wolves have got a bit of a finger on the pulse now.
Absolutely. Absolutely dialed into the rhythm of Sunset now.
One enemy remains.
Edging closer and closer to tying things up.
No one is.
Huge purchase here now coming in for Gen G. though.
Yeah, I'm looking at an operator here and caused a lot
Yep,
of
this is the
first
biggie.
half, but
You've got Neon ult as well, so you could even still go for a retake. See what Wolves has prepared to punish this. They should know that it's going to start on A side, because the default is deadlock on B. It's either A or mid.
a change of disciplines in the early round.
It looks like they want to avoid this. They don't fancy it, right? They get that little bit of a reveal, noting its texture on the side. I
Yeah,
don't
they
think
saw
even
it.
know the
I was going to say, did they spot? Certainly, we did see him very active on split in terms of repositioning, but
So they
here
say
on the
just
minimap,
bail,
what's played out of this if Wolves decide
and they're trying to go
follow through here.
fast.
Munchkin once again on the run.
They
here.
might
Good
pay for this. That's a
counter-paranoia,
big...
but
Oh,
and
he waits
actually
for it. He just clears it.
considering but
Takes...
it's all a ruse, all a distraction as Foxy9's fallen, and now they're desperate. Munchkin.
Oh, dude, Munchkin is not winning a single proper duel today.
Where the spike is still yet to go through. Nice pacing on this again. This discipline, Mike. It's once again in effect. This slow
Yeah,
down.
look at Spring go. This is huge from Spring. They don't expect it. Now they just wait. They just wait until Spring gets there. Spring gets texture. That's huge.
Falling. Wolves back in business again.
The Heretic's Curse might be real. That would be insane, though. That would be actually the most crazy stat.
Way over the top of the wall. Yeah, unfortunately, Gen G now, the ones left in recovery mode in a number of these rounds. God, Fade.
He's going through it, man. He's going through it.
Somebody get medical down.
Fade is going through it. That's so funny.
This is what what an exceptionally good game between these two. I want to see now the depth of Gen G get brought out, right? They're a team that we've always...
How often do we say that?
I know, right? Like, how mad
yeah.
is that conversation to have at this point? I think a lot of people looked at the games today and looked at that second game as like the crowning piece of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're under a rock for the last week or so...
Fade watching PRX. Texture, I mean, all of them are pretty frustrated, but I think it's because Gen G is a team that's built on... a lot of their strats are built on aim. And if you can't hit your shots, it's rough.
Here we are at 8-9. And the way that they've
Munchkin and Karen are both struggling today.
Again, that early timeout, I question marked it to an extent. The value was second to none. They've got the tempo right now.
So, there's only one member of Wolves positive, by the way, on the scoreboard, which is just lunacy. Obviously, on the other side, Texture leading the charge for Gen G. No surprise there.
You can't say he's not trying, Mike.
Not gonna lie, I can see Wolves winning the whole event now, like T1 won Bangkok, and you will make a really high quality members only video about it. Like, how did Wolves win VCT with following the meta?
It's only a ball standing in the way.
If they do, I would make a video about it.
Things up. This time we'll tuck a player into mid. Munchkin tasked now with maybe starting to control this chaos that Wolves been able to tap into.
Just Sheriffs again. One Bulldog on Munchkin.
And here comes the final boss, Texture.
Dude, Neon ult? Oh no.
Oh! Ignores Texture, goes for the back line. Reward is there. Wolves making me a believer in this.
Holy.
Looking like 9-9 is about to be carved
Holy.
in that scoreboard as Foxy9 has 4 players to take down.
Hey, what's up, Tron? Hey, goodbye, Tron.
Cover that Bulldog, but like you said, 4 to find. Again, no pressure coming through from spawn here is going to allow Wolves to set up very comfortably.
I mean, everybody had Wolves last. Same with T1. Most people had T1 last at Bangkok. And like, I mean, the teams should talk their, you know, they can talk their talk as they should because they deserve it. But it's like, I'm not in your team house. I don't know what you've been working on. I don't know what you look like in scrims. You know what I mean? Like, I'm seeing what I saw in stage 1, and you can't tell me that you're the same team that played in stage 1. I'm glad you improved. So you're most improved. I think you deserve all the flowers. But same with T1. Despite T1 winning, I don't regret putting them last.
On the first half, but a double kill here.
That operator again, though, they were good at sniffing this one out before, right? Do they find it this time? Different approach, a deeper B exploration from Texture.
Wolves are playing very well, like overall in this tournament, though.
Was using him as that counterweight, right? And look how far he's willing to look onto this. But Wolves, relentless in the hunt here. Pursuing
yeah, as we say that, little bit of a miss.
Away here, but Foxy9 might get his man now.
Yeah, he has to chase far.
Like he's running out of time, gonna send it.
Not gonna hit anybody. But now you have to. Okay, they're gonna take it with the deadlock wall. But that's gonna get cleared, I think. If I'm Wolves, I clear this at least.
Utility behind this
even if you rotate. Texture does have B main, so Gen G has no real reason to move. They're just concerned about mid. But honestly, what I would do is I would rotate one more over and just watch this angle. And if they go B, Texture just holds main. This is such a weak hold despite the fact that you have B main for free. It is. Gen G is losing the plot. This is very un-Gen G like. This is very early 2025 Gen G like.
Absolutely are, especially with a judge and an operator here. In the loadout, but Ash will find the first.
Ash trying to hit some shots. You are stuck. Yeah, he wanted to isolate him.
Look at the position from Sufat BB. Keeps his head down and then he strikes. Taking away that Munchkin, but to find the last two nearly is impossible. Deep breaths here, Gen G. That scoreline is no longer yours. Wolves
that is rough.
To 10.
Can't quite believe my eyes in some of these rounds. Such fine margins. But Wolves Actually, almost on the hunt here. Munchkin did actually manage to nab the operator.
I mean, they are tilted, but it's
out.
like they've been tilted before,
retreat.
even when they were winning. When they were winning, chat, it wasn't stomps. They had like the toughest matches.
Again, maybe you can see he's desperately trying to slow
But
down.
I do think
Ahead of that utility.
I do think again, it's like. I mean, I think this is the cracks, and I do think this would have happened if Fnatic pressured Haven Seaside, and I mean this. I'm not trying to just sell my own propaganda and agenda, but I think if you pressure the parts they're working around, right, then things break down. Because Texture has to play super aggro right now, which you know he generally should anyway. But otherwise, like you're revolving around Foxy on defense no matter what.
That was on a knife's edge.
And if you ruin that, then everyone has to kind of babysit the rest of that area, and it breaks down the setup.
Just down the river. Oh, and a lazy clear. Why is that so well? Juicy, you should not be doing this. You're meant to be the bait.
Wrap it up, chat.
But Texture still stands. He's still on the side.
Wrap it up.
Doesn't fall for it. Texture, calm under pressure. Has to find a
No, but also all credit to Wolves, because yeah, they started off weaker on the first half, right?
Maybe they got some safety. 2 players close by. The Dart not going to do what they want, really. Texture takes another step closer. Finds a man, drops him. Juicy down, needs more. Got to find more value. Got to keep being the man to make the difference. Finds a second follow-up here. Banking on his teammates to bail him out. He's doing the dart. Brilliant from Texture.
Can they actually get the round though? Dude, where is Sufag going, man? Where is Blood going, man? He's actually gonna get his chance. He just got here. Oh my god.
Bounds, Lauren, towards closing out that 2.
Dude, Munchkin is
0 series here. Juicy. I mean, the hero behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
In this round, ahead of the utility, and see the considerations there from Gen G. Almost just doubting.
Dude, Woes look incredible. But I do think, I mean,
it's been 6 in a row for Wolves.
I'm actually surprised Gen G looks this poor on Sunset. I feel like you should have had, but I guess it is also against double duels. Maybe you weren't quite prepared for that. I do think they're making adjustments. They're also just tilting. But the split, I mean, I think is, I'm happy that Wolves punished it because it should have been.
My God.
It would have been the same thing if it was Haven. I feel like Wolves should have won because I think Wolves have gotten very good at like playing around the opponent's mistakes and minimizing your own.
Statement to be made here in Toronto if they can topple Gen G.
Okay, need to keep.
Wolves, I mean, I don't think Wolves looked terrible in the beginning of the year. They just didn't look good. They looked very scrappy. They looked very messy. They had aimers, but there wasn't really a coherent look in the beginning of the year. I would say in stage 1 it looked better, but it still looked pretty one-dimensional. But now it's not. But I think part of that, a big part of it, I really think is Spring getting comfy in the controller role. Not just because he's fracking, but I think that has helped the overall flow of the team. And then Seafat's calling, you know, whether that's just him improving or that's, you know, the team improving as a whole, has gotten really good.
You can see that. There's been too many times recently.
But Wolves was, like, it's not like Wolves were like all gamers, you know what I mean?
This is your chance.
Like Wolves was, you know, it was like, yeah, they're like a middle of the pack team in China, but it was kind of messy, you know, it wasn't consistent. Classic Charon position. They push it. Good read. That's a good read from Spring. Spring's been killing it, man.
Takes him down and we're in a 3v2. Foxy 9 gives away position as well. Spring's got him dead. Texture called upon to be the man again.
Oh my god. Match point.
It's not map point. It's match point.
Damn.
Absolute.
Wolves are doing it. It's crazy.
On Gen G now. He's toying with
Yeah, I mean, I think YU has also leveled up, right?
disrespecting these side holds.
Juicy came in hot.
Time again, look fantastic for Gen G.
Lysor recovered from the first couple rough games.
Disruptors here on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, they've all leveled up individually, which I think has just overall leveled up the team as well, like in a multiplicative fashion.
Through this as Wolves coming alive.
I'm really happy for him. I really am.
Taking space now. Texture, right place. Two players, Spring on the other side. Shoulder shown, Texture. Under pressure down to 61, but he doesn't stick around too long.
Yeah, coming out way worse off in that trade as well.
Fnatic Gen G lower bracket rematch. Let's go Fnatic. Let's go Fnatic. This is also Fnatic can make a run to the grand final, chat.
Direction now, slowing things down, making Gen G sweat a little.
Yeah, the next match should be... Well, the next match will be G2 Gen G. I think people are just saying that it's possible in the lower bracket. G2 Gen G, honestly, that's I mean, because let's assume Gen G fixes their weaknesses. It's hard to call. Okay, the pit. They don't have time to rotate, not safely. Charon's still staying just in case.
Ashes on the other side. YU takes down Munchkin.
Oh, but Munchkin dies?
YU's doing wonders here.
20 seconds left. They have to make a move.
That's rough.
He flies in. YU has done miracles for this squad.
That is rough. No pit is rough.
Trying to dig deep tag, but the plant's in. A sacrifice given down to the 2v2.
Didn't tag Fat.
And they're playing together. Fat BB.
Didn't tag it. Didn't tag it. He doesn't have. He doesn't have ammo. You gotta pick up a gun. You gotta pick up a gun, my guy.
He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he knows. But only 7 bullets. Fat BB barely breathing. They're both so low.
He's down himself.
5 bullets. That's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find it.
He's trying to win the ring around the rose. He loses. Oh my god. Dude, Fat is the main character. Holy. Fat BB is the main character. Holy. Yeah, dude, forget Kong Kong. Fat is the main protagonist. Oh my god. Dude, how many clutches has he won this tournament?
Against a Titan, an international Titan in Valorant. And like I said,
oh my god, dude. No, Fat's a superstar. Like he's cemented himself already. This whole team though is looking great. I gotta look at the
fans on their feet, everyone watching. Something amazing.
Dude, Fat has 11 clutches.
Oh my word.
11 clutches this tournament.
As soon as it's ready, I can't wait to hear.
He's been in 32 clutch situations and he's won 11 of them.
Absolutely is. Like I said, you come into this again as an underdog.
He has a 34% clutch win rate.
They absolutely shine.
And he has 11 clutch wins. That's insane. 11 already. That's insane. And those are like, I mean, we remember some of these. Like these are like this one. Like it's impact clutches.
My hands are still shaking.
That's actually crazy.
This was an absolute treat to be remembered. We're going to pass it over to Yinzu, standing by down on stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Oh, we have just witnessed.
Dude, Spring denied the signature because that was a Foxy 9. Because that was a Foxy 9 sign. Sad day for that fan. Should have had a second paper.
And calm down for a little moment, but Juicy, I got a couple of questions for you real quick for a quick chat. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing him. I'm just gonna borrow him, okay? Now, I know top 6 was already a big dream for you. You are 1 game away from the grand final. Talk me through your thoughts. What are you feeling right now?
I think we're very happy. Like, we surpassed everyone, and I'm very grateful to my team because today wasn't like the best performance from me, but everyone else stepped up. And everyone was encouraging me the entire way.
Yeah.
We got the double duelist, and I thought maybe Spring would be in the front with you on the double duelist comp, but why was it you and YU today, Juicy?
YU is a very good race, and the way Spring plays, the what is it? Smoke. The smoke roll fits him very well.
The smoke.
All right, Juicy, I'm going to let you get on with this because
Meanwhile,
Sufa is next to me. I can't ignore
Sufa.
this guy. Sufa, I don't think it matters what question I ask you. Everyone here loves you. They love you so much. I'm going to just let you say whatever you want.
Whatever I want?
Whatever you want.
Now I'm gonna say I want Masters champion.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
And, how does it feel that every single round there's an army behind you screaming your name?
That's great.
I feel so good because when I crush, I heard you guys loud. Come on, one more again! Okay. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the Master stage, and I love you guys.
Dude, he's got such good energy. Like, he's super aggressive, passionate on stage, but he's also like very likable character.
I'm waiting for you. I'm your baby. I'm coming. Then I'm waiting for you. Upper bracket. Okay, Celsius.
You heard it from him. One more time, everybody. Super, baby.
Okay, Celsius. Thank you. I'm waiting for you. Let's fuck. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go, Toronto!
Oh man, dude, Sufat BB is great. No, he's such a good leader. Dude, he's a great character to have. I'm glad we have him in Valorant. No. We didn't hear what letters he had at the end of that word, chat. No fines, no fines. What a run already, though. What a run already. They were already the only team outside of EGG to reach top 6 from China. Now they're in top 4. Dude, that's insane. We're top 3, right? Dude, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Rated dead last by Chobra pre-tournament. Wolves are destined to win. Thank you, Althinist, for the 100 bits. Yeah, it's a competition between me and Platchat to see who can run the curse down to the ground faster. Oh my god. Really well played by Wolves. I mean, Genji definitely has weaknesses, but like, I mean, Fnatic couldn't expose it, and Wolves did. So, excellently played by Wolves. All the credit to him. Chat. Amazing game. We got another banner coming up. SEN PRX. I'm just gonna stick with PRX, but honestly, I do think SEN can win. I do think it's like a 50. I think it's closer to a 50-50. But we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna run some ads, and I'll be right back. I saw that, Paradox. From Sun and Napsky.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Vansilli sitting back here in the agent ready room where I'm joined by Mitsu, who's dressed up as a lovely clove. Mitsu, how's it going today?
Oh, I'm really nervous, but I'm having so much fun. Everyone's great so far. Oh, I'm excited to see the games.
Wait, hold on. There's a lot of parts I want to get on that. Why are you nervous?
Oh, I think we're gonna be on stage later. Me and my Viper, Savannah, our cottage cosplay. So, we did a little test run up there, and I was shaking.
You'll notice that you'll be shaking not because you're going to be nervous. You're going to be shaking because it's going to get loud in there. It's going to be super fun. Yeah. You don't have to be worried. And now you're excited for the games. Which games are you excited most of? So we have Wolves versus Gen G's coming up first, and then PRX versus Sentinels.
I'm excited for PRX versus Sentinels.
Who do you have winning that one?
PRX.
It's okay, you don't have to whisper. We have a lot of PRX fans, man, track by track. And let's talk about the cosplay. How long did it take you to put this together, and how do you get it all done? Because I want to learn how to do this.
I was actually planning on cosplaying Viper, but I knew Cottage cosplay or Savannah was cosplaying Viper, so I was like, let me get Clover in here, I can do this. And yeah, I actually did the gun in 3 days.
Nice.
Yeah, my friends helped me, Hex Code Studios, and then I bought the cosplay, made the wig myself, spliced 2 wigs together. It took like about a week to put everything together.
A week to do a wig?
A week to do everything.
Okay, I was gonna say to do it, but overall, that's a lot of work.
I also have my little...
I love that, I love that. And you have a little karambit.
Yeah, the VCT 2025 karambit.
Can you make the moves? Oh, there you go. And also, I don't know if you knew, but I also did a little bit of Viper cosplay. It's just a little subtle one.
Cute.
Can you do it with me? Together, we're gonna say, welcome to my world. We're gonna say the ult, okay? 3, 2, 1. Welcome to my world.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to day 9 of Masters Toronto and our second match of the day. This one, folks, it's as clouded as clouded. I can't even speak. I'm so excited because you're going to have PRX going up against the Sentinels, and that's going to be taking place on stage in just a little bit. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi and Kukuka. Before we move forward, though, we just gotta be a couple Yappertons real fast and talk about what we just witnessed because Wolves 2-0'd Gen G.
It's crazy. Again, ever since that loss to Sentinels, they still have not dropped a map. They're going to go up against G2 next, so they're going to have a chance of redemption against Americas. The comebacks from today, them mentally on stage, giving everything, it's such a treat.
As a wise man once said, they're never gonna stop. the run just keeps on going. Top 3, the first Chinese team to do that who isn't EDG. EDG only got that deep at 2 tournaments after attending every international up to this
I'm back.
And Wolves does it at their first show.
Sure, what was your problem? Why did you jinx Gen G? I mean, it's not my fault they looked good. I thought they looked good. People think I'm like jinxing people on purpose, but I mean, then look moderately good until the grand finals if you don't want to get predicted by me.
When they played in that Liquid series, without a doubt. But then they came back, and I thought that G2 had this one. Mimi, we come from Americas. We're pretty confident in our boys.
Check
but
general.
Instead,
This?
It was PRX, and the train wasn't stopping.
Yeah, PRX looked really good. I was especially impressed with their post.
Or you mean this?
I think early in that series, they made quite a few
I've
mistakes.
seen both.
They threw away a couple rounds, but in the second half of both these games, the way they were playing super deep in their posts was really disruptive to Sentinels' retakes.
Meanwhile, we've got our potato corn dog again.
Amazing individual performances, as you expect from these guys on PRX.
I think this also has to do with having a good read on your opponent, right? If you know that they want to be very retake heavy, how are you going to counter that? Where are you going to put your people? How are you going to work around it? I think that the biggest surprises, as you're saying, Mimi, is the expectation.
Well, stretch time. Thank you, Lightning. Everybody got stretches in.
Clutch plays time after time.
Chat, I got honey mustard and Taco Bell sauce this time. Freaking goated.
Yeah, he absolutely was. That rookie player has
I
been
know what you mean, a hot dog.
Here's a look at some of those post plans we're talking about, though. And
No, we just bought like a frozen pack of them. We still have like 10 more or something.
Especially to be in really weird off angles. Most of the time when you're setting up your retake, when you're trying to play with your utility, there's very like default
What is this from Team Vitality?
players in the post plant are going to be in that you're focusing that on. But when PRX is in these off angles really close up, it's so difficult.
I saw saw
clear them out,
unfake. Oh, was that
especially when
still
those
just a
players
report,
are
not
so
official?
quick with the
I saw the thing about
They're all
unfake.
ready to shoot, right?
I feel like
Kovac.
this is also some of the rounds that
Wow.
PRX need to
Two.
succeed. They need to know that they can feel superior to their opponent. But also in that game against
It's crazy.
we saw some of the classics, right? Of the PRX maybe.
Did you see the Leo Ferreira response? Someone linked it earlier. I saw it, but it's very long, so I didn't read it
I
yet.
think that in Split we had a couple of very good examples that even though you are already in the disadvantage, going one by one is not going to solve any situations, especially if you're thinking about not saving, which in the case of PRX happens a lot. If you're not thinking of saving, how much are you investing, and
Seems
what
like
is the
it's-
value that you can get from that? Not only that is the
Seems like
one-by-one, to me,
Sivo's
that
getting
makes no sense, and
replaced,
it
which
gives you so many good opportunities
I
to
know.
make the match look closer than it was.
Chat, you getting hungry? You getting hungry?
Work together. The firepower that team can put together is out of this world.
I'm to
but
get.
they need to
Well,
make sure
I don't know
they're
if this is
sticking
gonna make you
together
hungry, but
For sure, but also it comes with the territory with PRX. It's a risk reward. Sometimes they come out the better on those risky low percentage plays, but it could have cost them that series with how close the game against G2 was.
Yeah, that's right. Now, folks, there is one secret weapon that PRX has in their arsenal. And Devi was asked about it in the Verizon post-match interview.
what is this? Pulled pork sausage,
But I want to ask about Mini.
Salad,
because throughout stage
and
one,
melted
back in,
cheese.
Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament, is he still helping you guys? What's he been up to?
Yeah, he's still helping us. Usually after matches, he would give us like some notes to work on it on individually.
I'm not trying to
especially on CT.
block in,
I mean,
so
on
it's just if I'm
defense.
going to show one person,
So,
I feel like I have to
he's
show the
working out
player.
Great, and hopefully, even though we close out 2-0 today, I'm pretty sure there's some notes that we can work on. So yeah, can't wait to go back and read his notes.
Ah,
Well, you know what?
Curryverse?
Why don't we hear more about this collaboration?
But this
from
sounds
man
so
himself.
good.
Toronto, make
Ooh,
some noise and give some love to
holy.
Coach Mini from PRX joining us here.
What the
So, Mini,
heck?
how you doing, buddy? Good to see
They
you.
got
Good to
Mini
see you.
on the show.
See you in that jersey.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre, but all right, let's go ahead and talk about this real fast.
Hold on, let's
because you
listen.
heard Devi mentioning the notes and what you've been providing for the team, and we all know you as a prolific coach, obviously as a part of, Fnatic's incredible success that they've had in the past. What is your relationship with the PRX boys, and how's that all manifesting here? Because it seems to be working.
I mean, it's working, but I can't really take the lion's share of the credit. So, like, I'm a very small piece, like, just to put that out there. When it comes to the defense specifically, they approached me and asked me about defense. My read wasn't actually that the defense was as big a problem as they thought. I think there was, like, a lot of things that we could fix. But for defense specifically, it was about getting Ilya something to play the Euro a bit more like a Euro than a Jet. So that was, I think, the biggest kind of input I had really on their defense.
Okay.
What do you think about, well, first G2, what do you think was the biggest tell for you to help PRX get that win? Because, highest seed of Americas, everybody has a lot of expectations. What was the number one thing you wanted to approach against them?
I mean, preparing for games, I'm like not involved very much. We tried 1 week where I kind of gave them like a bit of an anti-strat, but we lost really, really badly. So I think I'm best used when I'm just giving them a few notes rather than like doing like a Fnatic level anti-strat. It kind of fries their brain a little bit.
So
like,
what were
they're
the
not
notes
like,
for G2?
I didn't give them notes for G2. I gave them notes after G2. So my inputs a
So
lot
for
like
today.
He's giving
today,
correction
I can't
feedback,
say that.
which I think is which is probably the better way to do it.
Just trying to put you on the spot.
Talk to me, Mini. It's a big difference, I imagine, from your time at Fnatic, being the head coach there for most of your career. What is it like to work with PRX versus the boys at Fnatic?
I mean, it's so crazy. I have coached like one of the most in the world, and now I get to coach like the complete opposite of just like plus W. So I feel like I've learned just as much from this experience as like I think they did from my input, if not more from me, to be honest.
All right. Well, hey, look, man. I mean, you've been doing some good work with the players, regardless of whether the impact is small or not. It is still felt in the server and in the results. And one individual that I do want to talk about and get your thoughts on is Patman, because Pat had another big game. He's looking comfortable on the stage. What can you tell me about this guy? Was there anything that you saw with him where you're like, hey, this kid's got some talent?
Yeah, honestly, when I started working with him, I was a little bit worried about him, honestly. Like, his aim is really good. but I don't think he like trusted his.
Wait, you guys can't hear Mini?
Okay.
So I think working with him was a lot about trying to make him get confidence, you know.
Yeah.
Remind him that like he doesn't need perfect util every single turn, but he does have that skill, and you can see it in the server, like how mature.
No, in the arena. That's what I mean. Yeah, in the arena.
Surprising to me. Like he seems like such a good rock for the team.
It seems like quite a contrast to some of the previous players that PRX has had, where it's been like all about the
That's
aggression,
crazy.
really crazy.
Why
From an
couldn't they
outside
route that?
perspective, It seems like he's the guy in a lot of rounds, making more of the percentage play, keeping them up in some of these clutch situations where maybe
Yeah,
past
demand
PRX
champs
would've,
tickets.
thrown it
This
away
is
a little bit.
unacceptable.
So who would you
Yeah,
say?
for sure. He is very smart.
Who would you say that he's like one of the unsung heroes, or is there someone for you that you think is a little bit overlooked in PRX?
I mean, I talked about something on Twitter. I think he gets a lot of criticism, but I think he's doing a lot, especially on defense, to win like the macro game. I think people focus on like the blunders sometimes, which is kind of gonna happen with PRX.
I wonder if he has Echo.
Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense.
He's talking even slower than usual.
It's always a pleasure to talk with you, buddy. You know, hey, you want to give me a little prediction before you close it out? How do you think the boys are gonna do?
I always predict the boys to lose, so that we then win.
Okay,
So,
I like that.
Sentinels are gonna win today, but PRX will still win 2-1.
Okay, I love the logic is sound. It all makes sense. It all makes sense when you write it down. All right, Minnie, well, thank you so much for your time. Toronto, give some love to Coach Minnie and the boys over at PRX.
Too bad Toronto couldn't hear her.
Incredible teams going head-to-head in this one, but two storied coaches as well. Here's Coach Alex and Coach Kaplan, who spoke with Yinsu early on today.
We have a big game ahead of us today. I'm now joined by the two coaches of Sentinels and PRX. Now, you guys have very different play styles, but I wanted to hear from you. Could you sum up how
They're
the
having
other
audio
teams,
issues. They have the
how do
music
they
still
play?
going.
I'll start with you, Alex.
Meticulous. One word, right? I think very, very much attention to detail. I like the way they set up in post plans. You know, play retake. It's very clean. It's very clean Valorant.
I like that. Now, Kaplan, what about PRX?
I think they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always going to be sweet.
Yeah, that's
good.
pretty sweet. Now,
That's
I actually have a
good,
question
John.
from Cuba ahead of today's game. He wanted to know, you know, just in case anything happens, what is one thing that annoys you the most that might, you know, cause you to yeet him into the air? I'll start with you first, Kaplan, because you've done him wrong a few times.
Been in pain before. I think if we have a anti-strat cooked up and we either forget to run it or run it wrong and then lose the round but would have won it, he's getting real hurt in those moments.
Okay, what about you, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's similar. It's usually when players forget something very important and then we lose the round, you know.
All right. Hopefully that doesn't happen for Cuba's sake today. Thank you very much.
Are you watching the NBA Finals?
All
No.
right, well, here we go, folks. It's now time to jump into the matchup. Let's welcome our two teams out to the stage and bring out these.
It is they have a global team.
Coming down to this, the winner will move on in this competition. The loser will take a trip to the lower bracket and have to start the climb to the top of the mountain. But here we go, folks. Put your hands together and let's welcome your two teams to the stage. Here's Sentinels and PRX.
Damn, Spectre. The forgotten gun.
PRX versus Sentinels.
You should co-stream it. Co-stream the NBA Finals. Not even basketball people all get clearance to co-stream the NBA Finals. I don't think that's happening.
And here we go. It doesn't get any better than this, people. Sentinels facing off against
All
PRX,
right.
two of the best teams to take the stage. Prolific rosters in the VCT.
Chat, honestly, like, if I was there, which I probably wouldn't be, but if I was there, I would probably record it too. But I hate that that's what we've become. Like, concerts, shows.
In Spain,
events.
PRX,
It's like,
them returning to another international event
I felt that at Champs because I was on the ground in the winning moment, and I was like, initially I was trying to capture it. I forget if I eventually did, but I remember thinking like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just watch it. Like, this is so important.
And actually, deja vu, because PRX has also picked this map already. Same goes for Sentinel. They go for the comp.
Dude, they each picked the other. Oh, okay, this is gonna be a banger.
That is looking flawless so far.
Sunset will be an interesting one. Sentinels thus far, they have played all
This is a
3
goat
times.
tweet
They have
from
beaten
Boom. Boom usually
all
is good with the
3 of them.
tweets.
And in that last match against XLG, it was all about Zekin. He had an absolutely monstrous performance, running over with the Neon on Sunset.
So there is a wolf that can beat Genji.
They are hard to match bar for bar with that kind of aggression.
It's going to be real tough. But you know that energy is going to be on that stage. Both of these teams, fans.
That's amazing.
You ask anyone in this venue, it's a 50-50 who they're going to pick, PRX or Sentinels. And I'll tell you what, Mimi, being from America, I'm not used to that.
Yeah,
That's amazing. I always try to just sit. Yeah, like sometimes I'll just like hold it and then I'll watch it. But even then, like you're like not fully immersed. You know what I mean? I kind of miss that. These days, sometimes I'm like, I'll just like take a quick picture if I'm somewhere and then I'll just like watch it and I'm like, I'd rather watch it and remember it.
He was having a blast with the Neon, just running left,
Wait,
right,
chat.
center.
Until the Asian picks come out.
He's going to find maybe more opposition, or things are not
The baguette or the curryverse? Oh man. I need the cheese is questionable looking.
This game is going to be once we're all in the server. Of course, we'll get a look into
Ooh, dude, people like curryverse. I really like curryverse.
So many questions, right?
The Fleet Dog, sausage, bacon, cheese. That sounds actually dope. Versus chicken tikka and rice naan. What? This seems like it's not meant to be comboed like this.
Because of the crossover in these teams.
Go with the Fleet Dog.
Both of them, I would put Sunset
This sounds good, but I feel like this isn't intended.
Start in this series, and that's why I think this game is going to be so hard to predict. So hard.
Is this an actual dish?
Favored in those first 2.
We can look back to what just happened on the first one, right? When we think about
But
Split,
this
we
is-
saw that crazy comeback. It was all about the defense, all about those anchors, and Sentinels has decided to be started on
No
that defensive
shot.
side. So I think we can, think about the composition, then running that double initiator, double controller, the sky. That is something that we barely see anymore.
1%.
All right, here's your agent select coming up in a moment. And here we go. Let's see what we get locked in here for our first
It's
map.
cooked.
We've got a couple already confirmed. Of course, Jing's going to be on his trademark raise. Looking forward
What
to
is
seeing what he
DRX
can do
doing?
as he zips around the map there. We did see some Sky from John Cutie before.
Can't watch the next series to pray for PRX win to wake up.
Yeah, I think that between him and narrate control is going to be very important. Again, as the hard hunter sells it and bang, they have to put up that performance. And when we
Dude,
look
I
at
can't believe the
head-to-head
sandwich
between
lost.
the Euros, Zekin versus something. We know that something.
No, but it's about what more people would vote for. I would probably take the chicken tikka, rice, and naan, but
so tough to play into. These guys are very fast on their executes on the attack side. They have a lot of power behind that. And in the post flanks, that is where G2 fell apart. PRX
Sen is better than my job.
Punishing them,
Probably.
that retake. But
Probably true for most people.
That bot out there. They have to know how PRX play on these 2 maps, but it's always the case.
The price? Yeah, the sandwich was £6. It was cheaper.
You're in the server against these guys.
Yep, ain't that the truth? G2 learned that lesson the hard way.
Yep.
And we're still waiting for this lock-in here. It seems like they're hovering over the sky. As
I don't know.
And I think it's going to be a given here.
I don't know. I mean, it was only a 1% difference.
Because I like what I saw from them.
91 versus 90.
The one time that they played at this tournament was against Wolves. We've already seen today what Wolves is capable of, and they actually.
Okay, so the breach sky.
They had a very rough
I do
half,
think
only
it's
getting, 4 rounds there. Losing
not
both
great.
That snowball that was in favor of the Chinese.
But we
team.
shall see.
But for today, I hope that has been a learning experience since it's been a while.
Indeed it has. Indeed it has. But here
It's
we
funny
go,
because
folks.
both of them,
Fans around the world have been waiting for this
both
one
of them
to
have
start.
very
So I'm not
distinct
gonna waste
strengths
any
and
time
weaknesses.
Buttering up Bren and Sideshow. Take it away, fellas.
Yeah, neither am I, to be honest. This is bound to be an absolutely explosive matchup that we got here. The crowd is ready. We've been talking to them all morning long as well. They're raring to go with this one because there's history.
No, I think Fade is good. The Sky, I think, is... But they want, like, triple flash, and I get that. I get what Sentinel's going for. I just don't like it.
And the last time we saw PRX get a bit of that momentum behind them, it was a bit of a different feel. It was back at Madrid when they weren't confident about their own play, and yet it was working anyway. And who ended up stopping them there? It was
Both of them are pretty attack-pilled, so we'll see. It's really going to come down to who has a better read on each other's defense, since we've seen both of them.
Who are waiting for them. You saw Super Baby excited potentially to see Zelsis on the other side, but I think this game,
Dude, a SEN Wolves rematch in upper finals would be insane, though.
But I think a lot of people are yet to really get on board with feeling like Sentinels have beaten a team that they respect. Now, I think that's wrong. I think that people aren't putting enough credit on Sentinels and what they've been able to do because they're underrating the Chinese team still. But when
I agree.
You look at what Wolves have been up to,
I think SEN are looking good.
Stage, it's tough not to look back at Sentinels beating them 2-0 and think, hold on a second.
Hey,
that's a real match. That is seriously impressive from SEN. And it was here on Split where they were able to come out with the victory. That's the time that we've seen Sentinels with this new composition that they're running here.
Hey, yo, Infinite.
And I think there's a lot of history even between these two teams on this map.
From Japan.
To all of the maps where we've seen SEN.
You were about to be Super Meat Boy. Dude, I hope Super Meat Boy 3D is good. The Pope is back.
With it, stopping every idea that somebody has in the post plan. And I think you couldn't get a more perfect way to begin.
Hope you're doing well, Infinite. I saw that the Sword to Go is going hard.
And then scrapping in the post plan. They are always going to be doing something active, and it's Sentinel's job to stop that.
There's a slight delay as well. We've got one of the players just waiting to get back in, but you're exactly right, Josh. This PRX team, I think, have inserted...
Dude, this guy has the Genrong hot hat, the T1 jersey, the Sentinels, and PRX mouse. What the hell?
Run it down, run it gun together.
Who is brother supporting?
They've been corralled, they've been tempted a little bit by Patman. He's been holding back the leash, yanking them back when necessary.
Alex has been trying for years to get the discipline into this team. It's tough with this squad, though, isn't it? Because PRX.
By the way, Chobra, how has your Sword to Go progress been?
Gaming style. You don't want to temper it too much. You don't want to tell them to play full retake every round and.
It is currently still safely installed on my phone.
They found the right balance with that. They've been running away with it.
Bro's the fan of clout. Actually, yeah, the clout teams, yeah. T1, PRX, Sentinels, Genji.
And yet, PRX were able to make sure that they didn't get the wobbler.
Fnatic play the loser of this game, and G2 Genji should be good as well. Yeah, I mean, lower bracket is going to be
These are two teams
tight.
That are make history. Looking to go that much further here at Masters Toronto.
PoE 1 new league dropped. What do you expect, Infinite?
Started into Split. Pistol round starting. And a heavy group up here from PRX.
Immediately Bang pushed off the angle. This is going to be a key focal area to pay attention to B main, because if PRX get it for free, they can do B pops. And they will find it very difficult, Sentinels, to stop that from happening.
It's an early nade through B main. Not taking control of it, though, just holding it lightly. And now setting their eyes over towards mid. Posturing for now.
Pro would be interesting.
Slowly getting down to that minimum.
I have a feeling it's not going to get there, though.
Tempering that you see. It's not the PRX of old.
But also making sure that Sentinels didn't do a re-clear of B main. So no breach util, no sky util, and now the pressure's on Bang.
Walking up and exploding out onto the site. Bang is under that
huge fault line.
Pressure, but it's util out on either side.
Do they know that they're all in here?
Supplementing, assisting.
Not quite.
On the side here. Sentinels attempting to float all the way back in. Left down into the 2v2.
John without any flashes to work with.
Okay, they clear alley.
Sentinels very
That's
aware of the
okay.
fact that PRX are going to try to get
But no flashes, which means you can't work off of that. So,
The reposition just missed the timing onto it, but bullets are flying forward. Smoke propped up.
ooh, something's going to take a risk.
Blooms, blossoms, time is ticking, and you can feel it. There's tension in the air. First round
Saw one.
is everything. It's how you set the pace.
They don't know where the other is.
Something not accounted for, barely gets it under control. The damage done to John Q team, and he's managed it.
Oh, he wanted to pick up a ghost, I think.
And And already getting a glimpse of
Damn.
how PRX want to play these moments.
Has anyone told Chobra yet? Safe asked to step down. Oh, really? Did he post that?
Up and be heaven, pushing forward, looking for it. Everything went wrong at the very start. Felt like Sentinels.
I mean, he was under a lot of heat.
Big flash, couple of players extremely lost. And yet they win a crucial clutch.
It's long though, but it's on the official.
John scrabbling for a gun.
If we remember, maybe we'll check it out in between the games.
Do feel like he's been blossoming into a leadership figure for PRX in a way that I'm not sure you could have quite said he was a couple of years ago. Has matured into something that PRX desperately needed.
Big catch.
Speaking of something, he's already taken the first blood here in this round. Obviously, no weaponry to work with for Sentinels. Bit of a gamble stack from them over towards A, just hoping that PRX might work their way over towards.
Yeah, apparently there's a tweet on the official account for Vitality that explains Safe stepping down. But it's very long, so we'll take a look at it in between.
Signs of life. They're just leading with something, looking for the contact. Usually, if there is going to be a defensive stack, there's going to be a crossfire setup or somebody looking to take contact.
All the way through main. Still, that fault line's going to be a big
Forsaken's in.
Oh, we're getting on heavy. Okay, up close and personal. Forsaken is going to be dropped, and it calls for the pivot. Instant rotation.
It's a stinger off it.
And there's danger here. They don't know if there's player lurking, but still.
You just have to go. I mean, they have 40 seconds. They don't have to rush it, but they're trying to keep up the pace because they'll have the numbers advantage.
Bang with a classic. Doesn't choose to take the fight early. Waits for reinforcements.
He knows everybody's on site now. Ooh, that's a nice timing. It's a nice timing from Bang.
Sentinels could still be a problem with these pistols in hand. Pesky, unable to really root them out, but control of the site and the plant down for PRX is a good spot to be in.
Pretty fast flank here going on as well through B main. John took a deep
You got fault line.
mid.
You got double flash as well. Ooh, PRX is playing this as best as they can. Yeah, they're all spread out far away. Huge. This is the important part. Following the end of Split 1, Safe approached us with a request to step down from the active roster to focus on his well-being and to manage the stress of competition. We fully respected his decision and began the process of evaluating different lineup options. Makes sense. He was under a lot of heat.
But overall, this is where things really start to heat up. Sentinels are going to have a good game plan to stop.
Hopefully he can take the break he needs and come back in some form to competitive. I think he's a great player, but IGLing's not easy, and that roster, like, anybody would have been under heat.
This time. Yeah, that judge is not going to be getting the value. We've seen Jing just wrecking havoc.
That's
on prior opponents.
Really smart from Zekken though as well. He gets himself deep inside there and just starts
Unfake is apparently an IGL, right? Unfake and Kovac are joining, but oof.
Okay. Quick little lurk
I've been told that Unfake. I've read that Unfake is an IGL.
I think that favors the defenders actually because you've taken down that A-ramp lurk player.
Yeah, and Sen are out in the open right now. John with the reposition quickly. Zekken might just be tucked to the side, and indeed that is a bit of a punish. Something he sent into that TP. He's going to be taking out Patman. Half of the clearance, it's still managed to just
Patman's so good.
Snaps it straight to Zekken's head. This is
if they can get one more and the spike plant, even if they lose. Oh, he's trying to get ahead of it. Patman with the cover.
Doesn't help him out though just yet.
Huge bonus already from PRX. Not impossible.
Play, I should say, from Sentinels here, making sure to slow it down for now. Grouping up.
Patman's basically first line.
Into the smoke and wants to try and dominate
They suspect it.
Here. How does it get cleared? Traded into the 1v1. Bang.
Dude, where's the jump?
Time is ticking on the spike. Making footsteps, making noise. Util as well. Expended that is a bit of a catch. Smoke in the back pocket.
Forsaken has to check it.
Forces the issue from Forsaken, but he's biding his time and steps forward for the challenge.
Damn. Well played by PRX.
Small misread there from Bang. He thought with Forsaken not really taking any level of
challenge he thought he would wrap around.
Into sight that probably Forsaken was going for a wrap around the pillar.
Yep.
Instead,
I mean, it's a 50-50 yes, but
Forsaken with the paranoia, and Forsaken was just having to tuck. Both excellent players, but it's Forsaken who comes out on top. And that's PRX winning the bonus as well.
Damn.
SEN are going to pull out stingers here to try to get a little bit of equalizing factor.
Oh, the NA Stingers.
The reads early. Well, Zekken instantly detected. He's always got a gate crash to try to bail out of there. But the game plan for SEN this round is going to be to try to gamble, to try to find
a lot of half armor for something to just pluck them out of the picture.
Yeah, that's
too easy with the Outlaw.
Tough. Flash forwards, it's going to be that refight attempted with the Stingers still. Just a 1-for-1.
Where was, I mean, if you're going to do that, just both swing out.
Not giving away his position.
You had to just,
But
you had to just friggin' swarm him.
They're going towards bang and just missed the timing.
Unfortunate. Instant reposition. He's okay, just going to be running around here. And Divide just making sure to get containment going on in mid.
These are the kind of rounds, though, where you've got to give credit to PRX for baiting the play out of Sentinels rather than doing something quick and early themselves.
This is where PRX has really changed.
Where we've watched PRX, these are sometimes the rounds that are just gutting to watch because you know they need to play with discipline on the anti-eco, and yet they rush things. Now you're seeing patience.
Yeah, Bang can feel it coming out. Turning up the heat to the side, doesn't really stand a chance there. Too many angles to watch for.
Damn. Dude, four people staying alive.
For PRX, but all that momentum behind them now.
What's up, Foey? Damn, dude.
This is the kind of start that they would desperately be looking for. Something's going to drop the Outlaw in this round. They've got an opportunity to combo some nasty ultimates together. This is the round to invest in too, because if SEN lose this, they're going to get knocked down onto an eco. And in fact, Kaplan's already called a timeout. We're going into
I think it's somewhat of a necessary timeout.
Because Kaplan
You're getting a lot of first contacts to something.
Beyond the next round.
I think, again, this is the same thing I talked about with SEN's last game against Wolves, right? Is that this comp kind of relies on trap plays, but if you're waiting for trap plays, how are you getting your info?
Aggressive with a showstopper at the very start too. You're always having to react to what PRX are doing because they've set up this ult snowball.
I think you need to push out early somewhere, either with fault line and then set up a fault line trap play at 1 minute, or with the guiding light.
The Southeast Asian team.
Try and get proactive maybe onto the extremities.
Yeah, push out A main or B main, but I mean B main's safer.
Stuff up massively on the attack side. Essentially lets you dodge whatever Sentinels are going to do and scout it out for free.
And that's part of the trouble we're trying to come up with.
Poggers ranked experts were strolling through a mall for a replacement mouse when they came across a giant cube-headed mascot spinning a signboard. Searching for enormous noodles, it said. Some ruffian knocked the signboard over, sending it 7 floors down. The person inside the mascot threw his helmet to the floor, revealing a red-faced Kaplan. I'm so done, man. I'm caught.
Sentinels are looking to stack 3 players over towards the B side and play A, essentially for full retake with that breach.
So they are going to push out
See how well it works
of B.
Okay.
There you go. Use the fault line early. Don't be scared to use it if you're SEN.
Set up nice and early with the fault line.
Yeah, and look,
PRX is expecting something, though.
There's so much stuff that can support Zekken here.
There's that rolling thunder, so they're a little bit afraid of that. They know someone's already inside B main.
But that tells you that
You have Showstopper.
Just around the corner.
You have Nightfall.
Zekken, though, is a difficult target with that teleport.
And here it is, dimensional draft now. Right as the
Ooh, your roll.
about to fade, yeah, so Zekken forced to try
He knows he's gone back. He didn't check the Omen, but you've already checked 2.
Rocket into the back to no avail.
Dude, chases him down.
Crouch down, pounds on the chance to trade that one out.
They stop it, but you've got a free sight because of that. Dude, look at this, man. Look at this, man. This is some stacks level of calling, man.
Ultimates, they found themselves in a 4v4 where they have the A site completely for free, and Narrate is dead, so no breach ult to be able to go for the retake. Though Zekken has earned his dimensional drift, which will allow them to scout out defensive positions. But I mean, look how many threats are around the map. You've got Jing in a deep spot, Devi in a deep spot. These are all things that Sentinels need to deal with before they can even get close.
Danger lurking around every corner. Smoke in your face. Viper Molly lay down on top of it. Sending the ult flying forwards though. Zekken, as you mentioned, he's
Your ult back in.
Positions, but how do you root these players out? They're in every conceivable spot.
Ooh, that's a good spot.
Devi's going to be dropped. Sees rebounding.
Jing has to kind of go big.
Still, he wants to hold his ground in through the back of the site. Support, reinforcements is going to be arriving. Finally,
yeah, he gets 1. Oh, and Patman? Yeah, but they don't think there's a second. Forsaken just creeps in during all of that.
And his hold is just rock solid.
Yikes for SEN. Holy.
This is PRX. They're feeling themselves at this point. It's 5-0. None of the signature fast.
Yeah, I don't know the backstory on how they found Patman.
With no mistakes being made.
It's an absolutely immaculate round. I mean, finding the rate when he's setting up the breach ultimate.
Because Batman asked for permission today.
And then also lurking Divine into A is
Permission,
just
the
masterful.
permission clip is so funny.
That presumably comes from Divine on the opposite side of the map. Guys, don't commit, don't commit. If it looks difficult, if it looks like they've got a stack, let's go back into A. Absolutely gorgeous play.
Already 5?
The slow play continues.
And then now it's Outlaw season again?
He's been getting out of this Outlaw.
Dude, the Outlaw value is
He'll miss over the
insane.
course of this tournament, but when he knows he's up against a half armor, a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Vaxi like said they found a way to get it to him. They tweeted back to him. Initially they said no, I don't think there's a way that you can get it, and then they were like, we found a way, we got a friend going.
Explosive! Swinging. They're just trying to chop these players down to the knees. Valuable down.
Oh?
What is that?
Oh, they all died? What?
What is that? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
What the hell?
Another moment of hesitation.
PRX got it because he got the kill first, but he died on the snake bite, so that's so funny. That's so funny, but that's a lesson learned that sometimes you just have to stick to the fight.
Later, Sentinels end up winning a round.
That's an insane round.
A little bit more touch and go. But PRX still in control.
That's an insane round.
And this is another round to look to try to invest ultimates.
Weaponry in the hands of these Sentinels players, though. This time they want to try and get that hold over towards A heaven. Heavy stack with the bodies, a lot of util. Going to be expended here by PRX. They want to make sure that they gain control of ramp. The tap, seeing if they can bait out
Speaking
a
of
response.
players running into issues, you guys see that Kayak got food poisoning? What is with Fnatic, man?
Exploring in through mid, just in case. Again, they won't.
What is it with Fnatic, man?
They do have to re-clear these areas. A lot of unknowns.
Why can't they just ever have an international tournament without anybody getting sick?
Jing multitasking.
SEN looking to re-clear over towards A ramp.
PRX management was probably out on a stroll in the Philippines and saw Patman walking 4 dogs with tight leashes, and they knew he was...
over towards A, so he's calling for the rest of the team to regroup on him. And they're leaving something as a lurk, which was so crucial.
Patman used to just be a dog sitter.
Wait, Yoru was timeout. I mean, the Gate Crash is going to be played soon enough. Zekken, it's the last one available to him. He's tucked into the corner for now.
That's so funny.
The Seekers are massive.
Pointing the way.
Oh my gosh.
Barely. Jing gets onto it anyway. Good trade all the way through, and now sight needs to be taken. The rate's holding.
Shockingly, that was not infinite. That was not infinite Paradox.
As soon as they hear this one, Patman going for it. As a flash into the corner, and everybody going to be scattered.
Okay, that's big, but Heaven. Are they aware of Heaven, though? Okay, they at least got Jing. Yeah, now they know. Patman? Time? Patman? Okay, Patman doesn't get the kill. Oof.
Finally putting a round on the board.
Those Seekers from Chong QT could not have been better timed. 3 of them all flying towards the A side, giving away.
Okay, to be fair, Fnatic is used to EU food and not the overprocessed high-sugar US stuff. I mean, that would imply that they've only gotten sick in North America, which is not true.
They get that Sky Flash at the same time as the Breach Ult, and they're there for the fast flood before the spike can even go down. But it's going to be a long road back to an even half, if that's even possible for Sentinels.
Also going to make it a bit more easier, though.
PRX grouped up outside A, looking to try to dodge the Sky
They're not even
Flash.
thinking about the pit.
John used that first one. No information. Now uses the Trailblazer. Can they dodge that? They look to just break it with a couple.
Second doesn't have a second gate crash ready.
That's a fake TP.
But PRX realizes there's a lot of info to push out of A, so they think SEN is working A, but SEN's actually working this very well. So SEN's doing what they should be doing. You work one extremity aggressively, and then you rotate, shift the weight over to the other side. Oh, I would have liked it if John went B too, because you have gate crash to survive. Nightfall comes out, you see no tags. What's he waiting for? Oh, the Omen? Well, he's on B. Well played by PRX, though.
They were not expecting him to stab them in that direction. Again, PRX asserting themselves fully locked down and rooted in spot onto this site. It's going to be a very difficult task for Sentinels to try and retake.
They need to clear hell first.
All the way forwards here. The clone's going to be taking notice.
Yikes.
I didn't even see them. I don't know how Jing did.
Snaps 180. And 2 players.
Maybe they had Taco Bell
deleted.
because Chobra recommended it that one stream.
Again from PRX. I said that Sentinels had the right players in the right position to stop that. But Jing flies to new box. Something flies into the
Taco
back
Bell is
side,
king,
and
chat.
Forsaken ults deep into spawn, making use of the fact that they had that fade ultimate that takes away all of the sound cues. How has he got the read whilst flashed up that there's 2 players right behind it? Crazy round from Jing.
I don't know how Jin gets 2 there.
Just beautifully executed. Players
Mind
flying
Freak's
into
like,
all
huh.
different areas. Jing, something, Forsaken. They all take a Bermuda triangle and surround the defenders on the B side. I want to take us back though to what we were talking about historically. These teams have only played each other once in VCT. We talked about it, the Des talked about it, it was the lower bracket final of Masters Madrid. And there they played on Split. Now this is an amazing map for Sentinels, always has been.
Always has been.
It's also an incredible map for PRX. When they played, it was the only map that PRX won, and they won 13-5.
Was it Sentinels that Forsaken got the ace?
When arguably, Sentinels were the best team in the tournament at that time in Madrid on Split. So, you know, PRX have just got a style
Was that
works
Sentinels?
phenomenally
No, that was
well,
EDG.
and it's
Okay.
really difficult to deal with right here. And
It
especially
was
on the attack
EDG. It
side.
was EDG. No, you're right. It was
So
EDG.
this is tough. This is going to require something ridiculous to try to come back from. But this is a great start for PRX on their map pick and exactly how they would have visualized
Infinite, you gotta expand your palette a bit.
As well from that last fated matchup. This time around, it's PRX who wants
People
to be
used to say kimchi smelled nasty. Now the world's going crazy for it. You gotta expand your palette. You gotta try Taco Bell.
Don't really have the weapons to be fighting too hard. It's been slow going from PRX. They've never been overcommitting so far. It's always just been dipping your feet in the pool, almost just seeing what the
Well,
temperature's
yeah,
like
but
every single
I think
time.
in
Slow
Valorant times, a year and a half is your excuse for saying it's always been good.
That's going to carry them through.
It was always good last year.
For Jing, maybe if a better weapon was in the hands of the Ray, he could have handled it still. Seconds there.
Huge shot. Slows him down. And Bang has mid control. He's cleared out B. He's got mid.
Something was to clear most of the sight
The
out.
weapons are the problem, but
Plan going down on top of it.
I think it's really important that PRX don't put their players in one and done positions now. They need to be playing off each other.
Sagan's so eager to take that fight.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit over-eager, but he's played the situation.
yeah, but I like it though. Like they're playing forward, but they're playing in a way where they can all trade off of each other.
No idea it was going to be that deep onto the line. Wrapping around here, Bang.
He made the long pilgrimage through mid, through sewer, and he's rewarded with a gun.
Oh, I don't think you need to peek out for that though.
Something's going to be dropped. There's another one on the table. Maybe there's a chance. Second. Tippy tappy, happy feet.
I don't know about that. Oh my.
That's going to get a huge reaction from Alex. You can't be losing a round like that. MasterCard thrifty from Sentinels, but one that they were pretty much gifted with there. Looked like a scramble from PRX. I think they thought they'd already won the round.
Yeah, no, I think they thought there wasn't enough time. Something was walking as if it was already just like exits. It was not, but there was still plenty of time. It was just, yeah, the something peak was not good.
Exactly what Sentinels needed to try to get this half back to somewhat even.
There it is.
Dude, Mind Freak just looking like he lost a piece of his soul every time is so funny to me. It's so funny to me. Just the dead stare. Oh my god.
Every round, it feels like PRX are bunched up as 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So Sen, they know that they can take space on the opposite side.
Oh, ult's expended now with the showstopper into the hands of Jing and just snaps it to the side. Catches John in time. Satchel forwards. Regaining site control for them. It's not going to be a heaven plant. They've lost control of that entirely. It's Sentinels that
You gotta take ramp again.
spot to try and play this retake despite the player disadvantage.
Bang's in a decent position for a paranoia as well, but he's choosing to challenge Elbow early.
Zelsis versus something. This is what wins the round. Whoever wins this. Okay, that should be fine for PRX as long as they don't just go out and die.
Just swinging around to the side there.
You literally... Does PRX understand that literally you existing makes it harder for them? Because they now either have to clear this or like rush in 2v3.
A2, extremely powerful half.
Like,
And I think
like
a lot of
do
these
we
early
understand that
Sentinels
concept?
are expecting PRX to be starting in a bit more of a defaulting spot, but they're always running into 3 or 4 players if they try to early fight. You know, when Zekken takes a challenge there, maybe you could get out if there was only 1 or 2 PRX players starting towards A, but look at it again. 5 of them.
Mind Freak's watch party when he was at home dreams. I saw some clips from it. It's pretty funny.
It's got massive momentum, but Zekken, he takes down the tip of it. Forsaken dealt with, no smokes now.
Second wave of util as well. Flash with no connection, a bit of spam though.
Jump spot.
Exchanged. Through top ramp. Both teams going to be conceding that space up, honestly, drawing new battle lines.
And if indeed PRX make the call to try to go up through B heavy,
I mean, I think trash talking, even if it's like 110, to get your confidence up and to get back in the game is goated. If my players weren't doing that, I'd yell at them.
Money's a bit skew with all over the place here for Sentinels, but they might be able to do work with it.
I like German sauerkraut. Oh, the read. Couldn't get a second one though. Not criminal enough, Zelsis.
Fault line, even better. It's going to be slowing this one down, allowing Sen to try and get some bodies into the mix. Can they try and help them out? Bang, he's just drifting in and outside to side. Still, one player tucked towards the corner. Trying to take that swing.
Fast trade.
Just drops them all.
2v2.
A 2v2 though, and Guardian retrieved for Narrate. Very winnable, especially with Zekken's information, but Narrate's got to make sure he doesn't take a 1v2.
Here it is. Dimensional Drift spots them out.
I hate the Yorolds, but at least it's 2v2. They used it to get info.
Narrate was high up onto the perch. Defensive angle and a swing.
Patman is so good.
The difference maker.
How is he so good?
He's a monster in the clutch, isn't he?
Dude, how many clutches does he have?
G2 was part of the biggest reasons that PRX are where they are right now. And here, a 1v2 against G2's America's rivals deletes Narrate and Zekken.
Patman had 6 coming into this game, so so he has 7 now. Dude.
Yeah, Alex just can't quite believe that this is his life, but here it is, the final round of this first half. No
The dog sitter gaming is crazy.
Broke. I try to fix it.
Dog sitter gaming. Oh my gosh.
Bang. Has the exit, at least with the TP. Horn's going to be spawning him double TP.
Whoa, bang. That was unnecessarily risky.
Catch him round to the side now. This is Sen getting into these anchor positions. Heal online. Nightfall's going to be connecting though, and that's going to be cutting away the sound cues. This is fast, hot, and heavy. It's what we're used to here with PRX, but they insert a bit of a pause. Looking for the response, and now they're going to see it. Signs of life out, and it's whiffy from Bang. The dog is missing, and right from behind.
Oh,
it's all Jing.
Jing's been clean too. Oh.
3 kills. 1 left to find.
Damn.
Spike gonna be retrieved.
So Patman's only at like a 23%, and he has 6, so now 7, which sounds like a lot. And then now we think about the fact that Sufat BB has 11 and a 34%.
10-2.
Dude, Sufat's crazy.
Now I was expecting explosive, I was expecting pace, but honestly, it was a slow crawl from PRX. They were playing their own game.
I was also expecting a bit more competition coming out here in this first half. Sen
Yeah, Sen just got rocked. I mean, this is... I don't like this. They have to take like B main more so they can set up trap plays.
Absolutely unreal form from PRX, and they're looking to try and take away this map nice and early. We're going to be finding out the conclusion of it on the other side.
Sufat calls so that he can pad his clutch stats. He like purposely sends his teammates to die. Yeah, Sufat 11 and then Texture and Patman were at 6. I don't think that's counting this one, so Patman's at 7 now, but... Oh, we'll see. I mean, I think Sentinels losing on their defending half is fine with their comp, but 2 is rough. 2 is rough. I feel like the first halves of this Masters have been so dominant for so many games. Yeah, I think there's been a good share of them. I think that's just kind of also the meta shift. All right, drink some water.
Time, but Patman as well as another player that, you know, the Desk has been highlighting it, we've been highlighting it. He's added this extra element that's been sorely needed for PRX for the longest of times.
Oh, my top 10 player Bang with 77 points though? Who do I have from here? Do I still have Bang? Do I have Bang and Divide?
Has just been ripping people apart. I think some of it is looking towards their defense side, getting a bit more value from their big players. Jing,
On my VFL team, that's what I was talking about.
On that half, but when it comes to attack, the pathing, the feel of the timings and entering, it's all been wonderful. And frankly, 10-2.
I do have Bang and
Have
Divide.
too many doubts about them closing it out. Now, okay, it's PRX. We've seen the game against Liquid. We all know what happened there, and what nearly ended up losing their entire tournament run.
Bang's doing okay. He's got too many deaths, but he's doing okay.
From not even being here. But generally speaking, this should be absolute dominance.
It's definitely going to be at the back of the PRX players' heads, I think, thinking about making sure they don't lose grip of opportunities, especially when they put themselves
Free
in
sight.
spots like this. But Sentinels trying to turn that around entirely.
Batman just has to make sure that he can keep screens somewhat.
Full retake going to be played here by PRX, but they have given up A Heaven. Screens control, a lot of it. They're going to have to start to re-clear it now. We can see moves being made. Second holding the flash. A refight is going to be called for, and there it is. Paranoia forwards.
Oh, that's huge from something. Hides behind the box, goes for the trade swing. They don't even lose anyone. Celsius is staying alive, but something just rips apart the site.
Swarm the site. Parman with the defuse already, and they're just trying to hunt down his last remaining players. Bodyguard.
Oh, you won't find a better round than that from something.
Oh my
and
God.
that is sick. He's playing anti-flash in heaven, completely shuts down Sentinel's refight.
Was Celsius using the Wolves Classic? That's nice.
A gate crash in the backside to follow up on the Paranoia.
Well, I don't think this is on Celsius. I think this is on the rest of the team just dying.
Team play, coordination, and all set up.
Celsius was getting chased, so he goes out further, because then they'd have to rush in or come hunt him down. But PRX just chooses to rush in, and then Sentinels just dies.
America's Stingers to see if they can turn this around, but my God, the damage has been done already, surely.
It has. It's the last resort at this point. Easily dealing with Zekken.
Oof.
Chopping him down on the knees with a Guardian in hand.
They TP out as well.
Sentinels, they're looking to really just try and take this one.
He knows they're all going ramp.
Is holding it down. Jing's by his side.
Big peaks from Batman.
Flash forwards, no connection. Nobody blinded, but okay. Defy trying to turn him into mincemeat with that judge in hand. There's a 2v3. PRX can't get too ahead of themselves, but so much damage done. Won't take much to bring down Celsius in the rate.
An incredible confidence from something. Throws down the teleport into Mail, and then he's getting around all the way behind.
See him just through the X-ray.
Dude, they are stuck. Dude, the paranoia to make sure they don't actually get through vents.
Smoke in their faces.
Huge.
Just trying to push them into something, just in case. They are nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You're going to try and fight your way out.
Oof.
But against Forsaken,
Jeez.
good luck.
Since we all know PRX is immune to comebacks, let's change the topic. Do you think I should buy Yishuan's skin? I don't know what it looks like. Is it particularly good? How much are the skins in that game anyway?
Now, having said that, Sentinels did end up winning that match 3-1.
Patman is Filipino, yeah.
Which is where we're going next, but it's going to have to be a huge turnaround for this series not to just look massively one-sided. Stingers again.
Has to be. PRX up to 12 now. A lot of damage done. Jing Decay down, going to be regenning all the way back up at least partially. And this is a spread approach from Sentinels. We're actually exploring other areas of the
So
map.
PRX just gonna hold distance. They give up mid for free.
It's mainly PRX though that we're doing that on our own attack side. Still, it's nice to see that the rest of the split does exist.
Flavor dates.
Using double
That
initiating
sounds
utility
good.
to try to get up mid, put pressure on Divide. But these players with light armor, most of them. Oh no, most full armor, but still they
Judge.
will go down like mulch.
Okay.
Sentinels.
Wow.
They run
The
over
swarm.
them B-main, they run over them Heaven as well. That's going to unlock the site for their taking.
I love how it's 12 rounds now, but I'm begging them not to throw. Classic PRX experience.
One now, Patman and Jing side by side in a 2v4.
First time it
Jing
feels.
going for it.
Yeah, it's first time it feels like we've had PRX in a spot where they aren't ready to go for that flood defend. They aren't up players. SEN completely in their proper spots for the post.
You're gonna save it? You're gonna save the judge?
But also not really that much of an opportunity to upgrade to better weapons. There's still 3 on Sentinels that are running the Stinger and bang with a Guardian. Can they get guns on the retreat?
No, okay.
Jing was
really.
hoping, I think, to maybe get an exit or two. Don't think you're going to want to keep
You
the
want
judge.
Patman keeps the Phantom?
You don't necessarily need
He's gonna
the
keep the
executes
judge,
here.
okay.
Look, SEN are still saving 0 proper rifles.
Yeah.
And there's also 9 opportunities for PRX to close this out.
Wonder if Stingers will get nerfed after this tourney. I don't think they need to be.
Something tapping away on the keyboard.
I don't think they should be.
The spirits are so high for PRX.
And they can feel it. That's about as good as a beginning as you could hope for. 12-3. We're all just wondering at this point. What's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Re-clearance there with a fault line, trying to take a bit of B main control.
Early paranoia.
They earn it, but they back themselves away.
Same with the aftershock, though.
It's a flurry of utility on both sides towards B main, but it's PRX who are more bold.
Drop Jing! He's just gone
Ooh.
walkabout, hunting for a kill, but he's handed a
That's
freebie.
rough, but they still have B main. That counts for a lot. This was an immediate fill from Forsaken. This was very good.
Some of that space and regain that gun. Does so successfully.
This control, though, that Forsaken's got in B main is really important.
Yeah. It's going to be painting out a pretty picture now to PRX, and look at he divide his position. He's moving over towards A to reinforce it. Just from that B main control, they've got the read that this is going to be ending over towards A.
PRX, they have the read because of that B main hold. It's huge. Oh! He gets the double.
Where it is, not going to ask for the location, but he's claimed 2 anyway.
He gets the double through the toxic screen.
4v3, something is close. And no
Oh my god.
Pure domination.
Holy.
And Sentinels get obliterated.
Wow.
Wiped away there on split.
Damn, dude. Right.
Not in any way what we were expecting
Cooked him.
coming in. I thought we'd have a much
Absolutely cooked him. We only had one dark day without games. That day we were playing Hitman because PoE wasn't out yet.
Couldn't do any wrong.
We'll be playing more Hitman as well. Probably after Masters. During Masters for the remainder. Probably after the matches each day we'll just chill with some more PoE. And then after Masters we'll do like we'll do Hitman plus Lies of P. Get through that. Keep PoE on the side.
GB and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down for map number 1. Do not go anywhere.
GG. Wait, you can close out a stomp map like that? Gen G, take notes. PRX are looking great though, yeah? That is this map instills some confidence. No throws? No throws? No throws? Alright, we're gonna run some ads, chat. We're feeling good, and then we'll be back. no, the death started.
Trying
Okay,
to find
chat.
the first one and
We gotta get
actually
our
finding
scrandle.
it. But PRX
We gotta get through our
bringing in the
scrandle.
chaos round after round. Also, most of the rounds, well, 90% of the rounds that they got.
What
the
is this
spike
valid to
down
Asia
were
tweet?
really able to do. Obviously, that's what you're doing in this game. That translated into a round win. If we really think about it, the 2 rounds that that Sentinels won from their defense was that 1 round from Narrate with the ultimate, very well
PRX versus Saturday, don't mind the Wolves press pressure is still going.
and back going completely crazy.
It does really feel like a redo of the G2 game on
Okay,
Split.
fish
Because,
finger
well, that one ended up
sandwich.
being really close. It was
I actually really
mostly
like
close
fish
because
fingers.
of G2's attacking side on
No
defense,
shot,
on the attack
man.
side for PRX. They were almost perfect in that game. Same here
No
again,
shot. All right,
and it's a
chat.
similar
At this
thread,
point,
right? When
we
they're
go for the
getting
0
these
out of 10.
post-plans, their players are
Curry,
struggling to play
goat,
up, to
and
fight off
non's
each other,
chicken.
and they are so
Okay,
fast
but like,
at getting these multi-kills.
when we say
Look at
curry
the
goat,
amount
like,
of
is that
rounds
actually
where
goat
one
meat
PRX
or like?
player is getting
What does that
2,
mean?
3 kills and nearly single-handedly closing
What does this
out.
mean,
See
chat?
Forsaken, those paranoias, the effect that he was having.
Goat meat?
I am not going to lie.
I've
this
never
morning,
had goat meat.
I
Is
woke
goat meat
up,
good?
I went on Twitter and I saw a tweet that he posted right after the gym. And
Greatest curry of all time. That's
today.
actually Steph Curry.
in the gym, now he's getting
Got
those
the
games
guns.
in the server.
And this is now a really scary position for SEN. You look
Huh.
back to their failure in Bangkok
Curry-
going
Yeah.
out early in that tournament, and a lot of what the team talked about after that was
I've
troubles
heard
with
it's
the mental,
good.
right? Going
Oh wait,
down
no,
in
I've
games,
had
struggling
goat
to get back
stew
into
in
it, players
Korea.
feeling a little bit tilted, a little bit off.
All right,
And that
we
is
got
a
it right.
hell
We're
of a
going for the
game
0 and 10.
to lose. A map you're historically
Pita
excellent
bread
at, crushed
and
in that way.
meatballs
Yeah, and probably if we look
versus
at
a
here, we see
lychee
Junkie at
and
the bottom. This is something
blueberry
that
ice
don't
lolly
see all the time, and maybe
from
we
the
have to bring in
Qatar
conversation,
World
this changes and
Cup.
bring it in the sky, and how effective it must be
What?
in any map. Like in some instances, you could even see him try and pop flash something that is just not going to work. And as I'm saying, with a team that wants to fight all the time, how quick everyone from PRX is going to go. They do not care. They will.
Wow,
they're very quick in their
93%.
reacts. You will not flash.
for the meatballs.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Sentinels to have to deal with that. What is Coach Kaplan thinking as he gets ready for map 2? We have Yinsu standing by.
Ahead of Sunset, I'm joined by Sentinels coach Kaplan. Now, Device Sage is such a hallmark
Dude,
of their identity.
this
with their
hot
Sunset
dog, what is
comps. You've
going
actually
on?
faced that before last year. How do you deal with his Sage?
Yeah, they only have a few losses on this map. One of them is to us when they're playing that kind of comp. I don't want to give anything away before we play, but hopefully people can stay tuned and we can teach everyone how to do it.
You heard him. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Oh wait, we got one right in the
Coach
beginning.
Kaplan saying, hey,
Damn, I can't even get the 0 out of 10. I'm cooked, chat.
Look at that 13-3
Strawberry
on
bubble
Split. I
waffle
gotta
versus
feel
chili
pretty
dog.
damn good about PRX going into map 2.
Yes,
No
speaking of 13
shot.
and
The
speaking
waffle
of Sunset,
wins?
The last map that these two played against each other before today in that lower bracket in Madrid that we were referencing earlier was Sunset.
Yep,
and that is
that's right.
what Kaplan is speaking about. If they are to show the same composition, which I do not think, I think that they will stick to
What the
they're
hell?
doing right now, not going back to the Gecko. And
Wait,
the
hold
KO.
on, chat.
PRX could have had a
This
different
looks
day, but now
goated.
they should be
Spicy
scared
steak
because
sandwich?
momentum is all in the side of PRX.
Squarely on their
What do you
side.
what do you mean
PRX really just
sandwich?
taking
It
these
is
corners and taking
sandwich.
these fights like they
It's a
know
piece
they're
of
not going to lose. Like, they have
it's something
spoilers
it's
available to them. And here
food
comes the
between
agents. They're locking things
bread.
in here. Yeah, I mean basically getting the same thing for PRX.
Yeah, we are running it back for
Tottenham
PRX, the
fried
stage pump that
chicken.
They have been running in some variation for a very
No
long time.
shot
That's
that
what
this
Coach
wins. This is
Kaplan was alluding to.
$8.95.
If you're looking
The
at a
steak
Sentinels
sandwich was like
bounce back,
4 pounds
you
or
have to
something.
look to Zekin. He was unbelievable in their last
Yeah,
round
this
of
is
Sunset
not great.
against XLG. He's the guy who can
Bovril
bring the
iced
momentum,
lolly.
bring the
One-off
energy, try to get
handouts.
them
It's
back into
free.
this game.
Yeah, and
At
especially
Wembley.
with them starting on the defense again,
Dude, these
even
wings,
the
these are
chance
buffalo,
of,
right?
for
These like Buffalo Wild Wings?
PRX now having the chance of
Looks like
setting up
it.
the pace
Buffalo
just
Wild
like they did on
Wings.
Split.
Oh,
The
maybe
Sage is
not.
weird, though.
No,
It throws off your
PJs.
timings on your
It just says
retakes.
Buffalo
You'll just
Wings.
break the
They
wall
look like
right
Buffalo
through
Wild
steel.
Wings style.
No one in NA plays a comp like this, so ever since that last time they played PRX last year, this is only going to be the second time they're seeing this kind of composition.
Pressure's on here for Sentinels. They got to keep the drive alive here.
Beef
this is the
ice
opportunity for
lolly.
them to do it. They've done it before against PRX, as we've noted multiple times now. But this feels
3
like
out
a
of 10.
different
Let's
PRX.
go.
It feels like a PRX that plays with not just confidence, but with an understanding of exactly what they want to execute on, maybe.
And they're so confident.
If that's a
after
sandwich and a
that
taco
win.
is a salad,
John
a
Hughes got
taco
trophy in
is
his first
only
ever Masters.
a few more pieces of lettuce away from being a salad.
New players on the roster with pressure high again. A chance
Prove
to try
me
and
wrong.
come back to beat PRX again. They do not want to go to that
Alex
lower
returned to the
bracket.
Pancake Factory to check on his workers. When he entered the doorway, he noticed a trail of maple syrup footprints all over the floor. Boys, the PRX team walked out the kitchen doorway doused in syrup. Alex clutched his head in pain and cried out, "Oh no, it's worse than glue."
If you're a Sentinels fan, I think your spirit has to be lifted seeing Kaplan smile.
This is in advance of the PRX throw.
Map of Sunset. They've looked dominant on it. They've looked quirky. They've had some interesting ideas at that, but they have been really good. A lot of momentum behind them after winning that first map of Split.
If that's a sandwich, then Ocean is a soup. Hold on, chat. That's no. No. Chat, it's a roll. There's a roll that is cut in half.
But as we come in here,
And then there's a giant piece of steak on it.
Right? That he's got a
That's a
game plan.
sandwich.
Well,
How is that not a
game plan of
sandwich?
Split, but Alex changed up everything, started playing more slowly, threw them off their game.
Wait, why is that not a sandwich? I don't even understand why this is an argument.
What have PRX got cooking here?
We'll see if Sen have any bite back. Footsteps going to be heard. Presence noted.
Chobra, do you think Patman is improving every game? I think he's improving in general. I don't know if it's like game to game per se, but I think he is improving step by step. I think he's getting more confident. Let's put it that way. I actually don't know if he's improving. I know that's like that's a gray area. I think he's getting more confident.
Both initiators, John and Narrate, have gone off of A to go and re-explore mid. Now, defensive re-clearing. Sentinels were not doing very much of that on Split, so I like the idea of them getting active. And they might have found the timing to just get back into A.
I mean, Sen knows that they like to go A. They got breach and fade with all util on a pistol round. That's actually huge for retake. Trevor, stop. Please don't let Snoggy Val take over your brain.
10 out of 12 rounds PRX were able to plant on Split.
Devi's got an abundance of util here. That's a nightmare scenario to be facing.
Okay, the Sage Wall.
Cuts out that avenue, especially against the pistols. How the hell
They're
do you break
checking
this
for it.
At least they didn't send the retake utility before meeting the wall.
There it is.
No, they see it.
Replace it though. Gap into the wall. Now you're seeing it.
Full initiator util. Ooh, the Prowler getting slowed is kind of rough. You have Haunt though.
Zelsis might be a pivotal
You
player.
have Haunt, and you have Fault Line. You stunned both sides. Zelsis gets the flank. This is huge from Sen. Dude, PRX had to watch out for this. But it's an amazing plan. Really well planned from Sentinels.
There's the game plan, working to perfection. Sentinels took a long time
Really
to set up
good
that
pistol.
retake. Everything had to be perfect. Zelsis had to be ready for the backstab. They needed to break that Sage wall. Everybody had to get in the right spot.
Just
to
massive
maximize
round.
value from the
Massive,
fault line, from the
massive pistol
paranoia,
plan.
From all of the pieces of utility that were necessary. But once they pulled the trigger, they completely
They went double full util on the initiators. They were always going to play retake. They stack B and then they play retake on A.
That the Sage Wall could have hurt PRX because in those kind of spots, sometimes PRX are going to want to try to catch Sentinels as they go for the retake.
Deep smoke.
Yeah, you actually have to get ahead of the flood.
Put him into the blender. Side by side though, Bang having a reload. He couldn't quite back him up in time, so they have handed over a gun still. Close quarters is what it's going to be favoring, and a slight swing out to Vi. It's going to be dropped.
And a very
as clean as you can get.
Yeah, very clean
Alright.
round. Sentinels giving a lot of respect to PRX though.
Keep the
making sure
judge
that
as well.
they fully buy. You know, nobody just coming in there with a pistol looking to buy up a better gun for the bonus round. So they are going to be working with some lighter weaponry here for the bonus.
It's as much of a game to me as Sortigo is to Chobra.
Much better start here on Sunset. On Sentinels
Sortigo is a
what we
game.
were looking at on Split.
I am not
PRX
knowledgeable enough
dominated
to
right from the beginning.
comment otherwise.
Move.
Chat, did anybody buy into the Mind's Eye hype? I gotta ask New Friends if he actually ended up playing it.
This one way is dangerous.
It's not looking good. Sortigo is a mobile game, yeah.
Do have the Viper wall though. So
Even
the gun's
then,
still going to be used.
You can step in front of this Viper wall. You can't perfectly rely on it.
Tepid, tiptoeing up to the mark, just
Bait,
spotting the shoulder.
the bait from Bang.
Baiting for Narrate.
Bit of damage. Yeah.
Surely they suspect it, but do they suspect it's the judge?
There's U2 going to be used to clear the corner. Still Forsaken. Wants to send it
It's ahead of the
forwards
trip.
here. TP of his own. Trip gone.
They just ignore it.
No control towards elbow, and
They know
back
Bang is still there, but they might forget that Narrate exists at all. Okay, you still got the trade at the very least, but yeah, they kind of forget about Narrate. Well, they never found him, but they're not able to swarm him.
It's a weird situation.
You have to just ignore this if they break through it. Like, you have to imagine they're going to break through it. It's just meant to be a delay. You have to hold here.
PRX know they need to make a play. The weaponry's bad as well from SEN, and they are slow, aiming to be meticulous.
Take the first
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, that's not good.
Stinger in hand, something.
Whoa, 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 guys!
Not anticipating Bang. Quick collection with a 2 and a quick snap to the side from the rate. An injection of energy for Sentinels here.
As dominant as Split began for PRX, it feels like the same the other way around here for Sentinels. They are really in control funneling PRX into these A-side hits. And then being really cautious as they creep up for retakes. Any kind of push out is getting
The wall broke because of time, so something is going for the recon, but it's... But like...
And there are so many
they were just on different wavelengths, because Devi is thinking they're going to fight 2v1. But if something wanted to do that, Devi already had to be out of that corner.
With some plays. You know, bait out Sentinels to go and take some position and then refight them as they're setting up. You think about it, there's got to be a time where Bang is holding Paranoia. And
I think there's some people on Twitch that play Pokemon Pocket.
But it's a narrow window. Alternatively, you know, you don't have to opt into the A post-plant fight. Sure. That's where Sentinels want to take.
I think they need, if they're going to go A again, PRX needs better timing on a lurk in mid. Otherwise, they also just need a good round on B, kind of similar to Gen G. Sentinels wants you to go A. You think your comp is better on A, which it technically is, but like Sentinel wants you to do that because they are prepped to fight it.
As explosive as we've seen from PRX in some of their other games. I think they really on Split were trying to play counter to their normal style to throw Sentinels off. This round they're coming in with only 2 Stingers. Yeah. So really this tack timeout is going to be based on the next round, for round 5.
Based on the next round and used to settle.
That's a messed up story, Infinite.
Yeah. Jing, if he takes Orb here, if he gets a kill or dies, he's going to have Showstopper back for that rifle round.
Yeah, they're starting to try to explore mid, but obviously the weapons aren't great.
So
trying to put pressure on this, right? Send Boombot, make noise mid, but this cam is free.
Game plan in all 4 of these rounds.
A high-low set up to receive. Drones there. Stun going to be used. Both stuns, in fact, overlaid. Aftershock into the corner. Everybody gets out in time. No damage onto the PRX boys. But a one-way quickly replaced. So good luck trying to get past that when you don't have a drone anymore.
This is the round against the Eco Sentinels. This is the one where they hold A, and then they basically are funneling. Dude, Sentinels is basically forcing PRX to do what they should be doing, but therefore Sentinels knows it's coming. Look at this, they're just ready. Everybody's ready. Oh, wait, what's the?
Still going to be isolated and taken out, but a glide into the slow. Zekken not to be denied his own. Into a 2v3 here. Spike's dropped down, but it is smoked off, so Forsaken can reclaim it. Safely for now. 24 seconds left, plenty of time to get the plant down.
And look how passively Sentinels are. They're not going to cross this line until they're sure that the plant is down. They're never going to give an opportunity for Patmen to walk up and get a free kill. Very disciplined from SEN. It's going to be tough for Forsaken to pick them apart.
Did Zekken hear it?
Almost unexpected.
They did.
The going to be clearing them out though. B hop into safety. Checks himself away. Smoke going to be blocked.
Patman. Oh, I was about to say Patman kind of has to go big, but now he has to do everything. They're waiting for him. Oof, they almost lined up.
Really disciplined. I think that's
3:30 a.m. and I'm having chicken nuggets wrapped in bread. That actually sounds dope, but the real question is that a chicken nugget sandwich?
Taking a risk once it comes to a retake scenario. In the
No, but legit chat, what is a sandwich tier? I'm still confused why that's even an
for
argument.
those defensive reclears, but once their player advantage up, and the spikes
I would
committed,
consider that a
it's all
sandwich.
about playing together.
No, the ocean isn't soup because it's not intended to be eaten.
To try to get PRX back onto the right track. See if they could get the train going again.
No. It's not like the ocean because this is literally you're making this to eat it.
Every round they've been putting a bit of noise B main, throw down the boombot, and then they group up A. It's not a fake this time.
See if that conditioning sticks. Right now there's plenty of bodies and Sentinels reinforcing, gathering.
Oh, he lands it and he gets another. Dude, Jing's raise is so good. He saw him. Jing's raise is so good.
And there's 2 left alive. He's going to go hunting. Paranoid. Blind as anything. 1 left to stand. The crowd wants it. You can feel it. A rumble on the stage.
And Bang does not want to give it to him. He's hiding towards Pillar. 4 and 1.
Bold hiding spot.
He definitely could go for it. He should go for it to try to limit the economy of PRX.
Bang drifted in. I know where he is now, closing the door straight on him.
And then he bails.
Jing is gonna hunt.
Running him down. Pac-Man to receive.
Oh.
It's a bit whippy. We're calling
Wait,
it
hold on. PRX, chill.
I don't think Jing's got the timing.
Yeah,
Bang's
chill.
I think gonna live this one.
I cannot believe he survives.
Ridiculous. He's somehow managed to escape Jing.
He's hunting. He's
Jing's
trying
going
to get
for it.
He's trying to get it.
He's not gonna try. I mean, he ruined the clip anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not getting into 60 seconds.
He's a coward, Bang, a coward. Incredible entry. What a rocket. Perfect, precise, catches Zelsis around the corner. Immediately on top of Zekken, who was
Dude,
also
what
running
an
away.
entry.
Who was going towards market. That's the kind of entry.
What a rocket.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, credit given.
It was actually an incredible rocket.
They are not going to have that same tool again.
So a bit of a reset here for round 6. Zekken.
Spotted.
Jiggling out. Shoulder spotted.
So PRX is starting to work B more after the timeout, which is good. That's what you needed. You're still trying to put passive pressure with the screen on A.
Close now.
At this point, I think Sentinels have the read that this is real B main again.
Surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sentinels is adjusting to it, but the real question is can you hold on to it?
Fury is going to be in that back pocket still, dark. Going into the
Oh.
He's amazing on the entries.
He wins that? Second was already trying to tag him down.
Torpedo, reinforcements arriving. Bang is just trying to get into the action and the fray from behind Pac-Man.
And then the mid lurk. So now the mid lurk can be valuable even for A. Overall, real good adjustments from PRX.
To reclaim some kills. Any semblance of control over to the round, but he's given up entirely at this point.
So PRX spent those first 4 rounds with a little bit of pressure towards B main and then instantly regrouping A. In this round,
Jing's on a heater.
That they were about to pop towards B. They'd thrown a haunt, they got Bang on the deep A line.
Whether send times out or not,
controlling all of this space right at the start. And Sentinels started
this
moving
next
the defensive
round,
rotations over, but they still weren't ready for it.
I feel like they have to have some idea of how to break apart the B entry.
Critical 1v1.
Or they need to just empty this. What they might do is they might put like trips here and here, like backside of B, or here and market, just so you know. And then you kind of just empty it. You put like a passive, you put a passive guard on B main just for info, and then you're ready to fight A main. And then if they go B, you just empty it. You know at what point they've entered backside. You just hold it from like deep boba. Give up market as well, and then rework through B main and mid.
Give him an inch, he takes a mile. He's 7 and 4.
Oh, they're gonna actually trip mid. Okay, but they do stack A.
What is this trip over towards upper mid? They spam to try to break the normal trip.
It is an interesting one because it does. You can actually get by it.
Safe from the random spam. Both the trips are fact intact, but it does leave a window of opportunity for Patman. If he's slow,
yeah, but it doesn't. He can only lurk on the left side. He can't lurk on the right.
I think as soon as he breaks this, and still from their side, it's bang!
Ew, he thought he had a chance.
Here's the gap.
Just the one, and there's the gap. Hold on.
Yeah, sure. Like, this is the weird thing. They can... If they're not thinking about this, SEN is in trouble. This is your own trip.
Paranoia. Here comes Patman. Holds into the back. Patman's right there with him.
Oh.
It's an ult that's ended up being cancelled, just faking him out.
The worst part is they won't know if this is through mid or B main.
Kills need to be earned at this point.
They're gonna rotate. That's so funny.
Have them surrounded. I'm not even down.
What? I mean, everybody decided to follow Patman into spawn there. A really bizarre round set up by that.
No, I think on the default, I think it was intended. It's just on the rotate, they didn't even think about it. On the default, I think it was meant to be not easily broken, but then if there's no early contact, you had the breach rotate over and watch from Boba. And so, like, that's fine, but... So they had someone watching from here, and that's fine, but once you rotate, you have to imagine someone can follow you.
They're not just sending it A, have been working for PRX, so hey, why not change it up?
Fast take now. Fight to be taken. Jing. Anybody want to offer themselves up to challenge him? Bang's still there. It's just a bit of spam, actually, meant for that. Actually, deep push in through mid and a big blind.
Yeah, that's a crazy push.
Caught.
Just off rip, Bang walks down tiles. Catches Patman very early, and that's the main guy that's been doing the lurking for PRX. So now I think
yeah, that makes
pretty fine about this. They've got
now SEN can just hold this again.
A small gap in market, but
they've got Cam for B. It's easy peasy.
Zelzis is going to be happy to cover that.
This is actually an this is an insane hold from SEN because they actually have given up so much space, but they actually have all the info they want. They know that there's no lurk in mid. They don't care if you're sitting here. They just need to know if you're planting on B or A. They're going to retake one way or the other.
Very heavy trust in the retakes. Now, that did not work on split. They won 9 out of 10 post plants, PRX.
Gave Jing the plan, he would have a showstopper.
This time it's a fast one with the Nightfall. Forsaken tries to get ahead of it. Huge relay bolt. And the Rolling Thunder and the ult. I mean, that's a lot of ults. It's 3 ults used by Sentinels.
The fuse is stuck to half.
I mean, something is just looking to save his gun at this point. He's not even trying to win the round. He knows it is unwinnable. That's another perfect retake from SEN.
Hey, some coffee.
The game plan is crystal clear. PRX know exactly.
This is how, by the way, this is how PRX lost with this comp before, too.
If you try to push into spawn there and catch them as they're trying to retake, you're going into a triple stack facing you. And then if you try to play disciplined post plants, they're just running at you with every piece of utility. PRX at this point need to be saving big.
That movement was sick.
You need to be saving if you can. Showstopper, paranoia, you know, these things that are going to be able to counteract.
The tools, he say that, and they've just sent it. Letting it rip. Fault line's going to be slowing down Jing to deal with that trip. Broken for now.
Hey, you know, they're close. Ooh.
Second has not been accounted for.
Wait, how did that rocket not? Oh.
How the hell did he get out of this one?
Dude, second is going nuts.
Even the watchful eye through mid, he knows that that's a possibility. Gaps in a defensive player, Sentinels. Patman could be anywhere, and he's been good at slinking into them.
Damn, dude, how does Zekin get away with that? Okay, well, he doesn't anymore.
What a contact play through the smoke.
Yeah, that's insane that they just walk through it.
Left wondering as well where Narrate could be, but it's a beautiful play for PRX to get set up into this one. Patman and the off angle. A lot of damage done. Drops Narrate down to 52 health, and even the horn missing. Getting a bit flustered perhaps into the moment. PRX not leaving anything for chance. They're doubled up here. Backside control.
Hello.
The dart to get their acknowledgement. That's what they were looking for, and the rate is just left.
Oh, look, they're going to double swing again. They've been doing this a lot. Very smart song. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Divide. Divide. Time. Okay. Oh. Oh.
What a recovery of that. PRX in the 3v3 make the play that they need to. Wandering out through that smoke, because what was going on here? Not anticipating how close Zekken was holding. Forsaken anticipating that everybody was going to be playing backside. A cute little wall as well to be able to take down John, but it's this walkout here that you're watching. Something and Divide together through the smoke, and Divide wins a 1v1. PRX are getting themselves back into this game. It's a 1-point lead right
Alex.
now. Wrangling control back. Trying to make it even.
It's a trip and a cam watching for the mid lurk this time. So Zelsis is trying to ensure
They're pressuring mid to B again.
For Patman to go on a
Narrate
lurk play.
and his timings on getting information will be big here for Sen.
He's got the Viper ultimate to work with here.
PRX is pretty much already 100% committed to B. They're pressuring mid to B, but Patman's going to go on a lurk. Curious to see if Zekken's going to wait for that lurk.
Be hitting the go button here.
No, he's going to wrap around.
Be used, though. As soon as that nade flies forwards, up and over, orchestrates pretty well that PRX are going for this.
They're a big fan of using high ground angles like this.
Smoke's going to refresh.
So you might not be thinking about it, because it's normally Divine that's going to to be looking for these kind of
Yeah,
angles.
so Narrate's already gone through spawn. That's huge. So now you know. You've already covered mid.
And if you wait too long,
There is
John
40
will have the fault line
seconds.
back up.
Look at the race position as well. They all know this is going to be going towards B. There's a smoke.
Patman's got a lineup, I think.
Does connect. It's going to go pound for pound, but Jing is straight past it and out. Kill's going to be claimed and collected here for Sen. And the res, yeah, there's no collecting those bodies either. There's the rates.
Yeah, you just got to save whatever you can.
Inside, and now he's just keeping them collected, corralled into a corner. C's not going to be connecting, but he's got the spike down and with 15 seconds left. There's nowhere to go at this point.
Very nice defensive utility from Sentinels. They've got the right read now. I think they're really in control of the information game. You know, there was one round where they let Patman.
Didn't watch the last map. Are Sen actually better individually than PRX?
It's just a matter of
no, not well. Not today. It didn't look like it so far, but different comps, different agents.
Paranoia is great at denying phase 2.
I just want you to know I'm currently playing ZZ while listening to your audio. How is it? How's 2.0?
He's just gambling on the fact that everyone is going to be hit by the paranoia.
I want to get back into ZZ and Star Rail with the new updates, but
this does seem like
don't have the time.
To go for a bit of fake B.
It feels like I have like so much to learn and catch up on.
You know that Sentinels have been kind of cheating the rotations over to B and leaving kind of one person pushing out. So a bit of pressure towards mid.
I'm going for it though.
So fast pressure on A, but they're actually going to work mid a lot harder. Patman can't die there though.
Shut down. No more threat of the wall going up. Res in sight though. Divide might be looking for a play towards this. In fact, the whole team.
They want a drone for the res.
Take this space. Very important that gets broken, but okay, Satchel forwards. Jing doesn't hard commit. Try and take out Bang. They want to try and deal with his body, and Sentinel's not willing to concede the space. They're still trying to make a go for this. Want a bit of raw spamming through the box to try and defend it up from mid. It's Forsaken who's the one who's going to be going down.
Divide's ultimate makes sure that this is only a 4v5.
I don't know if they know about this. Must have heard the Satchel, but do they expect Jing to be up on top of the box?
That Prowler's not going to tell him anything.
And he's going to take that timing and take it!
Dude, he gets 2.
He's amazing!
He's cracked it open!
You're going to go A off of that?
But there's still 2 players left unaccounted.
You have 3 here. Surely, yeah, you plant him as a lurk.
This is where
and you go B.
Regrouping, I think. You can't afford
Yeah, I don't know about 2 people here. You should have gone as 3. You should have gone as 3 into B and then just let Jing do his thing. But I mean, it's gonna work out because they emptied it.
Avenue to the rest of the team.
Okay. Oof.
And Jing, he survives. So danger probably averted at this point.
5 bullets. Commits to the reload. Don't plenty more to work with now, but he has to drop into the corner. You are kidding me!
What?
Get the hell out of here!
Oh, that is absurd.
Filthy.
That is truly ridiculous. And it's left Zekken.
And then he's just going.
Which he's not even going to go for. 13 of 5, having a great game. But it's all Jing all day.
But instead of picking up ZZ, how about you play Sortigo and finish it in 2 days?
The PRX have won, coming straight from Jing. I mean, one of them set up really heavily by the rest of his team too. He flies in with a showstopper, beautiful snipe onto Zelsis, takes down Zekken as well in market. This one was much more about his intelligence rather than his mechanics. Up inside the one-way and then utilizing the fact that he knew Narrate had missed him with the Prowler. And then he just tucks himself into a wonky spot. And listen,
I need to see that again.
I mean, you're only gonna
This
hit him
was
if you
real
go for it.
nice.
I respect it.
Gotta respect it. Stands up. Nowhere to run.
Dude, what?
Yeah, okay.
Have we got any developers in the building? I mean, that is crazy, isn't it?
That's shock and awe.
Oh my god.
Astounding stuff, man. It's 6-5. We've got one more round left to go in this half of Sunset.
Ahead.
Double swing. Bottom section of mid. This is PRX trying to take control.
That was, dude, imagine getting hit by that, man. I'd get so tilted. I'd be so
They've just
tilted.
got such a nice ult combo to win this round. You know, Showstop has been amazing at opening these places up. Jing's got that over towards B main.
This is Bang going to be tested, assuming they just pull the trigger on it.
But I think it's also Bang to try to get out and live.
SEN already kind of knows. So they just, their goal will be to just hold on to this for the retake. Ooh, they know market's given over as well.
No more. And here's that Viper ult.
Here it is. Yeah, this is going to be a blight on the map now for Sentinels to try and deal with. Nightfall.
Okay, they're going to re-clear market fast.
Doesn't clear the back of the site though.
And it doesn't hit
This wall has to get broken.
Hold up to a degree. Random spam praying for a connection. Wall needs to be dealt with, finally broken, at least in one partition. Forsaken is going to be tucked into the corner still, caught by that stun to the side. Second's all the way in.
A big trade from Second, but they haven't cleared Forsaken. He's going to let him go. Dude. Huge flash. Oh.
And access and control is theirs now for the side.
I feel like Forsaken had to let Second go.
And
But
every round that Sentinels
oh
got,
well.
this final one, a theme that lasted right from the beginning, setting up for the retake and executing it perfectly. Look at the movement. It's just brilliant.
Second's movement has been very good. So smooth. And it's so fast.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Excuse me. Yeah, the hiccups.
Momentum and kind of fight back, I think, that we wanted to see from Sentinels to give us that competitive series.
Damn. Dude, I hate that this ad, for those of you who've heard it, it starts by them saying it's like a $2 billion industry, but it all started in dingy basements and like whatever else. And I'm like, I mean, like, I don't know. Do we have to say it all started in dingy basements? Like, why is that the line? Why don't you just say, like, it all started, like, you know, from your own house, like, with your friends. Like, yeah, or, like, PC cafes. Like, there's, like, I don't know. That's, like, someone, that's an ad person writing the script. I just, I don't know, it's silly. It all started in Freak Space. No, I get it. I think it's just to I get that it's to show how far it's come, but it's like I just think the word dingy is weird. I mean, basement is fine. It depends on where you're coming from, because your idea of what a basement does, like in the States, like a lot of basements are actually game rooms, and like, you know, that's fine, but like, yeah, you could just say your basement. Like, why does it have to be a dingy basement? You know what I mean?
In this game so far.
They have to push the gamers live in basements every time and then wonder why no one. But that's what I mean. It's like why are we like owning that stereotype? Like, what good does that do for anybody? Like, yeah, it's a funny joke, but I don't know. I think it's silly.
Yeah, again, you can
Like,
see
there's
it
a way to
reflected here in
portray
the
the journey,
especially on Zekan's side.
you know?
Going 15-6, but I've been masterfully impressed with what Jing has been able to put forward on the attack sides. The question for me is, can Jing keep it going on defense? Because I think so much of Jing's impact is based on how he's able to find the timings.
He's giving poor Victorian boy to rich businessman
The
vibes.
Neon is going to be really heavily supported again by Narrate and John. The double initiators and the style of Sentinels.
It all started in Asmongold's rat infested basement.
The guy who's has to do a lot and always does.
Dude, one of the apartments I lived in LA had a mouse problem. Rats and mice are not fun, chat. I've had to lay down mouse traps and like throw away dead mice or like shocked mice.
It's going to be a big face.
It was not fun.
Potential bloodbath.
The pistols are a lot better for long-range fights on Paper X.
Yeah, it's Jing. Just waiting it out. He sees that cage.
Saren, you with a hydrate. I actually think I need to go get more water.
Contact plays.
I'll get it after this round.
Ruined it all. Spoiled the surprise that SEN were going for.
Everybody else drink water for me.
Gonna see it now. 3, 2, 1, and a swing for Paranoia to support from the side. This is Paper X at a one.
I mean, Paper X loves fighting mid. What is SEN in pistol? What was SEN cooking up here? Their defense pistol was so good.
Blinder of a pistol. An ambush that completely caught the rest of SEN. And Celsius is getting bullied out of his position towards mid, pushed further and further away from the spike.
There was a week straight in my college dorm this year where we didn't have hot water and I would have to shower in the gym. Ooh, that's I've had to go to a
Paper X grouped up as well. Forsaken going for a little bit of information.
sketchy motel to shower on my way to a Korean cast of Masters Reykjavik back in the day because our building lost hot water and it was in the winter and it was freaking cold. Well, not the winter, but it was like cold. It was, but I had to pay to rent a room just to shower. It sucked.
Yeah, it couldn't have landed any better. Both teams going for mid and a massive trap from Paper X. The spider waiting in the web.
Hold on, I missed my timing to go get water, chat. That was my timing to go get water. By the way, Chobra, are you racist against non-Koreans? Why no redeem for English cast?
Saw Sentinels looking really dominant at the beginning of this map.
Ah, yes.
And that's
yes. That's my agenda.
It's now looking like absolutely anybody's game.
Yeah, step into the cage.
Yes, so that's not.
Face up.
Nobody was asking.
You're right, it is still anyone's game.
This round, though, I mean, massively favored towards Paper X. An opportunity to build up towards some of these big ults.
Sentinels.
Oh. Patman, you want to back up a little bit? Patman, do we want to... Do we not want to... Can we not... Okay. Okay. Like, thank goodness, but... I don't know if that was necessary.
Again, it's the easy way or the hard way.
Well, who on Paper X wants to try to build up their ult? I think that's one of the key things that they should be thinking about. Looking towards giving it to Patman, I would imagine. I mean, that defensive
30 seconds left.
Viper ult can change the
Why can't I redeem for... Okay, I gotta go get water. This is my chance to get water.
You wouldn't normally be able to run. I think it's worth paying attention as well to Patman as to where he puts his Viper wall. You see this one at the moment, but there's also a pretty common one that we're seeing teams run that goes through mid.
Celsius is...
He survives for a moment.
Desperate to
and they're looking to try to keep him alive.
If he gets the plant down, he's still going to get value, so
yeah.
you do have to kill him. There we go.
And you can still plant even if it's in the post round as well in order to get your money. So they did definitely have to deal with him there. In the end, they don't actually maximize the ults, I don't think, but it's not too shabby.
Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Last player
Clearly, Paper X have got a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing on the defense side of this map.
Perfect.
A lot of it as well can come down to the retakes. This Sage Wall really useful for that if you play off-site post plants. So Sentinels have got to think about how they want to set up the rounds in the first place and then also how they want to play the posts. John holding this stun, ready for some kind of mid.
Have you learned nothing? Why would you ask Paper X to back
You're
up?
expecting Paper X to be doing something aggressive on their bonus round.
Well, I'm not a Paper X fan per se, chat. I've never had to ask him to back up. I used to just revel in the chaos.
Why? Just making sure that they can slow down the inevitable approach, really. Sentinels are going at a bit of a glacial place, but...
No, I get what you mean, Happy. Like, because usually, like, you would go in, work out, shower, and come out, but, like, literally stepping in and stepping back out right after a shower at the gym. Could feel a little weird.
That's rough.
I don't think it needs to, but it could. Ooh. Crispy shots from Nary.
for Sentinels.
Jing is on fire.
Incredible play from Narrate to get them back in.
3v3, doable. Okay, narrate.
Better with a crosshair placement, even spotting out something. Deep Seas flash in your face, going to be blinded up, but he has complete control, and it just
Can
makes
Jing
this
get
hold
these?
that much easier here for Sentinels.
Oh, dude, the timing from narrate.
Last one spotted something. There's not much you can
That's
do from
already
this spot.
decent damage
Gotta
done.
scurry and save.
And
Yeah,
he'll
it's
save
important
because
that
he has a
saves here
rifle.
because
Okay.
Devi actually forced into the round. Only 700
Okay.
credits on Devi. So keeping this rifle really helps the economy. A massive round from Narrate there. Looked like Sentinels had squandered this one. Slightly better eco. Came in.
I mean, I think both
ran a
teams are
slow
okay with
mid-take, trying
that.
to feel out, I think, what the defensive setup actually looked like. And as they committed through,
Do you think this crab is going to look a lot better in Unreal 5,
where you
chat?
tried to pull the mid player towards market, and then you pop through top mid. And it looked messy. Very
I do
messy
wonder
from
what the
seconds
lighting's
back.
going to look like in Unreal 5.
Not ready for Jing at all.
I mean, Bang is walking into that angle backwards because he's worried about the other side of mid. He's worried about somebody pushing his own smoke. And it's Narrate, the hero, especially that second kill on
It'll
Patrick.
cost frame drops.
Turns the round in Sen's favor.
If he doesn't do all that,
Yeah, the Util bomb is going to flash my screen till Kingdom. Dude, yeah, how's the Util bomb going to look on Unreal 5? Do you think Champs observing is going to be a nightmare, like for viewers? Because it's just going to be crazy lighting?
Narrate stays alive for the one kill, but PRX had more than just a singular body trying to take that fight. Do it together.
Dan the Penguin at Unreal 5. That's the real winner.
Devi winning that with a bulldog. Second swinging.
No
Nobody
Neon, no
else
Fade is
trying to score
rough
Narrate.
for the attack for Sen.
So a little bit out of sync there, Sentinels. And we've seen that across 2 rounds now, despite the fact that Narrate was able to save the previous one. Now he's gone, he's dead. 3v4. Somebody else needs to step up now for Sen. Good stun.
Line, yeah, it's good to push, taking off that line, but immediately the paranoia is going to be used to try and get him straight back in. Smoke fades though. It's still opportunities are granted for these kills, and it's decent movement enough. Zeltas actually does manage to take out something, so putting a bit of a wraparound here. Forsaken is the one that's been put in a pinch.
Yeah, but how much do they know about Forsaken? Oh, a lot. Never mind.
This is now a 2v2, very winnable for Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
PRX not quite aware of the gaps in defensive play that they're putting up.
But they do know where both players are rocking.
Sage Viper. You do have a snake bite.
Zeltas is defending somewhere.
Walking up now, steps up. That's a jump spot now, spotting these players.
Oh, they slow orb him. Oh, he gets ahead of it. What a round from Zelsis.
Beautiful round there from the emotional leader on Sentinels.
It would be funny if someone runs a triple controller comp again on Unreal 5 just because it tanks FPS. That would be funny.
The 2 young guns from Sen got chopped down early. And Zelsis decided to get his way in, play off John. And shut the round down.
Damn.
This is now 2 rounds in a row though. Where Sen have had a sloppy beginning.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, 2 rounds where they've managed to capitalize. And I think that's going to be especially tilting for PRX because you're doing stuff right at the start. You know, your game plan off barrier rip is good.
I'm out.
You're getting into an advantage. And then, I mean, personally, round 15, I think that's just Narrate hitting nice shots. I don't think that's a mistake from PRX too much.
I would agree.
This round, though, they
I would
did leave
agree
a
on
lot
the
of gaps.
previous round. Not this round, the previous round.
so
That's
you're
Narrate
seeing
popping, having a pop-off round.
Tactical timeout called, and Devi doing a
It's
lot of
Bread
talking
Show.
there.
Sideshow and Bread.
I'm sure Alex has got enough to say as well. But PRX economy is now going to be crumbling a little. Only 1 rifle able to be afforded.
But they are paying for their no true sentinel.
Fading away there as Alex is just venting.
Which means that you need like a stronger hold of one of the extremities. Like getting a early kill in mid is fine, but you can't actually hold on to mid as the defenders.
He's normally very calm when he communicates to the players, and then he takes it all out on his desk.
Oh, looks like the caster command is outdated. Sorry.
It's a bit like
Sorry, chat.
Kaplan, fairly calm when he comes to his players, and then he beats the crap out of Cubert.
Oh, poor Cubert. 2-round lead though for Sentinels, and they've got that economy advantage. Usually going to be converting into a round win, so
we actually saw Bang take a really fast timing when they were on defense. It's Forsaken doing something similar.
So the answer is we're gonna take mid as the defenders. You said you couldn't do it. It couldn't be done. We're gonna do it, which is fine. I'm okay with that. It's bold.
Players ready to receive him. Takes down the one. Zelsis is going to
I know he has the Bucky, so like I get it.
No smokes.
Needs to be watched for. No smokes though.
Yeah, no smokes over towards spawn. And Forsaken's on the flank with a Bucky.
Even committed here. TP forwards. Uh-oh.
Oh,
no way.
what?
Get value out of it. Beautiful play by Forsaken.
No shot. Dude, where's the rest of the push out of the smoke?
180 all around.
Where's Fivers with
receive a couple of bodies. Other end of his outlaw. Sight line is open. Spots it with a jump ping. Sets up John for it to buy. Almost makes.
I mean, they almost made it happen. They almost made it happen. Yo, Rolly, you did. I don't know how that works, but you did get gifted a sub.
That one got a bit scrappy, little bit tough. I can't believe Forsaken got value on the flank. I can't believe this TP
Dude.
ends up getting the job done, and then he goes for a second teleport on top of the other box.
And his teammates don't push the smoke like with him. Like,
good finisher from Zekken there. He's having a blinder of a map. He's got 18 kills already in 17
yeah, it was Autumn
rounds.
Buzz earlier. Shout out for the gift sub. Hansy's sounding a bit different today.
Almost everybody on PRX has their ultimate to be able to work with.
And Patman, it's instinctual from him.
There you
Cage
go.
Goes up.
But that would be the whimsy, would be to push out of the smoke, chat.
And this now
Why
puts
are
a
we
bit more
being
pressure
scared?
towards
Where's the
Bang,
whimsy?
Because with the trip disappearing on
Chat,
A,
you can't.
you're
You know,
worried.
I'll tell. Now I get it. Now I get it, chat. I get it. You know why PRX is this way? It's because you guys keep making excuses for them. Everyone's like, yeah, but you can't ask them to do that. It's like, well, what can you ask them to do? They gotta do something. They gotta choose A or B. You can't be like, well, you can't ask them to do A and then be like, well, you can't ask them to do B the next time. You can't keep giving them excuses. You gotta hold them accountable.
Mighty is a bullet to the brains, luckily saved by the wall. Paranoia forwards. PRX just need to make sure to not leave any gaps, mistakes to be played into.
No, I think Forsaken's play was good. It's just the team should have pushed out of the smoke with him. I mean, yeah, they didn't have info, but like, you were playing with not good weapons. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with Sentinels with the Stingers earlier. Like, you have to just, at some point, you have to commit to the fact that it's all or nothing. That was a clean retake.
And still no ultimate forced out from PRX. That slow nade combo was brilliant there.
The train of unaccountability.
PRX have cut this one down to an only 2-round lead. This next one, you've got to imagine, is going to be explosive, with so many ultimates all around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Very clean shots, though. Now, having said that, I just set up a really explosive round. Didn't realize that Sentinel's economy, despite winning 3 in a row, is not in a spot where they can buy again.
Yeah, I mean, they take. It's because even the rounds they win, it's always with only like two people for Sen. They're not feeling great about it.
And honestly,
PRX has big ults, so they should be all right.
Some of those defensive ultimates.
They group up. TP4s. This is aggressive Forsaken. There's about a second.
Now, ooh, Zelsis is gonna go for the quick re-clear though. He can't peek out of this though. Oh, he can. That's bold. I mean, I respect it because you wanted to, but it did not look like you were going to get anything out of it. That was bold.
I think what's now going through Sentinel's head is, well, who's defending A? Because usually it is Forsaken with a one-way on A. And that's allowed John and Zelsis to just
well, PRX, you got to pick and choose if you're. Oh, they're gonna the fake. The fake is so big. Because PRX are conditioned to worry about A. Dude, now, oh, the alerts are going to be so strong from Sen. This is actually an absolute 4D chess move.
They really want to pick. They really want to equalize numbers because their guns are just so much worse.
They need something, but it's been spotted out here. Stinger in your hand, bang, just about gets around the corner.
Now Zelsis becomes the lurker.
It's Zelsis' time. Ooh, Bang had to. Well, I mean, Bang had to win that duel, is what it was. Sentinels needed an early pick, but Zelsis kind of has to run up.
through main is not going to be
Where does he choose to go? Through
ideal
mid?
task for them. It's one way up now, and that backstab, as you mentioned, has to be coming to fruition.
Forsaken overcooked.
Accounted for. Still, there's players onto the spike now, tapping away, but there's that ult.
Forsaken has overcooked.
Backing away. PRX tapped for that one. They were hoping
They're not thinking about Celsius.
Bit of the big tools, and now running forward to try and take the play, and the Stinger cannot get it done.
Doesn't matter. The Stinger, rough.
For Sentinels, but it's PRX who win the day.
So I was talking about a silver lining. A win in this round might be to expend some of the defensive ultimates from PRX. And yet PRX come away without having to use a single one of them. Still 5 ults in the back for the defenders, and they creep ever closer to an even game.
Now an ult dump round? Yeah, this might be the round where they can finally use a pick. But I wonder if they just use it on A.
Celsius would be able to clutch. But it wasn't quite good enough. And now Kaplan, he's going to
The counter timeout.
Put into this game. Sentinels take a tactical timeout to discuss what the next game plan should be. And I think you've got to realize at this point that PRX has been playing A for retake. Like really passive
after Forsaken got owned a couple
a
times.
Cypher that's going to be giving them some information. There's not trips, there's not cam.
But I don't think you want to go fast on it because you don't know what the setup's going to be and what the ults. I do think, especially with this PRX, with this timeout, sorry, PRX might ult A main, which is going to make it a bit more difficult for Sen, because Sen probably wants to find like a 1-minute timing on A site.
Driving factor,
see, they think they're part of that's not a player or a coach. Like, stop with this.
Toppling into the lowers.
Stop.
Cannot get a grip back, and I know that sounds odd when they're sitting at 10-9, but the ults are flowing right now for PRX, and they have been in control largely.
And the 2 ultimates the Sentinels have are situational at best.
It's a cool camera shot, but it doesn't actually fulfill anything narrative-wise.
Most of the time, he's going to be getting more value with the rifle than the Neon ult either.
I don't think it's good.
Jinx goes straight down mid, rocket in your hands, and you are no more.
They did pit B, and Sen was thinking about A, but this time they send it with a rocket. And earlier Forsaken had pressured just straight up mid, so they go for a double push out. That was a bold but very daring but very good move from PRX to take away
Just chilling at this point,
the timeout adjustments.
They can allow Narrate and John to leave because there's 2 free reses. Devi, though, is actually going for the info himself. If he had died there, wouldn't have been able to res Jing, but all good. They get themselves into a 2-player advantage. And again, by seizing control and tempo of the round with that fast dive down mid, a little bit reminiscent of what Forsaken went for previously, they've put themselves in a great spot. They did use almost every ultimate, though, to accomplish it. But as long as they can clean up John and Narrate, they will have crushed the
I mean, I think Forsaken, he did well on split. He has had a rough sunset, but
hoping that somebody will offer them a lifeline. Head on the chopping block, Patman. Not so likely. So I'm going to be caught by that seize as well.
do you think PRX can keep this mini consultant stuff? Apparently, mini consultant work is more expensive for PRX than giving an AC a salary.
10 to 10.
Is that what they said?
The guns out of the Sentinels players' hands.
I mean, I would actually, honestly, I would have been surprised if it wasn't, because
to be honest,
then Mini would just be doing charity work.
They raise ult down mid right at the beginning. They Viper ult into B main, and they send the Sova ult all at the same time. Literally off barrier drop. Just decide to pop every ultimate that they have available. And Sentinels, their economy's not great. 4 players with light armor, 1 player with a stinger, but it's Zekken who still.
So the ult dump round to take the heat out of the timeout round helps him tie it up. So Sentinels wants to go fast, but Jing is here already. They are just going to play retake.
You can't afford to make mistakes at this point. If you are Sentinels, Trip's going to be triggering Celsius. You don't know why, so you got to hear it now. The rumble of the footsteps in your face. He's primed and ready with a rifle in hand and trying to take that fight with a U-turn.
Ooh, the fault line is a big save, and they know there's one more.
A little bit more. Can he stun this push off from the flank?
Wait, what? Oh, something got narrate somewhere else. I was like, how? What? How did they get?
Remove something from the picture.
Oof. The very good decision making from Sentinels.
So it's only Devi as a threat, and he's left in a 1v3. walled himself off even from going towards elbow. So SEN, they persevere in what was a scrappy, chaotic round. I think Zelsis...
I mean, he said him being an AC would pay less for more work than him being a consultant, which is more money for less work.
With two players, not just Jing, sending it in
Yeah, I
tiles,
mean...
but Devi also following up, and the goal there was that it feels like only one player on the flank, and then Devi's able
The
to
thing
come
is
in
assistant coaches probably don't make as much as you think, but the workload is like... The workload is similar, whether you're an assistant coach or not, right? Like the time investment is going to be similar. So, yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I think that's also specifically for Mini. I don't think PRX would want to keep it up, though. Because here's the thing, if you are not, like, if you can't now instill that in other ways, then, I mean, you've got bigger problems, I think. Dude, SEN's now going fast on A. PRX tried to adjust with a stack here, but it's rough. Devi still has the op. That's a huge pick from Patman. So you walled it off so Patman can now watch for a rotate. Ooh, they're all going to back out? They're just going to gamble on this. PRX is just going to gamble on a rotate to B. You've got this filled, so Devi's just going to watch for it.
The more aggressive he gets.
Oh, they don't know about second, but he just backs out because there's still nearby tiles.
Too many unknowns on the map right now for PRX, and it gives Sentinels free reign.
I think that Omen ult actually kind of breaks it, because I think if Devi just held this until they got some sort of info in mid, that would have been good.
There are always going to be openings for Devi to take this shot.
Posted, second guesses it.
He's second guessing it.
It's a one-way propped up on top of it. That's going to be the fault
Because the wall broke, so he doesn't know if someone crept through.
Entirety of the site now theirs, and there's a reflank occurring. PRX from behind. Narrate's going to try and slow this one down.
They need to push Narrate fast.
Time with the seas,
huge, and he knows they're on site. That's big jump peak. It's a crossfire and the snake bite. Well done by PRX. Well done. Wow.
11-11. There's a great call in this round from PRX where they decide to double up and push mid really late in the round.
What is Mindfreak's role on the team now? I mean, he is. They've maintained that he is still officially on the roster as a player, but Alex has mentioned that he's been really helping a lot as like a playing coach, basically, right? So, you know, his official title, I'm sure, is still a player, but I think, you know, you might as well be doing what you can to help the team.
To be made here, but again, all in from Sentinels. 5 players grouped up, 11-11. The upper bracket on the line.
Everything is going A.
Full committal. Forsaken going to be retreating, trying to play a bit of a further back position.
So now PRX goes back to having a weak A site. Forsaken, this is risky with nobody watching that one way for you, but huge. And now they're ready for the flood. What a fast rotate. What a fast rotate. And there's Forsaken. Some of you guys were looking for him. Big round from him. Oh, okay. Like, these are the rounds where you don't push.
They had such a great start.
The other round, that's when you do push.
But they can't put it together here on the attack side. PRX were playing a retake. They cleared mid, looking for Zelsis in the mid round. They know exactly where he is now.
Doubled up, leaving nothing to chance. Time played, but yeah, with discipline like that. 12-11
Oh boy.
And it's match point for PRX.
Is it Stingers? Their econ is pretty rough.
Possibly get while still playing to defend that. And again, value out of the wall.
Dude, they love their elevation on this map.
Sentinels have been
everywhere.
In quite a few of these attack rounds, people with Stingers or Bulldogs.
Well, the money's dying.
And now the money's just dead. It is just dead. It's the final round, the last opportunity for SEN to stay.
I summoned the Susanto.
And they're going to be working with odds and ends. A bargain bin thrift store buy. trying to cobble it together like Tony Stark in a cave. They got nothing. The recovery in this half has been amazing from PRX.
I think the thing about the refs that bothers me as well is that in traditional sports, refs are very much a part of the story because the rules are kept by humans, by the refs, right? But in Valorant, that's not what happens.
You do not want to get sent into the competition. Is heating up heavily.
Why is he calling a timeout now? I mean, I think he just... Because he called his first one so late because they were still holding on. So, not wanting to do back-to-backs, right? Especially after they won one again. I think it's understandable.
And only a sheriff out here for John. The best weapon, bang with a bulldog. This one, it looks
So the full send again. You got Rolling Thunder, but is the goal to not use Rolling Thunder to get in?
Heavy group up once more. This is all in from Sentinels, and it could just crumble at a moment's notice. Flash avoided. Jing is there, but he's going to be taken out.
Dude, that was a really nice setup though. Haunt and the double peek from Bang and Zekin. Okay, they do use the Rolling Thunder. They're playing it very safe. Holy.
He's been so good. He's been so good with these.
Oh, they see that the Cypher is dead. They're going for the full flank. You're going to be so late, though.
Bang's paranoia here
You're going to be so late.
The re-flank occurring for Seiken.
Oh, I do not know about this.
Going to be dropped down here. Patience is called for from PRX.
Patman has to make the first move, draws out the paranoia. That Devi has to go for a peek. Finds one. That opens it up. Where's the flank? Where's the flank? There it is.
Finally deals with it again. The trap is triggered.
Crossfire. Forsaken. 2v1. Patman not stunned.
Stinger in hand. Flash. He's got a bullet. Supplement. He's got to run him.
He has to stick it. He has to stick it. He has to stick it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, no ammo. That's rough. That's rough. That is rough. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Chad. Don't nerf the Stinger. It runs out of bullets so fast. Damn, dude.
Who was amazing in their attack half, but
I mean, some rough spots on the Sunset, but overall, I mean, dude, Jing friggin' killed it throughout today. Banger of a split from the entire team. Really good prep. I really think, actually, I know he wasn't a shining beacon on Sunset either, but I do think something is growing. I did find it interesting that Minnie talked about the notes he gave to PRX and something, and how he focused on telling, teaching something to play the Yora more like a Yora, not a Jet, because that explains a lot. That explains a lot. That explains a lot of some things like growth, I think.
I said it earlier, but it is a death pit.
It is. It's tough down there. Sentinels are going to be facing up against Fnatic. That is a really
Heretics really lost to the two teams guaranteed top 3 right now. That is actually insane. There's no shot. There's no shot. That's actually so crazy.
A change up in style. This really
That's so funny.
Look for PRX.
The evolution of PRX. It's been astounding.
Dude, it's great to see, though.
We're seeing slow play, tempered moments all around here. You can't deny that they've earned their spot in the uppers.
It's great to see. Also, for all the Gen G copers, I don't know. I predicted PRX to win as well, but I guess Gen G is just not strong enough. I don't know.
So I'm gonna quickly distract you for a second. Thank you. You've got me. Jason's got me. Patman, very quickly. Now, your teammates, they're very used to this. They're used to being the fan favorite. This is your first time. How are you dealing with all this craziness? How are you dealing with the craziness of all these times being the fan favorite?
It's just new to me, but I need to get used to it.
Are you having a nice time? Do you like this?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's like I'm part of the family. Like
He's-
everyone
he's
here is
such a
family,
sweet
you know?
kid.
I can see a lot of pink jersey wearing. So yeah, it's so fun to be here.
Oh yeah, they're all supporting you here. Now, one more question before I let you go. Well, take a quick selfie. That's going to be worth a lot of money. So, you know, the Patman selfie in here in the arena. But while you do that, Patman, now, when it comes to your confidence on stage, a couple days ago, Jason was telling you, stand up, join me. And you said, I'm shy, I don't want to do it. But you did it today. What gave you that confidence?
I think it's very helpful for the team as well. Like if we like hype ourselves, so I need to do it for the boys, not just for hyping, you know. I need to be confident and feel confident with the boys, so everyone will feel
He's gotten very confident
You're not
in
just
the
doing
game
it for the
too.
boys, you're doing it for them as well. Follow me. I want to get a quick word with Forsaken. Forsaken, you got your revenge against Sentinels. How did that feel?
It feels great.
How good? Give me more of a emotion.
It feels amazing.
Amazing. And of course, Forsaken.
I like that they're doing this like with the crowd, but it does really take away from the interview. I think like
PRX train.
doing it at the zone is fine, and like doing like two questions I think is good, but I think you do need to pull them a step away because they're going to be distracted by the fans because they want to interact with the fans.
I don't need frack. I just have to be a good leader, you know.
Yeah, we trust you as well.
I just have to be a good leader. He's learned the ways of the IGL.
Passengers of the PRX train.
Track by track, guys. Just keep supporting us. We gonna go far, okay? Let's go.
Track by track.
Yeah, it's very messy. Like I think just like pulling, you know, one away for like two, and then like letting them go back and interacting with the fans, and then pulling someone else for two questions. I think that's fine.
That's how good. What do you mean? Were you not seeing that?
You can't see that he's where is he because Forsaken was facing the other side.
Dude, it was.
But he was spinning.
It was mad.
It was basically like.
Oh, he was watching the replay.
How were the comms in that moment when you were so close? We're speaking about the victory moment, right? That the
Instead of giving the best of both worlds, it takes away. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I mean. It's too messy. It's too messy. Like I think when you're interviewing them, like even if it's only one question, you do need to like pull them away. You need to separate the interview from the fan signing, and then like let him go back. But like, yeah, I get what they're trying to do, but it's worth a shot. But I don't like it. I'd rather them do it the previous way or do like two questions to one player, two questions to one player.
How did that make you feel, man? Getting that revenge?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, we watched the VODs and we knew that Sentinel is very good at Sunset. So
But yeah, but like it can't.
Good and we were struggling.
It will always be disorganized if you do it like that because the fans won't care about it, and the players will like be torn between like, what do I do? Like, what do I prioritize?
Yeah, I mean, it's great, you know. Like it's been a while since we beat any teams. Usually we are the EMEA.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, Foey. I mean, like you have to pull them like further away from the fans, so like you're like looking at the camera, and then you can like go bring in another person.
I would say characteristic at this point when you are having.
But anyway, GG's. No, I haven't seen the Gen G player tweets.
How do you bounce back from that? Because those are just mistakes.
Why? What were they tweeting?
How do you forget that?
I mean, it looks bad. You're talking about the split round, right? I mean, yeah.
There was a couple.
But we had worse games against Liquid that day, so this one we kind of like used to that.
Yeah.
So we just like, it's okay, boys.
Vi was looking very good.
So we just continue.
Yeah.
I guess it's just classic PRX, you know.
Oh, yeah, classic. Well, you want to talk about classic PRX? Let's go ahead and take a look at that final moment there because it literally came down to a squeaker. This is it. John was flying in for this. He had the sheriff in hand, and he just starts unloading in front of him. And there's your boy.
Oh my God!
He managed to hold it down, and that had to have been frustrating for John, but it had to have felt absolutely.
That's rough.
You guys, you're going to the upper
Divide with 18 points. Well, let's go.
Expectations for the team coming into
Let's
this
freaking go.
I mean, honestly, we were just praying for playoff, but I guess now we exceeded the
POV Omen in a microwave.
Expectation.
Yeah.
So I guess it's time to win the whole
I think
thing.
I lost because I lacked a lot. I still have a lot of experience, so if I lose again, I think my mentality is working badly for me in the next set. He seems to be, I don't think it's even that. I think it's more so, quite frankly, my take on this is that I think Karon, last year you had 4 vets who could kind of, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, who could kind of babysit your mental. You know what I mean? The same way like Siufat was babysitting Juicy's mental. The same way Boaster and Chronicle like babysits Kayak's mental. You had 4 people doing that for you last year. Like taking turns. So So you probably didn't really feel that. But this year, you kind of have to do that for Foxy9 and Ash. And I think that's the thing he's struggling with. Because, like he says, he was struggling a bit in stage 1 too. But I think it's more so just like you now, like unconsciously, you feel like you have to do more, probably because you do, right? Like Karon has to now probably be more vocal in the calls. He has to make more calls himself. Like he has to also, like, he's like the one trying to hype up the team. Like he's taking on a lot more responsibility outside of just frags. And I think that's probably, but that's from one, as good as of a player he is, making that transition from rookie to that in 1 year is not easy. So I think that's the difficulty. And I think that's probably something that Foxy9 dealt with for a long time. But now he's like kind of like he's not a rookie anymore, right? So it's kind of works out, but I also think whenever Munchkin crumbles, I don't think actually Munchkin crumbles that easily, but when he does, obviously that affects the rest of the team a lot as well. I think that affects the rest of the team a lot. I think it's a combination of that. The kayak boys, the Fnatic boys, giving me more than half of my points from 2 players. Chat, what is this? What is the bracket? Gen G2. This is tomorrow, yeah? Holy. So Gen G does power up in the lower bracket, but dude, I can't believe we get SEN Fnatic. That is a classic. Since when is Forsaken PRX as IGL? Yeah, stage 1. More or less. I don't know if they still officially list him as an IGL, but he clearly is. I think Fnatic should win that. I mean, I have Fnatic. I would still bank on Fnatic going back to the grand finals. Gen G2, I don't know. I think I might end up predicting G2, honestly, chat. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think anyone predicted this specific bracket. There are probably... Actually, you know what? There's probably a... Well, no. Pacific Pilled people would have voted Gen G. Yeah, this... Well, Wolves for one is tough. I mean, Wolves are killing it, though. Wolves looks good today. I mean, they also... It's just... It is very clear that I think Wolves did so much work against Gen G. Like, they prepped so well against Gen G's tendencies, what Gen G's shown so far. And then they also had, like... I really think Spring being so autonomous now has helped them a lot. And that helps Sufat with incredible calls. I mean, again, also, Sufat has 11 clutches. That's insane, chat. 11. He's been put in 32 clutch situations, more than anybody else, and he has 11. That's insane. That is insane. That is insane. It's wilder that Kiko is 4 out of 31. Hold on, we didn't have to do him dirty like that. Oh man. All the teams who can be a threat to the PRX place are going to be beating the crap out of each other now in the lower bracket. True. True. That is true. That is true. That is true. But, I mean, PRX already beat G2 once, so it's like, it's not even like they got lucky. They sent G2 down there. I honestly, at this point, chat, my pick'em's cooked, but at this point, I might change this tomorrow, so tune in tomorrow if you want to know my actual predictions. But my gut tells me it's this. Oh, am I doubting Wolves again? I am doubting Wolves. No, it's not so much that I'm doubting Wolves, but I think this PRX can make it messy. Well, Wolves are really good at fighting too, though. This one's hard to call, too. Yo, Maddox, what's up? Ah, yes, another day of another ruined pick'em. Yeah, this is a historical match. The OGs know. SEN Fnatic. I don't know. PRX versus Wolves? I mean, quite frankly, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because, like, Fnatic's going to move up and win. But you gotta chill with the all caps, man. You gotta chill with the all caps. No, I mean, I don't think Gen G threw against Wolves. I think Wolves just came giga prepped against Gen G. I think Gen G is gonna look better tomorrow, but I think G2 is also gonna look better tomorrow too. This one's hard to call. I can't even say it's a 50-50. I don't think the gameplay itself is actually going to be 50-50, but it's hard to see who would be on top because I think both teams are going to look stronger tomorrow. Chill with the all caps before we start before I just really ramp up the friggin' bot to just ban everybody. PRX has been taking revenge, and you see Wolves has beaten PRX in the offseason. Ooh, that's a good story. You know what, Paradox? That's an interesting angle. That's an interesting angle. SEN PRX was worth watching. SEN PRX was worth watching. I think Gen G. I think just one of the teams is going to come slightly better prepped. I think both of them are going to be fired up, but I think both these teams learn well from their mistakes. I don't think Gen G is going to look as bad today or as they did today. I think they'll look better. I have faith that they will look better, but I also think G2 will look better. I don't think G2 is a pushover. Upper finals is a best of 5? No, it should be a best of 3. Because these are on the same day. Yeah, Gen G's always more dangerous in the lower bracket when they've been taught a lesson. But I just think G2 should be similar. Yeah, no, I saw that. We were talking about it earlier, Maddox. But it's okay. Fnatic will still win. Yeah, G2 also has the extra day because we love to give advantages to the lower bracket in Valorant chat. We love that. I like Gen G generally does better in the lower bracket, but it is funny to me that all the fans are like, it's all right, Gen G does better when they lose. And it's like, yeah, except for the one time when everybody thought they would do better and they got knocked out 0-2 at Champions 2024 on home ground. It's like, I mean, like I get where you're coming from, but you know, or the time that they, didn't make it to freaking Masters Bangkok, there's that too. I think this will be like a 60-40, but I don't know which way. I think, yeah, this one's tough. This one, I'm like, chat, I mean, Crashies is getting revenge. Crashies is getting revenge against Americas. You know what? I'm sorry. No, we actually need G2 here. I need Crashies to go on a revenge run against Americas. When does the Gen G match start? I think they might swap this. Oh, no, they won't swap it because Sentinels played second. So Gen G will be 1 a.m. KST. Yeah. That's why it's this way. Because that way you don't have to swap it. Cool. Crazy. Sick matches though. Dude, tomorrow should be really good. Even SEN Fnatic I think will be close. I think it will be close. But it should be good. Supposedly it was never swapped. It's just like VLR and stuff had, posted the wrong times, probably because of how the bracket was. They just assumed. And then there was also talk of like it was swapped because Gen G was always playing second match of the day, but I don't know. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, we need Crashies to get revenge against America's teams. I'm just like making up my own storylines. GG's chat. We are gonna wind down with some with a little bit, probably not too long, but a little bit of PoE if you'd like to hang out. YouTube chat, I will be setting up a new stream for this, so if you'd like to continue to hang out or just chill with some chill music, we're just playing with music and just have it on as a radio, then please join us on the new stream. Otherwise, thanks for watching the watch party. Twitch, I'll just be switching the title and everything, so give me 1 second. Let me get the music started though before we switch over. We can still talk about VCT for anyone who's newer. It's just we'll just be chilling with some PoE gameplay as all. For YouTube, what's Path of Exile about? It's an ARPG like Diablo. Join us on the new stream and you'll find out. Yeah, all good, Paradox. Let's see. There's so many windows I gotta close. We gotta organize this.